Chapter 1105. In the end, Entel didn't have the time to continue the tournament, due to Entel injuring someone after his crushing defeat. Thus, the tournament wasn't held as scheduled, and was instead postponed for a few days. Even though holding a competition after the closing of the domain of gods is a tradition that has been passed down since ancient times, this kind of competition that is purely for verification purposes does not have that many rules. It can be held at any time and no one would object to it being postponed. Therefore, the royals of the three empires and the guardian clans that returned from the domain of gods scattered like birds and beasts. They returned to their residences 10 days ago, and the chaotic trip to the domain of gods finally came to an end. As a result, some people were happy while others were sad. When the royals of the three empires leave the Emperor Island and return to the three empires, it is believed that many people's status will change greatly because of this trip to the domain of gods. The only thing that will not change is the deep impression that Wu Yan left in their hearts. After this trip to the domain of gods, the name Wu Yan has started to enter the eyes of the three empires. It is no longer just the upper echelons that know of such a powerful person. Naturally, Wu Yan's name spread across the entire continent of Silveria. It's not hard to imagine. While the royal families of the three empires and the guardian clans had returned to their residences, and were waiting for the tournament to begin, Ensi was suffering great pain in a rather majestic building that was larger than a fortress under the guardian tree. Entel sat on the bed with his body bent over. The wounds on his body were almost healed with the help of some miraculous treasures. There were not many wounds on his body, but Entel's face was distorted due to the pain. He kept howling miserably as if he had gone mad. If one were to look closely, one would notice that there was a faintly discernible magic formation spinning on his forehead. It was emitting faint traces of mana. It was the effect of this magic formation that caused Entel to be in such pain. Under the effects of that immense pain, all the items around him, except for a thin bed, were all destroyed by inch. The entire room, the floor was full of furniture fragments. But even so, the killing intent and hatred transformed from pain and anger didn't alleviate much. Only when the magic array stopped rotating from time to time would the pain in his mind be alleviated, allowing him to catch his breath. Of course, Wu Yan did this on purpose. If he didn't give Ensi some time to recover, he wouldn't have. Most likely, not to mention 3 days, it would only take half a day for Barnes to have a mental breakdown from the immense pain. And it was even possible for him to kill himself. Wouldn't that be letting him off too easily? Coincidentally, at this moment, the magic array on En's forehead gradually calmed down. The pain slowly faded away. Ens panted tiredly. His whole body was wet as if he had just been fished out of the water. However, every time the pain was relieved, Ensi's mind would involuntarily recall the pair of wine-red eyes that revealed indifference and disdain, as if a superior was looking down on him. Then, hatred would rise along with it. But more than that, it was fear. Once he thought about how he was unable to retaliate against that ridiculously young 9th stage powerhouse, even after he had advanced to the 9th stage, and how he had been subjected to such cruel torture. En's heart was filled with fear. This fear had already far surpassed the hatred in his heart. Until now, Entel had no choice but to admit himself. He already feared Wu Yan. Entel's miserable howls filled with hatred and fear clearly echoed into the ears of Entel, who was standing outside the door. Hearing that incomparably painful howl, Entel faintly sighed. "All right, don't be too disheartened." Carter, Guda and Wea patted Entel's shoulder. "Suffer a bit. It's good for him too." Guda glanced at Entel in the room. "Otherwise, if he continues in that state, you won't be able to hand over the entire guardian tribe to him." "I just don't know if he will repent." Wea nodded. "If he doesn't repent, then it will be troublesome." "That's true." Carter was also vexed. After being tormented by that brat, with Entel's temperament, he might harbor even more hatred. "Your Majesties, don't worry too much." Entel shook his head and stopped paying attention to Entel. He turned around and faced the 3 emperors. "No matter what, he's still my son. I have my ways." "That's good." Carter let out a sigh of relief, but soon he regained his vexed expression. "Let's hope their conflict doesn't escalate into a conflict between the 3 emperors and the guardian tribe." Guda and Wei agreed. Wu Yan is Sylph's fiancé. He's a member of the royal family of one of the three empires. On the other hand, Ensley is the son of the Guardian clan's patriarch. He's the second in command of the Guardian clan. It's not hard to imagine how the conflict between the two could escalate into a conflict between the two factions. Seriously, his talent, strength, and character are all decent. Why doesn't he know how to turn things around? Carter sighed bitterly and muttered. I really shouldn't have let him be Sylph's fiancé. What if he bullies Sylph in the future with such a bad temper? With his strength, Sylph was no match for him, so she could only let him bully her. She didn't even dare to come back and complain. Then my lovely daughter would hide in a corner and cry on her own for an unknown period of time. That won't do. No. I have to think of a way to break the engagement between the two of them. Entel, Guda, and Wea were speechless when they heard Carter's whining. That brat isn't the type to bully a woman. Wea was speechless. Besides, Sylph isn't the type to hide in a corner and cry. How would you know that my lovely daughter has a fragile heart under her cold exterior? Kate retorted vehemently, causing Wea to roll his eyes. So you don't want Wu Yan to become a member of the Ailu imperial family? Why don't you give him to me? I have a lot of little princesses on my side who are interested in that talented brat. By the way, it's the same for me. Guda smiled. Even if you don't cancel the engagement between Wu Yan and Sylph, those little brats are still interested in it. Why don't you just give him up? Carter was speechless when he heard that. Who wouldn't want to recruit someone like Wu Yan who has both strength and talent? Someone with a bright future ahead of him. Not to mention, the three emperors are aware that Wu Yan is backed by a group of Tier 9 powerhouses. He even has the support of a demigod. Who wouldn't be tempted by such a group? Carter also wants to rope Wu Yan into the Ailu imperial family. He did use Sylph's influence to make Wu Yan a member of the Ailu imperial family. Even though he's only her fiancé and that doesn't mean anything, it's still better than nothing. The problem is, Carter doesn't want Sylph to marry Wu Yan. If possible, he would rather have another princess marry Wu Yan in Sylph's place. However, those people aren't even worthy of carrying Wu Yan's shoes. Only a beautiful, elegant, and powerful princess like Sylph can stand by Wu Yan's side. Carter's heart was in a mess. While Carter was racking his brains over the fact that his beloved daughter has a fiancé, he didn't know that Sylph has already fallen into a certain wolf's embrace. Emperor Island border. Standing at the edge of the beach, Wu Yan looked at the Emperor Island that he spent half a month in. He turned around and he smiled at Sylph, who has been looking at him all this while. Well then, I'll take my leave first. Sylph nodded and looked straight into Wu Yan's eyes. I'll look for you. Wu Yan laughed and patted Sylph's head. Well, I'll be looking forward to it. Wu Yan took a few steps back and with a flip of his hand, a crystal scroll appeared in his hand. He crushed it with one hand. A wave of light enveloped Wu Yan's body, and he disappeared from the spot. Sylph stood there quietly and stared at the disappearing figure until the sky turned dark. Chapter 1106. Behemoth Forest, Outpost. Standing outside of the Behemoth Forest, the outpost is still the same as before. Every day, people are carrying out their duties in an orderly manner, doing their best for the Ailu Empire. The chaos caused by Wu Yan's group a while ago is no longer happening. That doesn't mean the outpost is free of troubles. Big and small are still present. Last time, under the influence of the black light, one of the outpost's teams was almost completely wiped out. Even though it didn't happen again, the Behemoth Forest isn't a peaceful place. There are still people who die under the jaws of demonic beasts every day. However, this is the outpost's own business. It has nothing to do with Wu Yan's group. As time passed, Wu Yan's group gradually faded out of sight. So much so that no one in the camp noticed that the number of Misaka sisters in the Forest of Tents is decreasing by the day. Many of the tents are now empty. There are less than 1,000 of them left. Chuju, Mikoto, and the other girls clearly noticed the decrease in the number of girls. However, they aren't worried at all. Sometimes they even have a trace of satisfaction in their eyes. After all, when the girls leave the outpost, it means the outpost in the Behemoth Forest will be complete. When that time comes, they won't have to live under someone else's roof anymore. They will have a place to call home in the Spalier world. Since it's a home, all the members of the family must be present, let alone the main pillar of the outpost. While waiting for the completion of the outpost, the girls are also waiting for Wu Yan's return. In their minds, other than the outpost, there's only Wu Yan's matter left in their minds. As for the purpose of Wu Yan's trip and the so-called calamity, they might worry about it when Wu Yan returns. However, before Wu Yan returns, the girls' minds don't have the capacity to think about anything else. Inside the tent, the girls are discussing the outpost in the outpost. At the same time, they would sneak glances at a magic crystal. Every time they glanced at it, a trace of disappointment would appear in their eyes. However, the girls didn't get tired of it. At least, other than Yukari, who is leisurely sipping her tea, and Kotori, who are discussing the outpost. Everyone else is like that. It's not because of how precious the magic crystal is. That magical crystal was merely a grade 8 magical crystal. It might be precious to others, but to the girls it was just barely worth looking at. There's only one reason why they are so interested in it. This magic crystal is the teleportation point for the return scroll that Wu Yan left here before he left the camp. Once he's done with his business in the domain of gods, Wu Yan will activate the scroll and return to the outpost. That's why the girls are so interested in the magic crystal. They want to see Wu Yan's figure appear there. Phew. Shokuho Misaki let out a sigh of relief. She put down the report she got from the Misaka sisters and flipped her blonde hair. Her lips curled into a mesmerizing smile. If we continue like this, it won't be long before the outpost is completed. The outpost will be completed soon. Kotori, who was reading the report, nodded. She sucked on a lollipop as if she didn't care. If we don't consider the other matters, it won't be long before the outpost is completed. It's fine as long as it's completed. Shokuho Misaki tapped her lips, her eyes twinkled. Once the outpost is completed, we can move in. As for the other matters, we'll decide after we move in. You're right, Kotori agreed. I'm getting impatient if I continue to stay in this camp. Hearing Kotori's words, Shokuho Misaki and the other girls hurriedly nodded. Obviously, they've had enough of living under someone else's roof. Glancing at the group of girls, Ziyu leisurely placed the cup of black tea in her hand on the table. She picked up the paper fan in her hand and smiled. Since we're done with the outpost, all that's left is for Yen to return, right? Hearing this, the girls subconsciously shifted their gazes to the magic crystal. Mikoto even complained. He's been gone for half a month, right? Is the outpost in the domain of gods that hard to complete? If it's that easy, we wouldn't have to wait here. Chuja shook her head and sighed. If Yen isn't back, it means the outpost isn't over yet, right? How long will it take? Mikoto said impatiently. It didn't take that long to complete the outpost in the domain of gods. That's because there's a huge difference between the outpost and Spalier world, Misaka-san. Shokuho Misaki smiled at Mikoto. Do you miss Yen that much? Of course not. Mikoto retorted without even thinking. Too bad no one here believed her words. Well, Misaka-san, it's time for you to practice your patience. Shokuho Misaki teased. Men have to go out and socialize sometimes. What we women should do is wait for him at home. Misaka-san, you shouldn't be so impatient. That's not how a good wife should behave. Wife? Mikoto blushed. She turned her head away shyly. Who cares about what social activities he has outside? I'm just dissatisfied that he left us here without caring about us. Yes, that's right. Era Misaka-san, is that so? Shokuho Misaki ran her fingers through her hair. She covered her mouth with a white glove. She looked at Mikoto with a playful smile. What if Yen doesn't want to come home, because he's having an intimate moment with another girl? Mikoto's face froze up. Not just Mikoto, even Hinajuku, Astria, and Toka's expression turned unnatural. Astria even smiled bitterly. My master wouldn't do something like that, right? Era, that's not necessarily true. Kurumi's eyes curved into crescents. How Sama wouldn't be so intimate with another girl that he doesn't want to come home? However, it's not like he hasn't brought a cute girl home before. Kurumi's words caused the temperature in the tent to drop to freezing point. None of the girls said a word. The atmosphere was heavy. At the side, Violet, who'd been watching from the side, shook her head. And she seemed to find this situation rather amusing. She stood up and stretched her body, and her exquisite figure was clearly displayed. Looks like we won't be able to wait for Yan's return today. Let's go take a bath first. I'll go with you. Shokuho Misaki stood up. I've been busy the whole day, I feel sticky. Hearing Shokuho Misaki's words, Kotori frowned. She hesitated for a moment before standing up. I'll go as well. Let's go together. Yukari looked at the girls in the tent. There shouldn't be any Misaka-san taking a bath right now. How about we go together? The girls blinked their eyes, but they didn't refuse. They all nodded and stood up. Only Flandre-chan jumped up and down on the spot. What are we going to do when Oniai-chan comes back? Don't worry. Seijin, who has been standing beside Flandre-chan all this while, weakly raised his hand. With that magic crystal, Big Brother will be back soon. That's right. Chuju rubbed Flandre-chan's head and chuckled. So by the time we get back, Yin might have already returned. After saying that, the girls left the tent. Flandre-chan followed behind them with a confused look on her face, but she soon stopped and looked at the magic crystal. With the magic crystal, will Oniai-chan be back soon? Pouting her cute brows, Flandre-chan rolled her eyes and flew over to the magic crystal. She grabbed it and giggled as she followed the girls out of the tent. Chapter 1107. The night is dark. In the Behemoth Forest camp, a lake surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. A group of girls have already entered the water. Yo-ho! Astria cheered. She swam in the lake like a great swimmer. Her movements were standard and her speed was fast. Unfortunately, it didn't take long for her wings to fill up with water. This increased the burden on her body. Astria, who was swimming with vigor a second ago, sank into the water in the next second. Toka screamed in fright. Seriously? Hinajika quickly pulled Astria out of the water and scolded her with a scolding tone. Astria-chan, we are here to take a bath, not to swim. Ahaha. Astria scratched her head in embarrassment. It's because this place is so big that I subconsciously swam. Ah. Before she could finish her explanation, Astria let out a panicked moan. That's because there's a pair of tiny hands on Astria's ample bosom. Ha ha ha. Super caught you. Following the giggles, a pair of small hands grabbed onto Astria's round breasts and started rubbing them impatiently. Astria, who was still in a daze, started laughing. Ahaha. Ai-chan. It's so itchy. Ahaha. Oh. The culprit, Kinuhata Sayai's lips curled into a mischievous smile. She didn't stop, instead, she started rubbing even more intensely. In other words, this is Astria's weakness, right? Super caught my. Ahahaha. Don't. Ahaha. I say, you guys. Mikoto glanced at Astria's voluptuous breasts with a hint of jealousy. You guys are going crazy here, don't run out of energy. It's fine, it's fine. It's fine. Kinuhata Sayai waved her hand nonchalantly. She seemed to have thought of something. The mischievous grin on her face immediately shifted to Mikoto's body. Mikoto couldn't help but feel a chill run down her spine. She instinctively took a few steps back. What are you doing, smiling so disgustingly? Hee hee hee. Kinuhata Sayai let go of Astria, who was laughing so hard that she almost choked. Like a lecherous uncle, she slowly approached Mikoto with a wicked smile. By the way, Misaka, what's your weakness? I really want to know. Hearing this, Mikoto immediately understood what Kinuhata Sayai was planning to do. Her face flushed red as she retreated without hesitation. However, she had only retreated a few steps when another pair of small hands grabbed her shoulders, causing her entire body to stiffen. In the end, it seems quite interesting. Frenda's youthful face entered Mikoto's eyes. It even had the same expression as Kinuhata Sayai's, grinning evilly. Then I'll come too. Super well done. Frenda. Kinuhata Sayai screamed as she pounced towards Mikoto. Super catch her just like that. Hey, Silk Banner. Stop. And Frenda. You guys. Ugh. Ah. Instantly, a giggling scene took place at a corner of the lake. Astria was still breathing heavily, while Toka supported her to prevent her from sinking. Hinajiku was both helpless and amused at the same time. She turned around and looked at another direction. There Ikaros, Shokohomisaki, Kurumi, and Takitsubu Riku were leaning against the lake wall with their eyes closed. They looked like they were soaking in a hot spring. The four of them were also lined up in a row, causing Chuju's mouth to twitch. This is a group with superior combat power. Perhaps they heard Hinagika's voice, but Shokuho Misaki and Kurumi both opened their eyes and laughed at the same time. Era. Kurumi tilted her head and laughed without a hint of complacency. What we're doing isn't much. Shokuho Misaki narrowed her eyes and looked at a spot not far away from her. Well, that's where the real winners are. Hearing that, Chuju followed her instincts and turned around to look. Her eyes started twitching as well. It's so comfortable. Yukari stretched her back as if she was showing off. Then a pair of large breasts popped out of her chest, giving off a fatal sense of existence. Too bad it's not a hot spring and there's no alcohol to liven things up. Yukari Wanisen. You're amazing. Flandra-chan said enviously when she saw Yukari's large breasts. However, her gaze was like she was looking at a toy or dessert. She sucked on one of her fingers. You're really amazing. Yukari nodded her head in embarrassment, her face flushed red. If only. I'm as big as you. Well, Yukari, don't be sad. Sharp words came out of Yukari's doll. She even started dancing around. Being small also has its benefits. Many men like this type of style. The four bunnies blinked their adorable big eyes and nodded their heads in confusion. Is that so? You're not wrong. Yukari looked at Yukari and smiled mysteriously. But little Yen should like a bigger one. Oni-san likes a bigger one. Yukari looked around nervously. She was clearly moved. Flandra-chan stopped sucking on her finger and asked with anticipation. Then if Flan is as big as Yukari Wani-san, will Oni-san like Flan more? Well, Yukari seemed to think about it seriously for a while then smiled. That should be the case. I say Yukari, what are you using as an example? Chuju couldn't take it anymore and laughed bitterly. Don't instill strange ideas into the child's head. Era, I'm just telling the truth. Amethyst took out a paper fan from nowhere and covered her face with it. Her amethyst-like eyes flickered with a faint smile. Isn't Chuju very concerned about her size as well? Hinajiku opened her mouth as if she wanted to refute, but in the end she stuttered and didn't say anything. Yukari couldn't help but laugh, and Hinajiku was so embarrassed that she wanted to dive into the water. Kotori narrowed her eyes at the commotion in the lake. What a bunch of people who can't even calm down while taking a bath. After saying that, Kotori slowly walked to the shore, attracting the attention of Hinajiku, who was still in a daze over the size of her chest. You're done? Kotori. It's about time. Kotori waved at Chuju without looking back. I want to bathe for a bit longer, but I'm a little hungry. Let's head back first. In the lake, Astria and Toka's ears twitched. They immediately rushed towards the shore. Us too. We're hungry too. Kotori, Toka, and Astria climbed out of the lake. At the same time, a magic crystal on top of the pile of women's clothes vibrated. Then tiny dots of light appeared out of thin air. They gathered together and formed into a human figure. In the night, the light spots that appeared out of nowhere were undoubtedly noticed by all the young girls. Faintly feeling that something was amiss, before the girls could react, the light spots around them suddenly dispersed, exposing the figure within to the air. Wu Yen slowly opened his eyes. His mouth turned into an O shape when he saw the scene before him. Ma master. Shido. Since Wu Yen appeared at the spot where the girls piled their clothes, Kotori, Astria, and Toka went in that direction. The three girls came face to face with Wu Yen. Yua. Astria and Toka regained their senses and they jumped back into the water. Kotori covered her chest as she glared at Wu Yen. She looked like she wanted to bite off a chunk of meat from him. Yen. In the water, a lot of girls reflexively dove into the water. Hinajiku and Mikoto screamed in anger. Their screams naturally attracted Wu Yan's attention, and he looked over. The next moment, one by one, their white and delicate bodies entered his field of vision, causing him to feel dizzy. What the hell is going on? Chapter 1108. That's the gist of what happened. Inside the tent, Wu Yan told the girls everything that happened on the Emperor Island and the domain of gods. Aside from Sylph, Wu Yan told them about everything that happened in the domain of gods. He had a puzzled look on his face. Wu Yan isn't bothered by the fact that he has to tell them everything. He's more concerned about the lake incident. Wu Yan was lucky enough to pick up a lot of benefits when he came back. However, he still received a lot of condemnation from the girls. Hinajuku and Mikoto wanted to chop him up and electrocute him. Wu Yan is worried that his true ancestor body won't be able to withstand the torture. That's not all. After all, most of the girls have already been intimate with Wu Yan. Their bodies aren't a secret to Wu Yan. Their condemnation is just a cover-up for their shyness. Toka, who hasn't slept with Wu Yan yet, didn't complain because of her feelings for Wu Yan. Flandre-chan and Yoshino, on the other hand, aren't fully mature yet, so they don't mind letting Wu Yan see their bodies. They also don't mind letting Wu Yan see their bodies. However, it's a different story when it comes to Yukari. Yukari is different from the girls who have feelings for Wu Yan. Yukari values Wu Yan, but she doesn't love him. Wu Yan's status to Yukari is the same as Yuyuzi and Ling Meng. He's a rare friend. Yukari's status in Yukari's heart is already very high. However, it's not high enough to let him see her naked body. That's why, after the lake incident, Yukari forcefully took Wu Yan away and interrogated Wu Yan with her usual smiling face. When it's about time, she led Wu Yan back to the tent. How can Wu Yan not be puzzled? After all, he was still confused. Why did he appear beside the lake where the girls were bathing? Wu Yan was in a daze. He didn't know anything. He wanted to know the reason, but he was scolded by the girls first. Then he was interrogated by Violet like a criminal. Then he was brought here to recount what happened in the land of gods. Unknowingly, he learned the reason why Wu Yan was there. He was also forgotten by the girls. Looking around at the girls who were digesting the news he brought back, Wu Yan wanted to look up to the sky and let out a long sigh. If he were to investigate the reason at this time, he would probably only cause the young ladies to be humiliated once again. Thinking of this, Wu Yan decided to let it go. After all, he was the one who benefited from it. When the girls finally finished digesting the news brought back by Wu Yan was almost back to normal. He picked up a cup of black tea and drank it. After I handed the ring of power to the 3 tutelary gods and cleaned up a piece of trash, I came back directly. That's what happened. You handed it to the 3 guardian deities? Shokuha Misaki pondered for a moment before nodding. That's fine too. It's pointless for us to carry that thing around. Who knows, we might have to lead the charge when the calamity strikes. Handing it over is a good choice. Fortunately, we gained something from the land of gods. Kotori glanced at Wu Yan with a mischievous smile. Otherwise, this trip would have been a waste. I guess I have no choice but to accept my fate. Wu Yan sighed and he shook his head. Even though Ailu left the Ring of Power to the Ailu Empire's royal family, he also left the Ring of Gold to me. Regardless, I still have to make a trip. That's true. Chuju and Mikoto nodded in agreement. It's not good to owe someone a favor. It's best if I have the chance to repay it. Besides, Lulu and Feifei are in Ailu Empire as well. For their sake, I have to make a trip to the land of gods. Wu Yan nodded with a smile. He turned to Yukari, who was sipping her tea. Yukari, what do you think? Yukari. It's the same whether we hand over the Ring of Power or not. Yukari replied with a smile. As long as we're in the Spalier world, we'll be bound to the calamity sooner or later. It's only a matter of time before we get involved. Handing over the Ring of Power will only make us face it later. In the end, we can't escape, unless we leave this world. I guess you're right. Wu Yan scratched his face and shrugged helplessly. In the end, I didn't see it as clearly as you did. It's fine, isn't it? She gently put down the black teacup in her hand and tapped the table with the paper fan in her hand. Her eyes flickered slightly. The guardian tree, on the other hand, does pique my interest. Is it invincible? Mikoto crossed her arms in front of her chest and said with interest, I really want to see what this guardian tree looks like. And the palace at the bottom of the sea. Chuju shook her head regretfully. If only I went with them. If you're not from the 3 empires, not only will the guardian tribe be hostile to you, The guardian tree will also chase you away or even kill you. Wu Yan frowned. I heard it from Sylph and I don't know if it's true, but the guardian tree is level 98. It's a good thing I didn't go with them or it would have been troublesome. Yukari closed her eyes and thought about something. After a while, she relaxed her body and spoke lazily. Era, no matter what, it's good that it's over. Yeah, the seal on the ring of power was broken and we got some good stuff too. Wu Yan looked at the girls. Tomorrow, we'll go to the base and plant the guardian tree's saplings. It should be useful. Also, the pond water can purify and strengthen life forms. You guys can try it too. When the time comes, everyone's strength will increase a little. All the girls, including Violet, began to look forward to the pool of water when they heard that. This was especially true for Violet. She had no idea how many years it had been since her strength had increased, so she was looking forward to the pool of water. It's a pity there's not enough. Wu Yan pursed his lips. If there's more, the sisters will be able to improve their strength and we won't have to worry about them all the time. The girls nodded helplessly at Wu Yan's words. Taking care of the sisters is something everyone is willing to do. After all, the sisters are large in number, and they don't have much experience in the outside world. It's not safe for them to live on their own. Also, the sisters started out slower than Wu Yan and the others. Even though they've been hunting monsters and gaining experience points every day, their strength is still far behind. If all of them can reach tier 8, they won't need Wu Yan and the others to watch over them all the time. It'll take some time for the sisters to finish their apprenticeship. Wu Yan stroked his chin. However, since the miraculous pond water can increase our strength, can't the other heavenly treasures also increase your strength, little sisters? Impossible. That's impossible. Shokuho Misaki rejected the idea. The treasures in the Spalier world that can improve one's strength are mostly used to increase one's chi, mana, or cultivation talent. For the sisters who only have Esper abilities, it's useless. It's already incredible that you were able to obtain a pond water that can improve your strength in all aspects. Then, how about we get some armaments for the sisters? Wu Yan looked at Shokuho Misaki. It shouldn't be hard for us to get armaments with our abilities, right? It'll help the sisters as well. If you can think of it, so can I. Shokuho Misaki rolled her eyes at Wu Yan. But we still have the same problem. The sisters only have Esper abilities. The Spalier world's armaments are mostly staffs. Can staffs increase the sisters' strength? As for the warriors' armaments, swords, spears and so on, are you giving them to the sisters so that they can charge into enemy lines and engage in close combat? That. Wu Yan choked. We don't have to use the Spalier world's armaments. So, you're saying that you want to exchange 20,000 sisters for armaments? Shokuho Misaki said with a faint smile on her face. But do you have enough points? Wu Yan was speechless. Espers sure are troublesome. Kotori pursed her lips. Our world is much more convenient. Even though only a small number of people can use the display device, they're still normal people. Wu Yan flinched. His eyes lit up. Chapter 1109. Behemoth Forest Campsite, a lake. The calm lake flickered with arcs of light, like a huge light source, emitting a dazzling light that made people have to squint their eyes to prevent their eyes from being hurt. The slow sound of water kept reverberating from an unknown corner, as if there was a stream that was connected to this lake, pouring in a brand new source of water. The weather was clear and there were no clouds in the sky. The sunlight was not scorching hot, but it was enough to provide warmth to people. The sunlight poured into the lake and illuminated the corner of the mountain on 3 sides, filling it with an inextinguishable light. It was exceptionally dazzling. However, at this moment, the most dazzling thing was the ripple in the sky above the lake. It was pouring some extremely clear water into the lake below, and its area was comparable to the entire lake's crimson spatial ripple, along with the sound of flowing water. The gate of Babylon that covered the sky above the lake continued to sprinkle clear water like rain, replenishing the lake below. With the injection of clear water, the arc in the lake seemed to be getting brighter and brighter. Vaguely, there was a wave of energy fluctuating in the lake, and it was still expanding. The reason for this is the clear water pouring into the lake. Wu Yan stood on the shore, controlling the gate of Babylon to pour the water into the lake in an orderly manner. He couldn't help but sigh. Wu Yan turned to look at the girls around him. He shook his head helplessly. Do you really only need the diluted pool water? The effect should be a notch lower. Well, there's nothing we can do about it. Violet held up her parasol and didn't look discouraged at all. You and your familiars added up to 4 people, yet you used up a third of the water. And that's only because your familiars are too special, so you don't have to use too much of it. You've actually used more than half of it on yourself. Violet's eyes turned to look at the water pouring into the lake. She tapped the handle of her parasol with her paper fan and said calmly, "That's not all. You're a primogenitor, Yan. You have a lot of mana and a lot of abilities. With so many aspects, the amount of pool water needed to be increased. However, there are many people here who are not pure humans, so the amount needed is definitely not small. Plus, there are many people here, so if we don't dilute it, we won't be able to use all of them." Violet is right. Mikoto nodded in agreement. Since there's good stuff, we should all enjoy it together. It's fine if the effect isn't as good. The advantage is that everyone can get stronger. Hanajuku patted Wu Yan's shoulder in a comforting manner. So Yan, don't throw a tantrum here. What's there to throw a tantrum about? I just think it's a pity. Wu Yan sighed again. Forget it, it's fine as long as you guys think it's fine. Who asked there to be so little water? If you think about it from another perspective, diluting the water isn't that bad either. Shokuho Misaki chuckled. Little Yan, didn't you soak in those pools for 5 whole days before you finished upgrading? Diluted water shouldn't take that long, right? Wu Yan pondered for a bit before nodding his head. That's true. It's not good to let the sisters out of our sight for a few days. You don't have to worry about that. Mikoto crossed her arms in front of her chest. We'll take turns going in. Someone will watch over the sisters. Is that so? That's right, Yan. Worrying too much isn't a good thing. Shokuho Misaki tapped her lips with a smile, and turned to look at Kotori and the others. But Kotori, you guys will have to wait until you return from the dungeon. It's fine. Kotoni nodded expressionlessly, but her red eyes glowed brightly, proving that she was in a good mood at the moment. After all, the dungeon world this time was originally our own world to begin with. It's not a bad idea to go back. At this point, Kotori couldn't help but think of her sister at home, and she couldn't help but miss her. That's right. Wu Yan decided to enter the dungeon again. On top of that, the dungeon world this time wasn't some unfamiliar world. It's Kotori, Kurumi, Toka, Yoshino, and the others' original world. It's the date battle world. The reason they wanted to return to the date battle world wasn't because they were homesick. It was because of something Kotori said yesterday, when the display device was mentioned. The display device is a very special item in the date battle world. Its origin is unknown. The only thing we know is that it's a taboo technology that the humans in the date battle world obtained at some point in time. It reproduces computer calculations in the real world, and completely distorts the laws of the real world. It's a device that uses science and technology to achieve the goal of magic. It's the display device. Its existence wasn't known to the general public. Only a few people with special identities knew of its existence. Initially, it was installed on the combat equipment used by the AST to fight against the elves. Later on, it gradually developed into various types of medical equipment, strengthening equipment, and so on, becoming a rather huge system. The reason why AST was able to obtain the qualifications to fight against the elves and break away from the limits of normal humans and possess power far beyond normal humans was because of the display device. The equipment Toichi Origami and Chongonya wore when they fought against the elves is the display device. Of course, the display device had a wide range of uses, and its effects were also very magical. For example, when it was used to repair a damaged building after a spacequake disaster, even if it was a building, it would only take a single night to completely repair it. Its effects are as miraculous as magic. That's why the display device is known as a device that uses science and technology to achieve the goal of magic. People like Toichi Origami and Chongonya who used the display device in battle are also known as artificial magicians. This time, Wu Yan wants to return to the date battle world to obtain a large number of display devices. He even wants to obtain the manufacturing method of the display device. If normal humans can use the display device, there's no reason why the Misaka sisters can't use it. With the display device, even if the Misaka sisters are not at the level of a master, they would be in a much better condition than fighting empty-handed. Combined with the Misaka sisters' superpowers, it would be a huge boost to their strength. What's more, the display device is not only useful in battle, it can also be used in other aspects. If it is installed in the base, it will definitely increase the level of the base. Originally, Wu Yan wanted to turn all the Misaka sisters into his blood servants to increase his own strength. Unfortunately, even though giving one's own blood is enough to create a blood servant, if one wants to create a powerful blood servant, one must give the blood servant important organs, especially the ribs. As the part of a vampire that gives a blood servant, it is the most advanced part. After all, the ribs contain the blood-producing tissue. The most important part of a vampire is blood. But the problem was that if the organs were given to create a blood follower, then this part of the organs would not be restored. How many organs does Wu Yan have in his body? How many ribs does he have? If he only gives the Misaka sisters blood, they will not be able to increase their strength by much since they are around tier 7. So he can only rely on the display device. After pouring the last drop of water into the lake, Wu Yan waved his hand and put away the gate of Babylon. Then he looked at the girls. All right, you girls can go in the order you want. Wu Yan shrugged as he looked at the girls. This time, the ones who will accompany me will be Kotori, Kurumi, Toka and Yoshino. Kotori, Kurumi, Toka and Yoshino nodded. The other girls nodded as well. Only Ikaros opened her mouth. Wu Yan couldn't help but chuckle when he saw this. Don't worry, Ikaros. Wu Yan patted Ikaros on the head and said gently, we will be back soon. Ikaros looked at Wu Yan and after a while she nodded. Chapter 11:10. Heavenly Palace City. Noisy streets, noisy urban areas, and all kinds of noises mixed together, filling every corner of the main street area of Heavenly Palace City. It was so noisy, but it gave people an unexpected sense of vitality, which seemed very peaceful. The sound of horns and smoke were emitted from the vehicles as they drove. On the sidewalk, pedestrians either brushed past each other or stopped to chat. Although not everyone had a smile on their faces, it was still a scene that made people feel at ease. Heavenly Palace City in Date Battle World isn't like Itagami City in Bloodbath World. Even in summer, the temperature is moderate, it's not too hot nor too cold. It's also not like Itagami City, which is filled with vampires, beastmen, attack magicians, and so on. Here, there are only ordinary people. At least, that's what it looks like on the surface. However, in the next moment, a phenomenon that was absolutely impossible to occur in a world where only normal people existed, appeared. Ooh. On the street, an extremely harsh alarm sounded without any warning in Heavenly Palace City, causing the glass windows of many buildings to shake. The birds that happened to fly over Heavenly Palace City were also frightened by the sharp alarm and were hovering in the air. As for the people who remained on the main street, they stopped all their activities. Everyone's eyes widened, and their faces instantly stiffened. Then, while everyone was still in a daze, unable to react in time, a clear voice transmitted through the machine immediately followed by the sound of the alarm. It did not appear to be hurried, but it was also very efficient as it echoed. Signs of a spacequake have been detected in this area. Please evacuate to a nearby shelter as soon as possible. This is not a training session. This is not a training session. This is a real alarm. Residents, please evacuate to a nearby shelter as soon as possible. Residents, please evacuate to a nearby shelter as soon as possible. I repeat. Listening to the cold voice and the sound of the alarm that was still ringing in the space, it was completely silent. After a while, a series of gasps could be heard. Spacequake. It's a spacequake. Run. Shelter. Get to the shelter. Amidst the screams and wails, all the pedestrians on the street seemed to have seen a prehistoric giant beast. They fled for their lives into the nearest shelter, and were protected by the thick steel door. On the street, buildings started to sink into the ground. It's like a military drill. It's an unprecedented chaos. The atmosphere has changed. There are only cars on the road, no one is driving. There's only trash, no one is walking on the street. There are roads, parks, convenience stores. There's not a single person in sight. Up until now there were still people moving around. But now, the only thing that remained in the air was the aura of people moving around. The figures of people had disappeared into the streets. It was like a ghost town in a horror movie. It made one's hair stand on end. And in this creepy scene, at a corner of the street, suddenly a figure appeared. A dazzling light surrounded the area. Kaboom! Between the heavens and the earth, only the deafening sound of the explosion and the violent shockwaves swept out in all directions, destroying everything in the area. The street was completely destroyed, the buildings collapsed, gravel flew in the air. A terrifying energy wave spread out. It's like someone dropped a nuclear bomb. The shockwaves spread out in all directions. In just an instant, this place turned into a real hell. When the shockwaves and explosions stopped, that happened 5 minutes later. What's left is the scene of a meteorite crashing down. An entire layer of the street was shaved off. There's no trace of concrete left on the street. What looks like walls are standing one after another around the destroyed street. There's light smoke coming out of them. At the center of the street where the explosion happened, there's a large hole dug out of the ground. A few figures stood in the hollow as they blankly looked at their surroundings. They exchanged glances with each other. In an instant, a deathly silence surrounded them, causing them to be unable to open their mouths to speak. After a long time, one of the beautiful girls with 2 ponytails hanging in front of her and bangs long enough to cover one of her eyes tilted her head and smiled. Ah la la la, something interesting happened. It's not interesting at all. A petite girl with 2 pink ponytails yelled angrily. We caused a space-time quake. A space-time quake. I've never caused a space-time quake before. Damn it. Hearing this, the man standing in front of the 4 beautiful young ladies of various sizes first lowered his head. Soon after, he abruptly raised his head and shouted like he was going crazy. Why is it space-time again? The ones who caused the space-time quake are Wu Yan, Kotori, Kurumi, Yoshino, and Toka. Why? Why? Wu Yan scratched his head, unable to get over this. Why would it cause a space-time quake? If you think about it, it's not that strange. Kotori took a deep breath and gritted her teeth. Our spiritual energy isn't sealed. It's not like we're in a quiet world. It's not strange that we caused a space-time quake. Sprites that were hibernating in another world would suddenly appear in this world. This phenomenon was known as the manifest world. When an elf returns from this world to the other, it's called disappearance. The reality world is divided into 2 types based on whether a space-time quake occurs or not. When a space-time quake occurs, it's called a normal reality world. When a space-time quake doesn't occur, it's called a quiet reality world. As a matter of fact, when fairies disappear and return to the other world, they will naturally enter a state of hibernation. Moreover, they will be pulled to this world from time to time, as if they were forcefully awakened by someone, thus appearing in the real world. In other words, whether the reality world exists or not has nothing to do with the will of the elf. When an elf is forcefully pulled into the reality world, a space-time quake will occur in the reality world. If an elf doesn't want a space-time quake to occur in the reality world, they'll have to rely on their own will to descend into this world. In other words, if they want a quiet reality world, they'll have to consciously resist a space-time quake. Wu Yan, Kotori, Kurumi, Toka, and Yoshino. 4 of them are elves. They came back from the spalier world to this world. Moreover, they forgot to seal their spiritual energy, and didn't consciously try to control the space tremors. Naturally, the space tremors happened. Wu Yan more or less understood Kotori's words, but he also had another question. If that's the case, why did a space-time quake occur when he first arrived in this world? Even though he didn't consciously resist a space-time quake, Wu Yan doesn't have any spiritual energy, and he's not an elf. While Wu Yan was pondering this question, Toka and Yoshino exchanged glances and walked up to Wu Yan. Toka asked anxiously, Hey Shido, Did we do something bad? Probably. I think. Maybe. Wu Yan scratched his cheek and smiled awkwardly. Yeah. Forget it, it's good that no one got hurt. Kotori sighed. In short, let's leave before AST arrives. Zhang Lixing shook his head. Wu Yan and Ko were about to nod when they heard a sonic boom from the horizon. They froze on the spot just as they were about to leave. Era. Kurumi licked the corner of her mouth, as if she was taking pleasure in her misfortune. Looks like they're here. Everyone raised their heads and looked in the direction of the sound. There, a few figures wearing streamlined light armor were rapidly flying over under the guidance of ejectors. Wu Yan rubbed his forehead and looked at the 4 elven girls. Whatever, hurry up and change into your spiritual equipment. Don't let AST see you in your normal attire or it'll cause some trouble. The 4 girls nodded, and in the next moment, flames, black gas, purple light, and icy mist enveloped their bodies. When they reappeared, the 4 elven girls had already changed into dazzling spiritual equipment. Chapter 11:11. As soon as she arrived at the scene of the spacetime quake, she saw 5 figures standing in the hole. Unfortunately, before Kite Origami could see the true faces of the 5 figures, a scorching flame, a rich black light, a dazzling purple light, and a cold white light soared into the sky one after another, causing the group of AST members, including Kite Origami, to squint their eyes out of reflex. Even their flying speed had slowed down a little. It wasn't until the 4 different lights dimmed that the members of AST could finally see what was going on inside the hole. A girl with long pink hair wrapped in flames, horns on her head, wearing a feathered dress. A young girl in a black and red gothic dress with 2 ponytails tied up in her hands, one long and one short, was holding 2 ancient Western-style guns, one long and one short. Violet Radiance Village. A young girl wearing a purple crystal headdress and ceremonial armor. A petite girl with a doll in one hand, surrounded by cold air, wearing a green cloak decorated with bunnies. There was also a black-haired man who was standing in front of the 4 girls. There was nothing abnormal about him. He was wearing an ordinary black shirt and trousers, and a black jacket. The AST members in the air saw this scene, and their expressions changed drastically. They even felt dizzy. 5 elves? How is this possible? 5 elves. It's really 5 elves. How are we supposed to fight this? The AST members, other than Kite Origami, were all shaken. They almost screamed out loud. Even though the ejector behind them was still active, they didn't dare to take another step forward. That's understandable. Usually, all of the AST members added together could only deal with 1 elf. They were the only ones who knew how to fight against the elves. The AST members were just barely able to resist the elves when they appeared. They dragged the elves until they disappeared and the battle was over. If they really fought against the elves at full power, with the level of the AST battle display device, even if all of the AST members were added together, they would only be on par with the weakest elf in history, Hermit. They wouldn't be able to do anything to the elves. Now, against 5 elves at once, let alone AST, even DM might not be able to do anything. If they really fought against the elves, only death awaited them. Princess. Nightmare. Hermit. The leader was a female. The captain of AST, Hoshino, gritted her teeth as she stared at Wu Yan and company. She endured the dizziness in her head. That fire sprite should be an Efreet, right? And that man, could he be the Red Devil? Damn it. When did the elves know how to gather together? 5 elves, how are we supposed to fight them? The AST members didn't dare to step forward after hearing Liaozi's words. It wasn't that they were too cowardly. It's because the elves in front of them are too terrifying. Not to mention the weakest one, Hermit. Princess Pisces was a super strong elf with a comprehensive danger level of AAA. They didn't have the confidence to deal with Princess Pisces alone. On the other hand, even though the fire elf, Efreet, hadn't appeared in the world for a long time, its overall danger level was still AA. It was definitely stronger than Hermit. Of course, they were strong, but they had never taken the initiative to kill a human. But Nightmare was known as the evilest and most dangerous sprite. Her comprehensive danger level was S. She could kill tens of thousands of humans with her bare hands. If she was alone, they would still dare to fight her. But now not only was she not alone, she was with several elves who were not inferior to her, who would dare to fight her. Only the male elf, the Red Devil, who had only appeared in the Outer Realm once and was also the only one who had appeared. His strength and danger level were unknown, and he was very mysterious. He might stand in front of a group of elves. Would he be weak? If that's the case, then AST is retarded. While the members of AST were at a loss of what to do, Tokiichi Origami's face turned pale as she stood there in a daze. It was not that Kitsune Origami was afraid, but at this moment, her mind was already filled with the words of Liaozi under the sun. She could no longer hold anything else. Ifrit. 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 Staring at Kotori, who was engulfed in flames, Tabichi Origami kept repeating Kotori's name like a puppet. Suddenly, his eyes turned red, and his pale face was replaced by a ferocious expression. Ignoring her companions, Koichi Origami charged toward the group of people below without hesitation. To be more precise, she was charging toward Kotori. Following that, a sharp screech filled with hatred and resentment echoed in the air, accompanied by the cries of prairie fire. Ifrit. Wait. Origami. The resentful screech startled Wu Yen and the others. When they reacted, Tabichi Origami was already in front of Kotori. Ignoring the others, she raised her lightsaber and slashed at Kotori's head. You. Kotori frowned deeply when she saw Koichi Origami's face distorted with hatred. However, the merciless lightsaber made her temporarily put aside the doubts in her heart. She extended a hand, and a scorching flame immediately wrapped around it and slowly burned. Ding! The gleaming lightsaber slashed at Kotori's hand. However, it was blocked by the flames on her arm. Kotori gripped the lightsaber tightly. Her red eyes stared at Tabichi Origami. There was a trace of fiery red in her eyes. You still have the guts to charge at me in this situation. I have to say, Tabichi Origami, your actions are both surprising and hilarious. Kotori frowned at Tabichi Origami's hateful face and couldn't help but mock her. I heard you hate elves, but I didn't expect it to be to this extent. Looks like I've underestimated you. Ifrit. 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 Koichi Origami bit her lips and tried to pull the lightsaber in her hand. However, no matter how hard she tried, she could not pull the lightsaber out. She abandoned the lightsaber in her hand, grabbed a heavy cannon, and aimed it at Kotori's face. Bam! A dense energy wave surged out of the cannon and hit Kotori at close range. Both Kotori and Origami were shrouded in black smoke and flames. Origami. Looking at the black smoke that couldn't be seen clearly, Liaozi clenched his fists tightly. That idiot. Prairie Fire turned around and yelled at the AST members behind him. What are you looking at? Go help them. The members of AST were shocked. They hurriedly operated the ejector and flew down. However, after flying for a short distance, a figure appeared in front of them. Era. Kurumi walked slowly in the air, as if she was taking a stroll in the garden. She turned her head around and a wicked smile hung on her beautiful face. Although I don't know what's going on, it seems to be very complicated over there. Can you please not go over and disturb them? After saying that, Kwang-san's red eyes flashed with an ominous glint. Otherwise I'll be very angry, very angry. Nightmare. Sun Liaozi's expression changed. She didn't dare to pretend that she didn't hear the evil elf's words. At the same time, the black smoke gradually dissipated, revealing the situation inside. Kotori, who was engulfed in flames, wasn't hurt at all. Tabichi Origami was strangled by Kotori. She was hanging in the air and struggling in pain. Chapter 11-12. Ugh! Kyuchi Origami could only struggle to break free from the grasp of this hand. However, the more she struggled, the more pain she felt. In the end, her usually calm face was flushed red from the suffocation. The feeling of suffocation assaulted Tabichi Origami's mind. Her mind started to blur. Even so, she continued to glare at Kotori's face with resentment. If she could get a little closer, she wouldn't mind biting Kotori's face and tearing off a piece of flesh. Kotori's frown deepened when she saw Tabichi Origami's behavior. Tabichi Origami's behavior is a bit abnormal. Kotori knew Tabichi Origami very well. She was in the same class as her brother and sister, and she was familiar with her. To put it simply, Tokichi Origami is an unapproachable person. She doesn't interact much with others and secretly hates the elves. She joined AST for the sake of world peace, and to prevent the elves from destroying the world and harming others. Rather than saying that she joined AST for the sake of world peace and to stop the elves from destroying the world and harming others, it's more accurate to say that she hates the elves. That's why Tabichi Origami joined AST. But this hatred is a bit too much. Kotori recalled the information she received about Tabichi Origami. She stared at Tabichi Origami's resentful eyes and for some reason, she felt annoyed. Her grip tightened, causing Tabichi Origami to moan in pain. Watching all of this happen with their own eyes, Toka and Yoshino were completely unable to react. For a moment, they were stunned on the spot. Only Wu Yen looked at Tabichi Origami quietly and sighed. When he saw Tabichi Origami charging at Kotori with a face full of hatred, Wu Yen already knew what was going to happen next. Wu Yen can only blame himself for forgetting that Tabichi Origami is a member of AST. He forgot that Tabichi Origami has hatred in her heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let Kotori turn into an elf even if her identity is exposed. Even if she sees her normal state, it's just a bit more troublesome. With Kotori's abilities and the seal on her spirit energy, she won't be able to detect any psychic waves. Even if she looks exactly the same, she won't be treated like an elf. But now, in order to save some trouble, he got himself into big trouble. Wu Yen felt like the loss outweighed the gain. Wu Yen glanced at the AST members who were pinned down by Kurumi. He looked at Kotori. Kotori let her go. Kotori was stunned. He hesitated for a moment before nodding his head. Then he tossed the origami kitsune out of his hand. Cough cough. Tabichi Origami stabilized herself. The propellers behind her increased in power, allowing her to float in the air. She covered her neck and coughed a few times. Her eyes never left Kotori. The hatred is still there. Cough. I'll kill you. I'll definitely kill you. Efreet. Tabichi Origami coughed and said something that made Kotori very uncomfortable. The flames on her body started jumping violently. Kotori can tell from Tabichi Origami's words that Tabichi Origami hates herself. But why? Is it because she's an elf? But Tabichi Origami has encountered elves dozens of times, if not hundreds of times. Kotori did know that Tabichi Origami would act recklessly in front of elves, but she never heard of it. Why would Tabichi Origami act like this when facing an elf? There must be a reason behind it. Realizing this, Kotori's doubtful gaze toward Toichi Origami gradually disappeared, and was replaced with a cold look. You know me. Kotori Origami shook her head. Kotori paused for a moment and shook her head. No, I should say that you know Efreet. You know me? You know me? Tabichi Origami was so angry that she started laughing. Her face scrunched up due to the anger and hatred in her heart. Yes, I know you. Of course I know you. At this moment, Toichi Origami had completely lost her previous expressionless and emotionless image as a puppet. She shouted out in a low voice, which was out of character. How can I not know you? You killed my parents. His words caused Kotori's calm demeanor to completely change. Her eyes were filled with unprecedented emotions. What did you say? Kotori's voice was trembling, but she suppressed the sudden fear in her heart and asked in a hoarse voice. You said I killed your parents? That's right. It's you. The elves of fire, Efreet. 5 years ago, it caused a big fire in Heavenly Palace City when it was in the modern world. You killed my parents. Tabichi Origami's face was pale due to her loud roar, but her voice was filled with hatred as it entered Kotori's ears. Kotori stared blankly at Toichi Origami, who was yelling at her. Her face turned pale as well, without a trace of blood. 5 years ago? Huge fire? Wasn't that when I was transformed into an elf, and obtained the power of an elf? Did I really kill Tabichi Origami's parents at that time? Thinking of this, Kotori's heart sped up due to fear, and her eyes were filled with fear. After all, before she met Wu Yan, if she overused her powers, her spirit power would go berserk and she would lose her consciousness. She would turn into a monster that only knows how to destroy things. 5 years ago, perhaps when he went berserk, he unknowingly killed some people. That's hard to say. Such a thought flashed through Kotori's mind, causing her body to tremble. At this moment. Because she's a fire spirit, she's the murderer of your parents? A voice that was terrifyingly calm compared to Kotori and Tokichi's voice suddenly rang out. At the same time, a terrifying flame that incinerated the atmosphere and caused the surrounding temperature to rise by several levels abruptly appeared. Then I'm sorry, I'm probably involved in killing your parents. Tabichi Origami turned around and looked at the source of the voice. She was stunned by what she saw. Red flames shot up into the sky like serpents. Wu Yan was bathed in flames. His wine-red eyes looked at Tabichi Origami with pity and sympathy. Tabichi Origami was stunned. 2. Fire elves. Wu Yan's pity and sympathy deepened when he saw Tabichi Origami's stunned expression. Tabichi Origami understood his gaze and took a few steps back. Her expression turned vicious. If that's the case, then I'll kill both of us. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes and smiled. Do you think you can do it? I have to do it even if I can't. Tabichi Origami yelled and raised her cannon again. This time, she aimed at Wu Yan. I'll kill you. What a joke. As this emotionless voice drifted into Kite One Origami's ears, Kite One Origami was startled. Before she could react, a figure had already appeared in front of her. The figure extended his hand and pressed down on the heavy cannon in her hand. His wine-red eyes immediately met Kite One Origami's gaze. If you can kill elves with aggro, then there's no need for an AST. Wu Yan grabbed the cannon with all his might, and he flung it out. Tabichi Origami, who was holding the cannon, was sent flying. When Tabichi Origami steadied herself and looked down, Wu Yan and Kotori were nowhere to be seen. Even Toka and Yoshino were nowhere to be seen. Even Kurumi, who stopped the AST, was nowhere to be seen. At the scene, only a faint sentence was left, echoing in the air. Believe it or not, the elf who killed your parents isn't Kotori, it's someone else. Tabichi Origami's expression changed. She scanned every nook and cranny of the place, but she couldn't find Wu Yan and company looking at the members of Sunrise Prairie Fire, and AST flying towards her. Origami Kitsune gritted her teeth and clenched her fists tightly. Itsuka. Shido. Chapter 11-13. Heavenly Palace City. It's been about an hour since the space-time quake happened. At this time, the space quake alarm had been lifted, and the residents who had been protected had also come out of the shelters one after another. The damaged streets had also been repaired at a godlike speed by the display device, used for repair. The entire Heavenly Palace City had been restored to the appearance before the spacequake. The residents of Heavenly Palace City had long been accustomed to the spacequake. Therefore, as soon as they came out of the shelter, the residents acted as if nothing had happened, and they had not encountered anything. They once again returned to their noisy state, making the entire Heavenly Palace City full of vitality. If one only looked at the surface, no one would have thought that just an hour ago, in this corner of the city, which looked like hell, there was also a medium-sized riot. Of course, the people walking on the street didn't know that one of them was the culprit who caused the space-time quake. He was walking with them in broad daylight, heading back to his own home. Kotori, Kurumi, Toka, and Yono reverted to their casual attire. Their spiritual power was sealed away by the sealing bracelet. They are now just ordinary people. They are on their way back to the Itsuka clan with Wu Yan. Along the way, Toka and Yoshino were overjoyed. They skipped around like they wanted to go home as soon as possible. If Wu Yan, Kotori, and Kurumi weren't walking at a leisurely pace, the two girls would have started running. Obviously, Wuhi's family had a very special position in the hearts of Shixiang, and Shixiaonai is their first shelter after getting rid of the identity of being hunted. Furthermore, Shirji had always taken good care of the two of them, causing them to somewhat miss her. As for Kurumi, she has been walking elegantly with a smile on her face. Her eyes narrowed as she smiled. She didn't say anything, she just kept walking. However, if you look closely, you'll notice that Kurumi would sometimes glance behind her. Then, she would quicken her pace a little to put some distance between herself and the two behind her. She even stood behind Toka and Yoshino to prevent them from noticing what's going on behind them. Wu Yan gratefully smiled at Kuromi. Then he looked to his side. Kotori is there with her head lowered. Her entire face is covered by her bangs, so no one can see her expression. However, one can vaguely see Kotori's petite body trembling. Wu Yan stared at Kotori for a while before turning around. He looked ahead and spoke to Kotori with a voice that only she can hear. Are you still concerned about what Toka Origami said? Kotori's delicate body, which was originally trembling slightly, suddenly trembled. She lowered her head even more. After a long while, she finally opened her mouth. Did I really kill Toka Origami's parents? So you really do care. Wu Yan sighed. It's not like you haven't killed anyone in the Spalier world. That one is different from this one. Kotori raised her voice involuntarily, sounding a little shrill. Killing them was a decision I made based on my own will. Toka Origami's parents were powerless mortals who didn't do anything wrong. More importantly, I didn't kill them on my own volition. It's different. So you think it's your own fault? Wu Yan frowned. Am I wrong? Kotori raised her head. She met Wu Yan's gaze with a wavering gaze. Are you trying to say? Is it wrong to kill powerless mortals who didn't do anything wrong? I don't know if it's wrong or not. Wu Yan waved his hand and looked into Kotori's eyes. But I think you didn't do anything wrong. Even if it's a sin, you don't have to bear it. You didn't do anything wrong. Kotori clenched her fist, her eyes dimmed. You really didn't do anything wrong? Even I don't know about it, but Toka Origami saw it with her own eyes. Saw it with her own eyes? Wu Yan glanced at Kotori. Are you sure she saw you kill her parents with her own eyes? Kotori's footsteps paused and her brows furrowed. What do you mean? Even though you were still a child 5 years ago, it shouldn't be hard to match her in terms of appearance, right? Wu Yan shook his head. Since Tokichi Origami has feelings for Shirji, it's impossible that she doesn't know you. Then, why didn't she show anything to you before? Why did she only treat you as an enemy when you turned into an elf? Kotori was at a loss. If I remember correctly, Toka Origami revealed something like this. Wu Yan analyzed calmly. Koichi Origami's parents were killed by a certain elf 5 years ago when you turned into an elf for the first time, and your spiritual energy went berserk, causing a huge fire, right? What are you trying to say? Kotori frowned. She sensed something from Wu Yan's words. She looked at Wu Yan with hope. Don't you know something about it? If you do, please tell me, Oniai-chan. Wu Yan couldn't help but bitterly laugh. Ever since Kotori became his summoned figure, she had been calling him Big Brother in her commander mode. But in terms of personality, she was still as cold and vicious as ever. She never showed mercy in her actions or words. This was definitely the first time Kotori, who was in commander mode, had ever used such a pleading tone in her life, wasn't it? Looks like she really cares about hurting innocent people when she goes berserk. Well, no matter how cold she is, Kotori is still Kotori. Her nature is still kind. I don't think I can explain it in words. Wu Yan mused. Didn't you lose your memories when you turned into a fairy 5 years ago? How about this? I'll help you retrieve your memories and you'll know what happened. Retrieve my memories? Kotori was shocked. Her expression turned serious. Can you do that? Piece of cake. Wu Yan smirked. Not to mention retrieving your memories, I can even create a new one for you. You're dead if you do that. Kotori glared coldly at Wu Yan. Listen up, if you dare to fabricate a new memory for me, don't expect me to forgive you. What if I help you retrieve your memories and prove you're innocent? Wu Yan's tone turned playful. How do you want to repay me? My adorable little sister. I'll repay. Kotori's eyes darted around. She didn't dare to look at Wu Yan's playful face. Her cheeks turned red as she spoke shyly. If that's the case, you can do whatever you want. Wu Yan looked at Kotori in disbelief. He couldn't believe that those words came out of Kotori's mouth. But soon Wu Yan smiled. It was a joyful smile. Remember what you said, Kotori-chan. You can't go back on your words. You're so annoying. Kotori glared at Wu Yan. I've always kept my word. If you dare to fabricate a new memory, I'll... Yes. Wu Yan shrugged. Don't worry, I won't do anything stupid. That better be the case. Kotori snorted coldly and quickened her pace. Her cheeks were still flushed red. Obviously saying, you can do whatever you want is a challenge for Kotori, who is in her commander mode. Wu Yan retracted his smile when he saw Kotori's reaction. He released a sigh of relief. At least Kotori has returned to her normal self. He achieved his goal. But I didn't expect Kotori to say, do whatever you want, when she's in her commander mode. It's clear that she really cares if she kills some innocent people when she goes berserk. It's a good thing Kotori didn't kill Toichi Origami's parents. Otherwise, Wu Yan can't imagine what would happen to Kotori. Shido. Hurry up. I'm leaving you behind. I'm coming. Wu Yan reined in his thoughts and quickened his pace when he heard Toka's excited shouts. Chapter 11-14. When Wu Yan and company arrived at Itsuka's house and entered the house, they were greeted by Shiori, who ran out looking like she just saw a ghost. Everyone jumped in fright when they saw her. After a period of chaos, Shiori finally calmed down and explained the situation to Wu Yan and Ko in a trembling voice. After Shiori finished her explanation, Wu Yan's group found out that the reason why Shiori acted like she saw a ghost was because of them. This is a dungeon world. The time ratio is 100. 1 compared to the Spalier world. If Wu Yan leaves the dungeon world, the time will stop flowing. So, Shiori didn't know that Wu Yan's group left this world for quite some time. The problem is, when they left this world, Toka and Yoshino were with Shiori. So the time in the date battle world stopped at the time when Shiori, Toka, and Yoshino were still chatting. In the Spalier world, Wu Yan summoned 4 elf girls. Toka and Yoshino left Shiori's side. When they returned to this world with Wu Yan, time resumed. The result was... both Shirji and Shirji suddenly disappeared right in front of Shirji's eyes. Poor Shiori, who was still immersed in chatting with Toka and Yoshino, the next second, 2 living people disappeared in front of her. How could she not be afraid? Shiori didn't dare to stay here alone. She ran off to look for Wu Yan, Kotori, and Kurumi. Shiori found something amiss when she looked for them. The 3 of them had also disappeared. Such a strange phenomenon scared Shiori so much that she almost fainted. She wanted to escape from Itsuka's house. She was afraid that even the people on the street outside would disappear. If she was the only one left in the world, she would collapse. So Shiori could only tremble. She held on to the fear in her heart. She ran back to her room. She hid under her quilt and didn't dare to come out until she heard Wu Yan's group shouting, "I'm back." She ran out with tears streaming down her face. Wu Yan and Ko blushed with shame when they found out what happened. They can only console Shiori, who is in a state of panic. They can't explain what is going on with this supernatural phenomenon. Left with no other choice, Wu Yan used a skill to erase Shiori's memory to calm her down. When everything calmed down, Shiori led Toka and Yoshino to prepare dinner. Wu Yan was brought into the room by Kotori, who couldn't wait any longer. Kurumi came along with them as well. Of course, the 3 of them didn't want to do anything that would make them feel better. They just wanted to help Kotori retrieve the memories that she lost when she turned into an elf 5 years ago. Itsuka Kotori's room. Wisps of burning mana flames jumped on his fingers, as if they were cheerful fairies dancing in the air. Wu Yan grabbed the strand of magical flame and flicked it. The magical flame shot out like a bullet and hit the ground. Then, a platinum-colored magical formation appeared with the magical flame as the center. Wu Yan nodded and looked at Kotori. Stand in the magical formation. Stand in this magic circle. It can help you reconstruct the memory before and after your elven transformation 5 years ago. Kotori's face tensed up. She was expressionless, but there was an indescribable seriousness in her voice. She nodded and walked into the magical formation. She stood in the center. Bzzz. The platinum-colored magical formation flashed with a barrier of light. With the boundary of the magical formation as the boundary, it enveloped Kotori. Then, the ripples of mana started to expand and Kotori slowly closed her eyes. At the same time, Wu Yan and Kurumi closed their eyes. This magical formation has an additional effect. It allows others to share the memories of the person in the magical formation. To avoid losing her memories again, Kotori agreed to share her memories with Wu Yan and Kurumi. Therefore, in the room, the three of them closed their eyes and immersed themselves in their own minds. A blurry image slowly appeared in the minds of the three of them. In the image, a young Kotori is standing there. However, she wasn't alone. There's a shadow in front of Kotori. It was a shadow whose entire body was covered by something that looked like a mosaic. The shadow extended a hand that's also covered in mosaics towards Kotori. In the palm of his hand, there was a small red gemstone that was faintly emitting a fiery red light. It was lying there. The shadow seemed to say something to Kotori. Kotori slowly reached out her hand and touched the red gem. The moment Xiao Qinli touched the red gem, it turned into a ray of light and merged into Xiao Qinli's palm. Then Kotori's body began to burn with scorching flames. Her clothes started burning from the bottom and turned into ashes. It turned into a strange, feather-like pinkish-white kimono. She was wearing a feather kimono that was so beautiful it seemed like a fantasy. She was bathed in boiling flames. In the video, Kotori's face was twisted in pain. Not only that, but around Kotori, bright red flames began to burn. Kotori seemed to have reached the limit of her endurance, and she began to cry out. As if it had received some kind of command, the flames suddenly expanded and spread wildly in all directions. The park, the houses, the shops, the buildings and even the streets were all covered by the merciless flames. Xiao Qin, on the other hand, seemed to have been tied to a pillar. Her hands were spread wide open as she screamed in pain. She looked like a saintess who was being burned alive. As she screamed, the flames around her shot out in all directions like a flamethrower. By the time Xiao Qin finally stopped screaming and calmed down, everything around her had already been engulfed in a sea of fire, and was slowly burning away. Everything within his field of vision was burned to ashes. Moreover, the fire was still gradually expanding its scope. Seeing all this, Kotori's face once again showed a pained expression. She collapsed to the ground, covered her face, and cried bitterly. Large drops of tears flowed from her eyes, dripping onto the ground, and were directly evaporated by the scorching flames. The shadow stood there and watched, until a certain moment, it suddenly raised its head and looked at the sky. Then it immediately disappeared. Almost at the same time, a figure descended from the sky and landed in front of Kotori. Kotori threw herself into the person's arms as if she was grasping at a life-saving straw. Not long after, the two talked about something and the person gave Kotori a red bracelet before disappearing. That person was Wu Yan, who accidentally returned to Heavenly Palace City 5 years ago. When Kotori put on the bracelet and sealed all her spirit energy, Wu Yan disappeared. The shadow appeared in front of Kotori again. The shadow kept looking up at the sky and didn't say anything for a long time. When her spiritual energy was sealed and her spiritual equipment turned into flames, Kotori covered her body and took a few steps back in fear. The shadow seemed to have realized something and looked at Kotori. Then the shadow reached out its hand. This time, there was no gem in its hand. Its palm was no longer in front of Kotori. Instead, it pressed down on Kotori's head. A faint light flashed from the shadow's hand. Kotori, who was struggling, stiffened. Her eyes closed and she fell to the ground. He raised his head and looked at the sky. The shadow disappeared once more. The fire that spread throughout Heavenly Palace City seemed to have lost its power. As Kotori fell, it gradually dimmed. Many buildings and streets that were burned to ashes were exposed to the air. Everything disappeared. The image of Heavenly Palace City, which was almost burned to ashes, emitting light smoke, became the last scene in this memory fragment. Chapter 11:15. The magical ripples in the small room slowly receded. The platinum-colored magic formation in the center of the room slowly retracted and disappeared into thin air. Wu Yan, Kotori, and Kurumi opened their eyes. They were shocked as if they were awakened from a nightmare. Their breathing quickened. That was... Kotori covered her forehead subconsciously. She was still immersed in the memory she just retrieved. Her red eyes were trembling violently. Even her pupils were dilated. I remember now. The reason why I turned into an elf. Compared to the dazed coterie, Wu Yan's expression was full of frustration. So that shadow was there the whole time. Why didn't I notice it? Despite saying that, Wu Yan couldn't do anything about it. What could he do? When he returned to Heavenly Palace City 5 years ago and saw coterie, it was just an accident. It was not something he could control at all. There was only a short period of time. He was not free when he came, and he was not free when he left. Even if he found the shadow, he probably couldn't do anything. However, Wu Yan wasn't happy that the shadow that caused coterie to turn into an elf had watched him disappear from Heavenly Palace City 5 years ago. That shadow. Kurong-san frowned slightly, and then relaxed her brows. She relaxed and muttered. So that's what caused coterie to turn into an elf. Wu Yan and coterie flinched when they heard Kurumi's words. Coterie quickly asked after she recovered from her daze. Kurumi, do you know it? Kurumi nodded but quickly shook her head. I don't know it. I only met it a few times before House Sama came with me. Coterie took a deep breath and suppressed the agitation in her heart, calming herself down. Then do you know who it is? Kurumi shook her head. I said I met it a few times, but I only talked to it a few times. I only know it was covered by a blurry shadow every time it appeared. It has never revealed its true form. As for what purpose it has and what it usually does, I have no idea either. Kurumi nodded. Coterie fell silent. Wu Yan glanced at coterie. Then he looked at Kurumi. Kurumi, how do you know it? In the beginning, it came to me by itself. Kurumi narrowed her wine-red eyes and tried to recall what had happened. She slowly opened her mouth. It seemed to know a lot of things. It also knew that I was gathering a lot of time to launch the Bullet of 12. It was also the one who gave me the information that you were studying in Lichon High School, lived in Wu He's house, and had Shixiang and Sifunai with you. It gave it to you? Wu Yan narrowed his eyes and he continued. You're saying you transferred to Zenhai to look for me because it provided you with the information you needed? That's right. Kurumi sighed. Speaking of which, it's thanks to it that I was able to get information from the outside and successfully integrate myself into human society. Hearing this, coterie frowned. So you don't know anything about it? Sorry. Unfortunately, I don't know much about it. Kurumi looked at coterie. Almost every time, it took the initiative to find me. The information it provided me was all given by it for free. I once suspected its purpose, but what it did was not harmful to me at all. So, I don't know why it did this. Kurumi glanced at Wu Yan when she said this. But it seems to be interested in House Sama. I even suspect it was its plan to meet House Sama. It's interested in me. Wu Yan raised an eyebrow and smiled. Is it because I went back in time and sealed coterie's Reiki? Kurumi. Kurumi pondered for a moment and nodded. Apart from this possibility, there shouldn't be anything else. After all, in this world, the only one who can seal the power of the elves, besides Shirji, is Husband. On top of that, Lord Husband also possesses a strength that is comparable to or even surpasses the elves. If I didn't become Lord Husband's summoner, I probably wouldn't have known what kind of existence Lord Husband is in my entire life. That's true. Wu Yan lowered his head and pursed his lips. It has done so many inexplicable things behind my back. It must have its own purpose. To it, an inexplicable existence like me should have disrupted its plan. It's not strange for it to pay attention to me. Even you don't know the true form of that shadow? Coterie turned to Wu Yan. Don't you know a lot about the dungeon worlds? Huh, didn't I tell you when we were in the bloodlust frenzy world? I don't know everything about the dungeon worlds. Wu Yan bitterly smiled. Even though I know a lot more about this world compared to the blood-devouring frenzy world, unfortunately, that shadow is a mystery. Even I can't figure out what it is. You always drop the ball at the most crucial moments. How useless are you? Coterie harumphed coldly. At least I know why it turned me into a Reiki, and why it gave the core of Reiki's Reiki to a human. That, I really don't know. Wu Yan turned his head away, and he said this out of the blue. But I do know that there's another Reiki in this world like Coterie. She was given a Reiki by the shadow and turned into a Reiki. Coterie was shocked. She grabbed Wu Yan's collar and yelled angrily. What did you say? Why didn't you tell me about such an important thing? Wu Yan tilted his head back to avoid Kotori's saliva and pursed his lips. What can I do if I tell you? Do I even need to tell you? Kotori yelled angrily. Of course you have to communicate with her and seal her Reiki. I can't do anything about that. Wu Yan shrugged and explained before Kotori exploded. That Reiki hates men for some reason. She likes cute and pretty girls. Kotori's anger froze. Allah. Kurumi also opened her mouth in surprise. In other words. That's right. Wu Yan looked at Kotori and he teased her. Just like Lana. She's a Yuri lover. I can't handle her. Or, Kotori, are you going to sacrifice your looks? Kotori choked when she saw Wu Yan and Kurumi looking at her with strange gazes. She got angry and yelled at Wu Yan. I don't care. The task of communicating with the elf is yours. You have to take her down. Huh? Wu Yan's weird expression froze on his face as he exclaimed in surprise. Didn't I tell you she's a Reiki lover? That's your business. Kotori put her hands on her hips. You've successfully conquered a lot of people. Don't tell me you can't handle a Reiki. I really can't. Do you think I'm the god of strategy? Wu Yan complained loudly. That's changing a person's sexual orientation. Have you ever seen a strategy more difficult than this? I told you that's your business. Kotori narrowed her eyes and waved her hand impatiently. Do you still want a Reiki or not? Wu Yan flinched, and he quickly nodded. Kotori grinned maliciously. If that's the case, you have to do your best to complete Ratatasker's mission. That way, I can apply for a Reiki from the higher-ups. Ugh. Wu Yan's lips twitched, and he put on a fake smile. I can also go steal the AST or DM's display device. Ratatasker's parent organization, Ascade Electronics, has a more advanced Reiki technology than DM. Kotori looked at Wu Yan with a faint smile. Is that okay? Wu Yan didn't have anything else to say to that. Kotori nodded in satisfaction. Chapter 11-16. Heavenly Palace City, Lichon High School. Ha! Walking down the corridor towards the classroom, Wu Yan yawned in exhaustion. Shiori frowned and started reprimanding him. Shido, can you wake up a little? Even I feel sleepy seeing you like this. Can't help it, it's not my fault this time. Wu Yan scratched his cheeks and he bitterly shrugged. It was too late last night, I didn't get enough sleep. Too late. Shiori blinked. She looked at Toka, who was munching on a piece of bread, and Kurumi, who was hugging Wu Yan's arm intimately. She blushed when she saw Wu Yan on the left. Kurumi blushed when she saw Wu Yan on the right. Shido. Shiori purposely coughed while looking at Wu Yan from the corner of her eyes. I can't say too much about your private life, but I hope you can control yourself. Otherwise, as your sister, I will be troubled. That statement of yours makes me want to retort in all sorts of ways. Wu Yan's lips twitched. In your eyes, do I have to do something so impure in my private life? Isn't that right? Shiori closed one eye while squinting her other eye. She continued to squint at Wu Yan. Then let me ask you, Shido. What was it that made you fall asleep last night? Wu Yan opened his mouth. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't find the words to say. Should he tell Shiori that he went to drive Fraxinus back to the airspace of Tiangong City last night, so that the members of Ratatosker would have a place to go to work today? He didn't mind letting Shiori know, but Kotori was against dragging Shiori into this mess. If she knew that Wu Yan told Shiori about Ratatosker, Wu Yan would be in big trouble. That's why Wu Yan didn't know what to say. In Shirji's eyes, this kind of behavior left her speechless and unable to refute. Sigh. Shiori let out a sigh of disappointment and quickened her pace. Shido, you're Kotori's brother. You're not my real brother. I'll tell Kotori everything about you. Shiori sped up and disappeared at the end of the hallway as if she wanted to get away from the pervert. Watching Shiori disappear from his sight, Wu Yan covered his face with his hand. He looked at Kurumi, who was hugging his arm. Do I look like a pervert who can't live without women at night? Kwang-san was slightly startled. Then her wine-red eyes widened a little. revealing an incredulous expression. Wu Yan's eyelids twitched and he shrugged. Okay, I understand. Hey. Toka tugged at Wu Yan's shirt, and she asked in a curious tone. She just finished eating a piece of bread. What's a nightlife? Kurumi giggled. Wu Yan's face crumbled as he told Toka in an exasperated tone. If you were willing to answer this question when Shirori was here, I wouldn't be called a pervert. Shirori. 10 Fragrances paused for a moment, then looked around her. She exclaimed. Oh right. Where's Shirori? Where did she go? Is bread the only thing in your eyes? Wu Yan almost went crazy. She left in front of your eyes. Haha. Even Kurumi was in awe of 10 Fragrances' natural state. She couldn't help but laugh. She laughed until her stomach hurt. While the three of them were fooling around, the door to the classroom appeared in front of the three of them. Stare. The moment Wu Yan, Kurumi, and Toka entered the classroom, all the noises in the classroom died down. The classroom became silent. Numerous gazes swept over the three of them without any explanation. There were all kinds of emotions in them. Some were envious, some were probing, some were curious, and some were jealous. But most of them were disdain. Disdain for Wu Yan. After all, in their eyes, Toka had just shouted at Kurumi, I'm Shido's girlfriend, you're just Shido's fiancé. That's right. That's right. But now, the three of them were lovey-dovey, intimate and harmonious. It would be strange if they didn't attract attention when they went to school together. Of course, the rumor about the name, Itsuka Shido, changed from two-timing to openly two-timing. It made the boys jealous and the girls hate and despise him. Feeling all kinds of gazes from around him, Wu Yan didn't show any reaction on the surface, but he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Recently, no matter which world he was in, he seemed to attract attention. From this point of view, he really has the destiny of a protagonist. Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he sat down on his seat. He started chatting with Kurumi and Toka. He treated everyone else as if they're nothing more than dirt. He teased the two beauties without a care in the world, causing them to giggle with him. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the boys in the class almost burst into flames. They beat their chests and stomped their feet, tears streaming down their faces. Whether it was Kurumi or Toka, the two of them were super beauties. Such a beautiful girl, in the entire Lichon High School, was already qualified to be the school belle. Now the school beauties were chatting passionately with an unremarkable boy. How could they not be envious? Hey Wu Yan. A few girls surrounded Shirori and began to criticize Wu Yan. Your brother is two-timing, shouldn't you do something about it? Shido isn't two-timing, you know. Shirori also thinks that Wu Yan is a bit of a playboy, but in front of outsiders, she chose to side with him. She shook her head and shook her head. That. You see, isn't this a common plot in TV shows? Originally, the two of them loved each other very much. But one day, a fiancé suddenly appeared and said that their engagement was set by their parents. Shirori explained. Shido is like this now. In fact, there's nothing going on between him and Tokisaki-san. Shido really likes Toka. From this sentence, it can be seen that Shirori is on Toka's side. I see. The girls nodded in agreement. They looked at Wu Yan with a friendlier gaze. Shirori released a sigh of relief when she saw this. But at this moment, Itsuka Shido. While Wu Yan, Kurumi, and Toka were chatting happily, an extremely calm and indifferent voice suddenly sounded. Hearing this familiar voice, Wu Yan's body stiffened. He turned his head reflexively. The figure that entered his sight was not out of his expectations. It's Toka Origami. Tabichi Origami. Wu Yan averted his gaze. He couldn't help but feel a bit worried. This Toka Origami, she won't make a move right here, right? Perhaps seeing Wu Yan's thoughts, Toka Origami raised her head and stared straight at Wu Yan's face. I have something to say to you. The entire classroom went silent. Could it be that having a foot in 2 boats was a thing of the past, and now he was having a foot in 3 boats? This thought appeared in the minds of almost all the students present. Therefore, a piercing gaze pierced Wu Yan's back. Wu Yan felt a chill down his spine for a moment. Wiping the sweat on his forehead, Wu Yan dryly laughed. Toka Origami. I have something to say to you. Toka Origami used the same tone to interrupt Wu Yan. At the same time, there was an unquestionable look in her eyes. Seeing this, Wu Yan knew that if he didn't make things clear to Toka Origami, she wouldn't give up. Hey, Toka Origami. On the side, Toka couldn't help but yell. What do you want to do to Shido? Toka Origami ignored Toka and continued to stare at Wu Yan. This made Toka a bit angry. I say you. Toka. Patting Toka's shoulder and giving her a reassuring look, Wu Yan walked out of the classroom. Toka Origami immediately followed. As soon as the two walked out of the classroom, the entire classroom became noisy. Shirji. Many female students looked at Shirji. Are you sure your brother only likes Okami? Shirji smiled embarrassedly and tiredly laid on the table. I don't care. Chapter 11-17. There's not much time left before class starts. In the hallway, the uniformed students are marching towards their respective classrooms. Wu Yan and Tabichi Origami are the only ones who are walking in the opposite direction under the curious gazes of the other students. Along the way, the two of them didn't say a word. They maintained their silence and walked against the flow of people until they reached the staircase. They climbed up the stairs and walked to the door of the rooftop that was tightly locked, as if they had planned this beforehand. Wu Yan and Tabichi Origami stopped at the same time. They turned around at the same time and faced each other. If anyone saw this scene, they would think that one of them brought the other here to confess. If you don't look at the serious expression on their faces. In the distance, the noise of the students from Lichon High School was still reverberating, clearly reaching their ears. However, at this moment, the two of them had already selectively blocked out all the sounds. They were clearly less than 3 or 4 steps away from the crowd, but the scene had strangely formed a silent space that seemed to be isolated from the rest of the world. Looking at Tabichi Origami's delicate doll-like face, Wu Yan had the thought of if only she could smile. Of course, it's just a fleeting thought, Wu Yan knows. Making Tabichi Origami smile is harder than making Ikaros smile. After all, Tabichi Origami carries a burden that normal high school students can't bear. Hatred. And this hatred exploded when he saw Kotori yesterday. Wu Yan can more or less guess why Tabichi Origami brought him here. To be honest, with the hatred in Tabichi Origami's heart, it's a bit out of Wu Yan's expectation that she didn't attack him immediately. But if possible, he doesn't want Tabichi Origami to hurt Kotori. Even though, compared to Tabichi Origami, Kotori is much stronger, Wu Yan doesn't want to see that happen. So if possible, he also wants to erase Tabichi Origami's hatred. Even if he can't erase the hatred in her heart, he has to at least make Tabichi Origami believe him. Kotori isn't her enemy. But with Tabichi Origami's personality, she probably wouldn't believe what he said. Wu Yan can only try his best. If Tabichi Origami doesn't want to let Kotori go, then for Kotori, Wu Yan has to use some tough methods. Of course, that's for later. Wu Yan thought about telling her the real enemy who killed Tabichi Origami's parents, but he immediately gave up on that idea. Because that's more difficult than letting Tabichi Origami give up her hatred, believe him, and smile from the bottom of her heart. If she knows the truth, Tabichi Origami might completely lose her motivation to survive and collapse. The only thing he can't say is the truth. Even if he did say it, Tabichi Origami wouldn't believe him. She might even view him as an enemy and misunderstand him. Now Wu Yan can only go with the flow. Amidst the dead silence, Tabichi Origami kept her emotionless gaze on Wu Yan. Wu Yan didn't say anything and didn't look like he was going to open his mouth. It's not clear if Tabichi Origami got impatient or she couldn't take it anymore, so she went straight to the point. What did you mean by what you said yesterday? Staring straight into Wu Yan's eyes, Tabichi Origami spoke as if it was a routine. Wu Yan could feel Tabichi Origami's gaze sharpening. Wu Yan raised his head and smiled. Since you chose to ask me, can I take it that you believe me? No, I didn't believe you. Koichi Origami said without hesitation. It's just that I can't tell which one of the 2 fire elves is the real murderer of my parents. In other words, both of you are my enemies. That's an unexpected answer. Wu Yan closed his eyes. Since you didn't choose to believe me, why did you still ask me? If Kotori is your enemy, then I will protect her, but if I am your enemy? Wu Yan slowly opened his eyes and looked straight into Tabichi Origami's eyes. Do you think I will confess my crimes? Hearing this, Yuichi Origami's face finally changed a little. She clenched her teeth tightly and clenched her fists. Tell me. Her delicate face became a little ferocious and pained. She raised her voice as if she was questioning and pleading. 5 years ago, was it you or Kotori who killed my parents? It has nothing to do with Kotori, Wu Yan said calmly as if he didn't notice Tabichi Origami's expression. Kotori is a human. Due to some fortuitous encounter, she obtained the power of a fairy and turned into a fairy. She didn't want to cause the fire 5 years ago. Wu Yan shook his head while ignoring Koichi Origami's shocked expression. From the moment she obtained the power of the elves to the moment I sealed Kotori's power, Kotori stayed in the same spot and didn't move a single step. Therefore, she didn't kill anyone. A human obtained the power of a fairy? You sealed it. Tokichi Origami's eyes fluctuated violently. He gritted his teeth and gradually increased the strength of his teeth. Do you think I'll believe that? I clearly saw a fairy at that time. Let's not talk about whether you saw it or not. Wu Yan waved his hand and interrupted Tabichi Origami. Even if you did, are you sure it was Kotori you saw? Tabichi Origami paused. She furrowed her brows. That day, I saw the silhouette of the elf who killed my parents. How can you be sure it was Kotori just by looking at her? Wu Yan glared at Tabichi Origami. Tabichi Origami couldn't help but take a few steps back. You didn't even see her face. How can you be so sure? Tabichi Origami's expression changed. She bit her lips. You're right, I didn't see the fairy's face, but how can you prove that Kotori has nothing to do with this? Are you the one who killed my parents? No matter how I look at it, it's just a lie you made up to protect Kotori. Tabichi Origami pointed at Wu Yan. If you didn't do it, then show me proof, otherwise I won't believe you. Following Origami's words, the atmosphere in the room suddenly became heavy. Looking at Yuichi Origami pointing at him with one hand, but her teeth were constantly biting his lips, and she was still using force. He was afraid that if this continued, it would not be strange for her lips to be bitten by her. It's easy to imagine how painful it is for Tabichi Origami to lose her parents. Under such pain, if Tokichi Origami were to find out the true identity of the murderer who killed her parents, that's too cruel. Wu Yan smiled bitterly. You're right, I can't prove that Kotori didn't kill your parents, but you can't prove that Kotori killed your parents either, right? Wu Yan lifted his head and looked at Tabichi Origami. Or do you plan to kill the wrong person rather than let them go? Kill me and Shirji's sister, and suffer the same pain of losing a loved one as you do? Sure. Koichi Origami's face instantly turned pale. She lowered her head and used her bangs to cover her face. She was unable to say anything else. Wu Yan didn't say anything else. He just stared at Toichi Origami, trying to figure out something from her expression. However, he could only see Toichi Origami's slender shoulders trembling uncontrollably. Clearly, Origami Kite was also struggling. Wu Yan didn't know what happened between Tabichi Origami and Shirori that made Shirori so important to Tabichi Origami. However, it's still a good thing that he managed to turn Tabichi Origami's mind upside down. It wasn't until a long time later when the class bell rang that Tokichi Origami took a deep breath and raised her head. Her face once again returned to normal. I will find the murderer. Leaving these words behind, Yuani Origami walked away without looking back. Wu Yan leaned against the wall and looked up at the ceiling. He sighed. Temporary peace is a good thing. Chapter 11-18. In the sky above Tiangong City, Fraxinus, the walls and floor were made of machine-like steel and wiring. A cold luster leaked out from all directions. Wu Yan walked along the narrow steel corridor that looks like a submarine passage. His footsteps echoed as he walked towards the end of the corridor. There was a small electronic panel on the side of the door. After a while, Wu Yan was less than a meter away from the door. He didn't stop, he continued walking forward. The electronic panel beeped, and the door opened automatically, revealing the situation inside. Just like the bridge of a spaceship, starting from the door and going from the outside to the inside, the floor extended into a semicircular shape, forming a large room. In the center, there was a high platform with a steel chair on the platform. On the left and right sides of the platform, there was a gentle staircase. Going down the stairs, there were 2 rows of seats on both sides equipped with high-tech precision instruments. A group of Ratatosker members were sitting there and operating the instruments. They didn't seem out of place at all. It seemed like the members of Ratatosker didn't know about this. Right now, the airship they were on, Fraxinus, wasn't in this place until last night. Even its existence had changed. Now, Fraxinus was no longer a pure airship equipped with all kinds of display devices and sophisticated instruments. Instead, it had turned into a relic. It's a noble relic that is as strong as a golden armament. Putting other aspects aside, just the body's defense alone had increased by quite a bit. Come to think of it, even if it was directly attacked by some powerful offensive display device, it should be able to withstand it. The members of Ratatosker don't know that no matter how familiar they are with the spaceship, they can't control Fraxinus. Wu Yan can nullify all of their operations with a single thought. Fraxinus has become Wu Yan's exclusive noble relic. Other than him, no one else can control it. Unless Wu Yan agrees. Wu Yan walked into Fraxinus's command room. Everyone in the room looked at Wu Yan, including Kotori, Kamui Kuhei, Murasame Rain, and Wu Yan's 2 direct subordinates. Shin Economia. Yatsuki Chinyu. Captain. Seeing Wu Yan coming in, Janamiya Shina and Yatsuki Chinyu immediately called out to him. Wu Yan nodded and he walked in front of the 2. He looked at Shina before looking at Yatsuki Chinyu. Then he smiled at the 2 of them. Looks like your injuries are almost healed. In the battle with Kurumi, Shina, Yatsuki and Utsuki suffered heavy injuries. Before Wu Yan left this world, the 2 of them were still recovering from their wounds. Thank you for your concern, Captain. Yatsuki Chinyu touched his back and smiled. She looked like a blooming lotus flower, very beautiful. It's a pity that under that beautiful face, there's a man's heart. Although it's troublesome to deal with the bullets that contain spiritual energy, I managed to finish it by today. My injuries are all healed. Well, it's within my expectations. Zhenna nodded like a little adult. Her petite body was like a little adult. He exuded an incredible sense of maturity. Ratatosker's display technology is better than DM's except for combat. Although it's troublesome to deal with the bullets that contain spiritual energy, a few days should be enough. As long as you guys are fine. Wu Yan patted them on the shoulder. Kotori nodded in agreement. Wu Yan looked like he cared about his subordinates. Kotori nodded, but she quickly focused on the machine in front of her. Wu Yan asked curiously, "What are you doing? You're so busy. Do you think everyone is as free as you?" Kotori said without turning her head as she chewed on the pearl in her mouth. She took a bite out of her mouth and glanced at Wu Yan. The information about Phantom hasn't been uploaded into the database yet. In order to prevent me from losing my memory again, and losing important information, I'll be busy for the time being. Phantom? Wu Yan flinched at first, then he nodded in relief. Is it that Phantom? Yes, Kotori nodded. Her eyes were still on the machine in front of her. Although I don't know what kind of existence it is, but to possess such power, it's most likely an elf. That's why I gave it a name. If it's possible, I hope that I can analyze its spiritual energy fluctuation. Is that possible? Wu Yan couldn't help but ask. Phantom has never appeared in public before. 5 years ago, when Phantom gave me the spiritual crystal, a short part of it was captured by a nearby surveillance camera. Kotori narrowed her eyes. Although it's only a short period of time, it's the only evidence that can prove that the Phantom has appeared. I must analyze it thoroughly. If everything goes well, I might be able to capture a little bit of spiritual energy fluctuation. I see. Wu Yan pondered and smiled. Well, as expected of Kotori, she didn't make any mistakes. Looks like I can't fall behind as her brother. Wu Yan turned serious and looked at Shina, Yuki Chinyu and Yuki Chinyu. How's the information I asked you guys to collect? Hearing this, Kotori couldn't help but stop her work. Shina and Chinyu also looked at each other and nodded. It's not ideal, but we've got the general information. Yuki Chinyu took a step forward and flipped through a document. Temptress Meijio, a student of Dragon Gut Temple Women's College. Her age is unknown. Although she's a student, she's actually a very popular singer who has only debuted half a year ago. She's currently active as an idol. Raising his head, Yatsuki Chinyu looked at Wu Yan and handed him the information while frowning at the same time. I don't know why, but the information about seductive Knight Meijio only started from half a year ago. As for the information about seductive Knight Meijio, no matter where I looked, I couldn't find any information about her. Yeah, Captain. Shina stared at Wu Yan with a confused look in his eyes. Even Ratatosker can't find any information about seductress Meijio before half a year ago. This seductress Meijio seems to be special. Of course it's not normal. Wu Yan sighed as he flipped through the information in his hand. Well, it's not surprising that you can't find any information about Temptress Meijio from half a year ago. After all, she only changed the name Temptress Meijio half a year ago. Before that her name was Xiaodai Yuno. She changed her name. Shina was surprised but relieved. No wonder we can't find any information about her before half a year ago. Captain, Yuki Chinyu said. Do you want me to find out more about Yuki Kitsune? Wu Yan pondered for a bit before nodding his head. Find out more about Yuki Kitsune, and give it to me by today. Yes, Captain. Captain. Yayue Chinyu answered and immediately ran out of the command room to collect information. It was only then that Kotori spoke up. Seductress Meijio is a human like me who's been given fairy powers? Shina was shocked. Wu Yan looked at Kotori and nodded. You should know her true form as well. Her identification name is Diva. Diva? Kotori paused for a moment and said in surprise. So Temptress Meijio is the diva who appeared once half a year ago. That's right. Wu Yan shrugged. Everything about seductress Meijio started half a year ago. Do you understand now? She turned into a fairy half a year ago? Kotori's eyes flashed. So, what do you plan to do? What should I do? Wu Yan scratched his cheeks as he looked at a piece of information in the file. Anyway, let's get to know her first. Chapter 11-19. This is a square located in the corner of Tiangong City. The area of the square was not very big. It was only the size of a sports field. Therefore, there were not many people in the square. It was only bustling with activity. Scattered groups of people walked through the square, while laughing with each other. However, they did not linger for long. They were just passing by. This is not only because the square area is not large, more importantly, there are no entertainment facilities in the square. There are no commercial stores, just an empty space. There are only a few chairs for passers-by to rest. Generally speaking, this is not a place that attracts people. At least, it is usually like this. However, today, there are a lot more people in the square than usual, and almost all of them are girls. If you look carefully, you will find that these girls passing by the square are very purposefully walking in one direction. Their faces are full of smiles, very happily chatting about something. In their hands, there are some light sticks and fans engraved with a person's picture in their arms. They are tightly holding it in their arms like it is a treasure. While walking, they do not forget to look at it from time to time, as if they are worried that it will disappear at any time. Seeing this group of people, people with a little bit of brain will basically have a fixed impression flashing through their minds. That is, the fans who go to the concert of a certain star. Coincidentally, not far away from this empty square, there was a huge commotion. There is a place suitable for concerts or large-scale entertainment activities. Today in that venue there is indeed a concert, which is little known. Walking in the square looking at the bustling girls, who are walking in twos and threes, Wu Yan pursed his lips. His footsteps are a little hesitant. Tempting Night Beauty, a popular singer, debuted half a year ago. She has a beautiful voice that is like an auditory drug. Once with overwhelming singing skills, she has released many super popular songs. Once, she became a super singer on the internet, even surpassing many old singers, widely spread. It was just that this super singer who was widely known. She has never appeared on TV or in magazines. Also, she has never shown her true appearance in front of people. Even if it is about idol activities, she will only release some CD songs regularly, and even the concert is held secretly. Only some fans are invited to participate, and all of them are female fans. Therefore, even though this idol singer was already a superstar, only a handful of people had seen her face. She was so mysterious that people started to wonder if she really existed. Right now, in the entertainment area near the plaza, there was a secret concert held by Xiao Meijio. Wu Yan also came to know about this matter from the information collected by Zhen Na and Yuechenyu. As for the hesitation in his footsteps, that was inevitable. After all, Temptress Meijio is a Yuri lover, of course. It wouldn't be a big problem if she was only a lover of lilies. The biggest problem was that this elf who loved beautiful women had a completely opposite attitude towards men. She hated men to the core. To the point where she would belittle the other party to the point that they were lower than cockroaches without even saying a word. Wu Yan could imagine that if he really went to see Xiao Meijio like this, the result would definitely not be good. Is this really okay? Kotori's comforting voice came from the wireless earpiece. Xiao Meijio hates men to the core. You will definitely make her hostile if you go there like this. Don't even think about the strategy. You should listen to my advice here. Cross-dressing? Wu Yan rudely interrupted Kotori. Don't even think about it. Seriously, why are you so stubborn? Kotori said angrily. It's just a countermeasure. It's not like I'm actually going to turn you into a woman. Why don't you compromise? If I really do that, I will lose the most important thing to me. Wu Yan didn't hide his disgust. You should let Yeyue do it. I don't have the fortune to enjoy it anyways. You. Kotori's sigh came from the other side of the earpiece, followed by a tired voice. Then what are you going to do? You won't be able to defeat Xiao Meijio. Who said I have to do it? Ah. For a moment, Kotori thought she misheard him. I'm not Shiori. I don't need to raise favorability to seal spirits. Wu Yan pursed his lips. Kotori didn't understand what he was trying to say. But the sealing bracelet can only be worn by the target willingly. A strategy is necessary, right? You're right. Wu Yan rubbed his forehead and shook his head. There's always a way, just don't make me cross-dressing. Tisk. Kotori pouted. It's up to you. Do whatever you want. It's fine as long as you succeed. Well, I can't guarantee success. Sighing, Wu Yan walked out of the plaza and headed for the concert venue. Anyway, I'll take it one step at a time. Following behind the fans with light sticks in their hands, Wu Yan came across a building with a semicircular roof. One by one, the female fans lined up in an orderly manner and slowly walked into the building. Not far away, some passers-by curiously looked at this phenomenon and guessed whether there was an event being held. Some of the more curious ones had already stepped forward to inquire. Those who came up to ask questions, if they were women, they would be greeted with smiles and answers. However, the men were chased out without any explanation. Each and every one of them had a look of indignation on their faces as they walked away while cursing. Wu Yan was speechless. She didn't even let the male fans ask about it. Xiao Meijio really hates men. In that case, I can't go in openly. Wu Yan watched the female fans enter the building and close the door. He pondered for a moment and smiled. With a slight movement of his body, he disappeared from where he stood without anyone noticing him. Meijio. 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 When Wu Yan reappeared, the first thing that entered his ears was the loud cheers that could break through the ceiling. He was completely unprepared for this and he quickly scanned his surroundings. The first thing he saw was the auditorium full of light sticks. The surroundings were dark, and the only light sources were the countless glow sticks in the audience seats and the spotlights from the stage that could be seen at a glance. Coming back to his senses from the deafening cheers, he found himself standing at the end of the staircase of the auditorium. Behind him is a door. It looks like it's the door that leads to the outside. At the very front of the stage, in the center, stood a young girl wearing gorgeous clothes with a great figure. She wore a dress with hollow sleeves and lace ribbons. Her lower body was a dress with wrinkles that looked like it was made of light. It was very eye-catching. Under the spotlights, The girl's violet hair sparkled with starlight. She wore a moon-shaped accessory on the side of her hair. It was as if the entire night sky was compressed into her beautiful hair. She also had a pair of silver eyes that were extremely attractive. Beautiful. Really beautiful. Even Wu Yan couldn't help but be amazed by the girl's extreme beauty. The girl on the stage was dancing gracefully. She used very few moves to create a pleasing dance. She also had a sweet smile on her face as she sang a song. It was a song with a seductive tone. Wu Yan couldn't help but praise the song. Soon he noticed something. This extremely beautiful voice seemed to contain traces of a different kind of spiritual energy. The effect of the spiritual energy is similar to Shokuho Masaki's mind control. It's both hypnotizing and seductive. In other words, the beautiful girl on the stage is using the power of the fairies to hypnotize and seduce her fans. Chapter 11:20. The intoxicating singing voice reverberated in the vast space, filling every corner. The most beautiful voice in the world continued to turn into ripples and undulated. Every fan present was holding a glow stick in their hands, cheering at the top of their lungs. Traces of infatuation remained in their eyes. Listening to the invasive singing that kept trying to drill into his mind, he frowned as he looked at the crazed looks of the fans in the audience. Although the spiritual energy contained in the song was small, it was enough to affect ordinary people. The fans present must have been affected by the song to some extent, which was why they were cheering so crazily, right? Although the singing was pretty good without the element of spiritual energy, a normal song wouldn't be able to make people go crazy like this. Looking at the beautiful girl who is still immersed in his performance, Wu Yan's eyes flashed with a glint. Night Tempter Meijio. Level 73. Is she Night Tempter Meijio? Wu Yan didn't know if Kotori shared the information he got from the system. Kotori's low voice came from the other side of the earpiece. He could faintly hear her grinding her teeth. Could it be that she's wearing spiritual equipment? Why is she showing it in front of so many people? What is she thinking? TSK, who knows? Wu Yan pursed his lips. Maybe they're using the stage effects as an excuse to hype up the atmosphere? Maybe she doesn't care about her elf identity being exposed. That Night Tempter Meijio is too reckless. Kotori snorted. What are you going to do? What am I going to do? Wu Yan scratched his face. He had a headache. Although he was here, he really didn't know how to get in touch with Xiao Meijio. Night Tempter Meijio is like a virus. She doesn't even want to look at him, let alone touch him. Wu Yan sighed as he watched the beautiful figure of Temptress Meijio dancing and singing on the stage. Why does such a beautiful girl have such a troublesome personality? He is even harder to deal with than Kwang-san. Didn't you take care of Kurumi too? Kotori's voice turned vicious. So you'd better be straightforward and take in that lesbian girl. What you said is very interesting. Wu Yan almost fell to the ground. You're the only one in the world who would ask her husband to take in other girls. Shut up. Kotori, who had been speaking in a menacing tone a second ago, snapped. At this second, Kotori's voice was filled with shame and anger. The other members of Ratatosker gasped in shock, and Kanazuki Kyuhei screamed like the sky was falling down. Kotori yelled out loud. Hurry up and get rid of her. Can't you at least let me be mentally prepared? Seducing Xiao Meijio is too difficult. Wu Yan smiled bitterly. Suddenly, the beautiful song that had been reverberating in the air came to an abrupt stop. As the song stopped, the cheers of the fans in the audience also stopped. Instead, it was replaced by whispers full of doubts. Sensing something amiss, Wu Yan lifted his head and looked at the stage. His gaze met with a pair of rigid bright silver eyes on the stage. Wu Yan's heart skipped a beat. Seducing Xiao Meijio, who was singing and dancing with a smile on her face, was looking at him. The smile on her face stiffened, and her dancing movements froze on the spot along with her body. Only a pair of beautiful big eyes rippled uncontrollably, until finally, it turned into utter disgust. Under everyone's bewildered gazes, seducing Xiao Meijio stopped dancing and lowered her head. Her bangs that were at the same height as her eyebrows covered her expression. The fans in the audience screamed in shock. The audience was in chaos. Bad news. Kotori's raised voice sounded through the earpiece. Seducing Xiao Meijio's favorability is dropping at an unimaginable rate. It's infinitely close to zero. No, it's already in the negatives. Wu Yan's expression darkened. In the end, it's still like this? Just then, why? A sweet voice sounded like a mosquito and miraculously entered the ears of everyone who was in the midst of the commotion. Then, everyone could see it. Seducing Xiao Meijio raised her head and stared at Wu Yan, as if he was a disgusting insect. She screamed. Why is there such a filthy thing at my concert? His voice, which was filled with disgust, was shockingly loud. Like a gust of wind, his voice turned into a sound wave, exploding towards the audience like a shock wave. All of a sudden, the fans in the audience were the first to be hit by the sound waves that turned into shock waves. It was as if they had been hit by an invisible air pressure. One by one, they screamed and were blown away, smashing into the chairs or walls. While they were howling in pain, each of them had suffered considerable injuries. Wu Yan's pupils constricted. Then anger filled his wine-red eyes. Seducing Xiao Meijio vented her anger on ordinary people because of her mood. These people are all her fans. Wu Yan couldn't help but be enraged when he saw the girls wailing in pain. His gaze turned cold when he looked at the temptress Meijio. Don't look at me with your filthy eyes. Her voice was very sweet and she looked very beautiful. But the words coming out of seducing Xiao Meijio's mouth were very vicious. Her eyes were full of disgust. Damn it. Whenever I think of my singing being heard by a filthy creature like you, I feel uncomfortable all over. Taking a deep breath, seducing Xiao Meijio's full breasts immediately protruded. When they reached the limit, seducing Xiao Meijio opened her mouth. Ah! A long high-pitched voice echoed from seducing Xiao Meijio's mouth and turned into a wind wave. It was like the impact after an explosion, mixed with a strong pressure. It was like a substance, violently swinging in the direction of Wu Yan. Wherever it passed, the seats of the audience were all blown away. Even the people who had fallen on the ground were shaken up again and smashed down heavily. Witnessing all this, Wu Yan's eyes became more and more cold. Looking at the sound wave, he didn't dodge or do anything. He just stood there and looked coldly at seducing Xiao Meijio. That cold gaze made seducing Xiao Meijio's face change. She couldn't help but feel a little timid. Finally, the sound waves hit Wu Yan's body. His clothes and hair fluttered in the wind, but his body didn't move at all. Like a statue standing tall in the middle of a storm, he didn't move at all. What? Seducing Xiao Meijio's eyes widened a little, and she couldn't help but step back. He didn't move under her voice that contained offensive spiritual power. This had never happened before. Even those magicians of AST couldn't do it. How did this man do it? Could it be that he is the magician of AST? But he didn't wear those equipment on his body. Or is he also an elf? While thinking this in her heart, seducing Xiao Meijio wanted to raise her head and look at the man again. But when she raised her head, the position where the man originally stood was already empty. Night Temptress Meijio was startled. Before she could react, a rough voice that only men would have, that made her extremely disgusted, resounded from behind her. Where are you looking at? Seducing Xiao Meijio's body stiffened. She quickly turned around and looked behind her. On the other side of the stage, Wu Yan stood there straight, facing seducing Xiao Meijio. There was a faint smile on his face, but there was no smile at all. Obviously, Wu Yan was a little angry at seducing Xiao Meijio's actions. You. Seducing Xiao Meijio furrowed her brows. She didn't hesitate to distance herself from Wu Yan. It's not because she's afraid, it's because she hates men. She subconsciously distanced herself from Wu Yan. The two's actions were captured by Kotori and the others in Fraxinus, through the big screen. Kotori's expression turned heavy. Even Oniai-chan is angry. This is going to be troublesome. Chapter 11:21. In the command room of Fraxinus, the members of Ratatoska raised their heads and looked at the two of them on the big screen. Seductive Beauty's favorability bar is still dropping. They started to panic a little. Commander, a member of Ratatoska said in a panic. The diva's spiritual energy fluctuations are starting to become unstable. If this goes on, it's very likely to cause a space quake. Captain, Jean's fist clenched and unclenched, then clenched and unclenched again. His usually serious face was now filled with nervousness. In fact, it wasn't just him. Beside him, everyone, including Coterie, was nervous. This doesn't look good. Coterie bit hard on the pearl in her mouth, trying to use the sweetness to ease the tension in her heart. If this continues, Seductive Meijio's favorability will drop. We won't be able to continue the battle. Captain isn't going to fight Seductive Meijio, right? Yatsuki Chinyu's expression is uncertain. He shouldn't be that reckless, right? Captain. That might not be the case. Coterie frowned. Because she saw something she hated. She vented her emotions on ordinary people. In fact, those people are even her fans. Seducing Xiao Meijio is indeed too much. With brother's personality, I'm afraid he's really angry now. What should we do? Shina looked at Coterie. If the captain really fights with the diva, then the AST side will definitely rush over as well. Indeed, it won't be a good thing if we run into her again. Coterie recalled Tabichi Origami's cold face. She clenched her teeth. We can only trust Oni-san's judgment. Coterie turned to Shina and Yatsuki Chinyu. She announced. Shina. Yatsuki. You two go over there first. If AST's people show up, we must stop them. Shina and Yatsuki Chinyu nodded and ran out of the command room. Coterie turned to everyone. Everyone, get ready for battle. Spacequake alarm is on standby. Once we detect a spacequake alarm, sound the alarm. Yes. Shimuyua. Coterie lowered her head and said to Kyuhei Kanazuki. Oni-chan and the Temptress Meijio are going to fight. Go and make arrangements to save all the fans in the venue. Understood. Kanazuki Kyuhei saluted energetically and ran out of the command room, shouting and yelling. Then he arranged all the things that needed to be done. Coterie's furrowed brows finally relaxed. She looked at Wu Yan, who was smiling on the big screen, but there was no smile in his eyes. He's really a troublesome brother. On the stage of the concert, looking at Meijio, who was looking at him with disgust, Wu Yan looked around. His gaze swept across the fans who were lying on the ground and wailing in pain. And his emotionless voice suddenly sounded. Do you know what you've done? Ha! Temptress Meijio was stunned for a moment. Then, she frowned and her sweet voice echoed in the air. I don't know what you're talking about, but can you please not talk to me like nothing happened? It's super disgusting. They're all your fans, aren't they? Wu Yan ignored Mikoto's words, and he continued talking as if he was minding his own business. His face was calm. You're a popular artist. Is this how you treat your fans? Meijio's brows twitched. She followed Wu Yan's gaze and looked at the audience. She looked at the girls who were groaning in pain on the ground. She seemed to realize what happened and laughed out loud. Then, a sentence that caused Wu Yan's expression to freeze up came out of Mikoto's mouth. Along with her innocent laughter, her words spread across the stage. Are you kidding me? Since they're my fans. Of course, they have to accept all of me. I can do whatever I want. Just as she finished speaking, the smile on Temptress Meijio's face froze. She keenly felt that the atmosphere at the scene seemed to be a little different. It made her feel like she was in a deep quagmire and couldn't breathe. Because they're your fans, you can do whatever you want. They have to accept it. Wu Yan looked at Meijio calmly. Even if it's you who inflicts pain, they have to accept it gratefully. Is that what you mean? Seeing the smile on Wu Yan's face, Meijio would feel that smile was extremely disgusting. But at this moment, that smile made Meijio feel cold in her heart. However, Temptress Meijio still nodded and spoke matter-of-factly. They like me so much. Aren't they willing to get hurt for me? Willing. Wu Yan stared at Meijio. You said willing? That's right. That's right. Temptress Meijio leisurely called out. Everyone will listen to me obediently. After saying that, Night Temptress Beauty Jo suddenly opened her hands. Under her feet, a ripple-like wave suddenly fluctuated and spread across the entire stage. The Army Destroyer Songstress. As if responding to Seductive Beauty Jo's call, a huge castle-like metal block slowly emerged from the flashing ripples under her feet and set up on the stage. It's a huge pipe organ connected to a slender silver cylinder. It's as big as the stage. That's... Coterie's pupils shrunk when she saw this. she shouted in shock. Is that an angel? Wu Yan frowned when he heard Koteri's voice. He thought of something and he extended his consciousness to Fraxinus. He shut down all the systems in the command room, and he ignored the commotion in his earpiece. He looked at Temptress Magio. In the auditorium, those who slowly got up from the ground seemed to have noticed this. They looked at each other. Temptress Magio smiled maliciously and waved her hand, as if she was drawing something, following the trajectory of Night Tempting Magio's hand. A long flashing organ keyboard appeared in front of her. Then he lured Xiao Magio's hand onto the keyboard of light. Let's sing. Army Destroyer Singer Gabjappel. The next moment, a strange sound came from the huge organ standing on the stage. From the connected silver cylinders, clear syllables overlapped, turning into sound waves within the ripples that spread out in all directions. The air in the entire venue was violently vibrated by the sound waves. The sound waves entered the ears of everyone present and directly invaded their minds. It was not until more than 10 seconds later that the sound waves that swept through the entire venue like a storm gradually calmed down and finally disappeared. At the same time, all the sounds at the scene disappeared, regardless of whether it was the strange zither music or the audience's anguished howls. They all disappeared. Not even the sound of talking or footsteps could be heard. No, that's not the only thing that changed. In the audience stands, the audience members who were still struggling to get up were like mechanical dolls. They stood up straight and did not make any extra movements. Their heads were lowered and their faces were expressionless. The light in their eyes had completely disappeared. Wu Yan looked at the audience who stood up in unison like mannequins. Wu Yan seemed to have expected this. He glanced at them and he looked at Temptress Miku with a calm expression. Noticing Wu Yan's gaze, Miku's expression darkened. She pressed her slender fingers on the keyboard and played a syllable. Catch him. The audience straightened their backs in unison, held the glow sticks in their hands, and rushed directly to the stage. The messy and neat footsteps entered Wu Yan's ears. He finally looked at them. Looking at Meijio's happy expression, Wu Yan closed his eyes. He took a deep breath and shouted, "Stop!" Chapter 11:22. Army Destroyer Singer Gabjappel. The angel that seduced Meijio. It was a huge organ with a keyboard of light. It could play different kinds of music, and depending on the music, the effect would be different. Because Night Temptress Meijio's ability was to control sound. Once Night Temptress Meijio made a request, with her voice infused with spiritual energy, normal humans without spiritual energy would be unable to resist and obey. And the existence of the angel, the Army Destroyer Singer, raised Seduction Meijio's ability to the limit. In just an instant, thousands of people in the venue fell into Seduction Meijio's control, just as Seduction Meijio had said. Everyone would listen to her obediently, because Meijio had the ability to control them. Even if she really wanted them to die, these fans who had turned into puppets would not hesitate. This is what Yakumo Meijio wanted to convey to Wu Yan. In fact, if Wu Yan did not cut off Fraxinus's voice in time, then everyone in Ratatoskr would have fallen into Meijio's control, and would not be able to turn around. Such behavior was simply too vile. Even if Wu Yan knew about Meijio's situation in advance, and also knew why Meijio became like this, he could not help but get angry. Killing Meijio was definitely not something Wu Yan could do. But as for the actions of seducing Xiao Meijio, he also looked down on her. Wu Yan couldn't help but feel a sense of disgust towards this carefree, incomparably arrogant seductress who treats others like toys. Even if there's a reason for this, he couldn't help but feel a bit angry. Freeze! Looking at the sea of people rushing towards him, Wu Yan coldly shouted. Suddenly, the syllables mixed with traces of magical fluctuations spread through the entire venue. In the next second, all the people who were rushing over like zombies, as if they had heard the supreme command, all froze on the spot, and could no longer move. How could this be? Temptress Meijio's bright silver eyes fluctuated violently. Her face was full of disbelief. Then she glared at Wu Yan hatefully. What did you do? What did I do? Wu Yan sneered. All I did was control their behavior. Compared to you who controlled their minds, what I did was much worse. You. Originally, before coming here, And even after coming here, I have been thinking about it. What method should I use to contact you without arousing your hostility? When Meijio was about to say something, Wu Yan suddenly changed the topic and interrupted her. Meijio froze for a moment, as if she heard something funny, her face tensed up in disbelief. Contact me? Stop joking. Let dirty men like you come in contact with me. I might as well just die. As expected. Hearing the words that tempted Knight Meijio, Wu Yan nodded without changing his expression. That's why I've been very distressed, but now thank you what you did, I don't need to be distressed anymore. Hearing this, alluring Knight Meijio took a step back. In her heart, a bad premonition arose. She couldn't help but ask out loud. You. What do you mean? The meaning is very simple. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes. For the current you, I don't want to have peaceful contact with you anymore. Do you want to accept my lesson obediently, or do you want to struggle desperately, and then choose the way to negotiate? Choose for yourself. Meijio's face was angry. She was so angry that she laughed. You're just a human. Do you think you've won? Sorry, I'm not a human. Wu Yan sneered. The real human should be you, right? When she heard Wu Yan's first sentence, Meijio was already stunned. When the latter sentence also fell into her ears, her expression completely changed. In the end, it turned into thick shock. You know about me. Of course I know about you. Everything. Wu Yan waved his hand and interrupted Meijio's words again. But I've also said that I have nothing more to say to you now. Who will say anything to you disgusting men? Meijio's face was gloomy, and she shouted with some resentment. Since you know so much, then take these secrets and die for me. Army Destroyer Singer. Rondo. As if she wanted to vent her resentment towards Wu Yan, Meijio stomped her foot fiercely. A circle of flashing ripples centered on Meijio's foot, and it kept fluctuating and swaying on the entire stage. In the next moment, a large number of silver cylinders emerged from the flashing ripples on the stage, as if they were protecting their master, and also as if they were surrounding their enemy. In an instant, the entire stage was filled with silver cylinders. It wasn't until they extended to a certain extent that those silver cylinders stopped. Then, like a microphone, the front end fell in the direction of Wu Yan. Only one of them was like a microphone aimed at Meijio's mouth. Meijio raised her body, took a deep breath, and faced the silver cylinder in front of her, and made a high voice that was enough to echo deep in the ear. Ha! The silver cylinder of Army Destroyer Singer continuously reflected Meijio's voice, and then it reverberated out from the silver cylinders aimed at Wu Yan, like an invisible rope. It wrapped around Wu Yan's body. The sound waves that were invisible to the naked eye reverberated and shook the surroundings. Wu Yan only felt that his body seemed to be pressed down by something heavy from all directions, squeezing in the middle. Even his body became a little heavy, causing him to raise his eyebrows, and also causing Meijio to laugh happily. How is it? Isn't it amazing? My voice. Well, it is indeed amazing. Lowering his head and looking at his slightly bent fingers, Wu Yan also laughed. It's just that you made a mistake. Mistake? Meijio stared at Wu Yan with some displeasure, and said in a sharp voice, It's already a great blessing for a man like you to listen to my voice. If you still have to comment on my voice, it'll be the most serious pollution in the world. If you can, please shut your mouth and don't taint my voice. Don't worry, it won't tarnish your voice. Wu Yan chuckled. This is not your voice at all. How can it be tarnished? This sentence was like a sharp arrow that mercilessly pierced into Meijio's heart, causing her to feel a sharp pain. Her face couldn't help but turn pale, and even the smile on her face became a little forced. I don't understand what you're talking about. It's not that you don't understand. You just don't want to face it. Wu Yan glanced at Meijio and declared bluntly, Don't you know that the reason why you have the voice you have now is because of the power of the elves? So what? Meijio bit her lips, and her extremely beautiful face was slightly distorted. The power of the elves is also my power. But the voice is not your voice. Wu Yan's words directly hit Meijio's heart. In the end, your current voice is just a fake. Shut up. Meijio's heart was completely messed up, she panicked, and at the same time, she was angry. What do you know? I said I know everything. Wu Yan sighed and laughed self-deprecatingly when he saw Meijio's pale face contorting as she roared at him. Really, I already said that I have nothing to say to you. But in the end I still said so much. Really, even I feel funny. Along with this sentence, a ferocious magical heat flow suddenly erupted, blowing away the sound waves that were pressuring from all directions and rushing toward Temptress Meijio without any explanation. Knight Temptress Meijio was shocked. She subconsciously raised her hand and blocked in front of her in an attempt to block the magic power impact that blew over. But when she thought that her body was about to be hit by a huge impact, the magic power heat flow that was rushing toward her suddenly disappeared without any warning. Before Knight Tempter Meijio could react, several purple magic circles rippled around the stage. Immediately after, a chain that was suffused with a faint purple light shot out and wrapped around Temptress Meijio's body. She was heavily tied up and hung off the ground. Chapter 11:23. With a series of clanking sounds, the stage that was filled with silver cylinders not long ago was immediately filled with chains that glowed with purple light. Temptress Meijio didn't even realize what happened. Her plump body was firmly bound, and she lost her sense of substance under her feet. By the time she reacted, she was already suspended in the air. In the blink of an eye, the situation reversed. What is this thing? Temptress Meijio couldn't help but struggle. Traces of spiritual power emerged from her body and supported her body, causing her extremely plump body to instantly possess strength that surpassed that of a human. Unfortunately, such strength, in front of the lock of discipline forged by the gods, only caused a crisp sound of collision. Let alone breaking it, it was impossible for her to break free. It's better to save some strength. Seeing Temptress Meijio constantly struggling, Wu Yan walked over the many silver cylinders on the ground and slowly walked in front of Temptress Meijio. He looked directly at her pair of bright silver eyes. With your strength, it's impossible to break free from the lock of discipline. Temptress Meijio's struggling figure stopped. Looking at Wu Yan standing in front of her, she couldn't help but feel a little scared. You? Who are you? Hearing Temptress Meijio's question, Wu Yan couldn't help but laugh. Don't you think it's too late to ask this question? Asking the identity of the person who came, no matter how you think about it, should be something you should do from the beginning? However, Temptress Meijio is different. From the beginning, when she saw Wu Yan, she didn't ask anything and directly attacked him without saying a word. It's not until now that she was restrained that she asked. It can be imagined that if it was another man, after being attacked by Temptress Meijio, in less than 10 seconds, Temptress Meijio would forget about it. For Temptress Meijio, Wu Yan's only identity before this was a man. Other than that, there was nothing else. However, Temptress Meijio didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. Looking at Wu Yan, who was less than a meter away from her, she reflexively struggled again. Just to get away from Wu Yan, his face was filled with panic, and his eyes were filled with fear. He was deeply afraid that Wu Yan would do something to him. If she let the man she hated the most do something to her, then Xiao Meijio would really have the heart to short-circuit herself. Not to mention letting a man touch her. Now, smelling the unique masculine scent from Wu Yan, the seductive Meijio already wanted to vomit. Wu Yan frowned and sighed when he saw the deep hatred in Knight Tempter Meijio's eyes. He also knew that Knight Beautyjo didn't hate him, but she hated all men. However, it was Wu Yan's first time being hated by someone. Moreover, the target was a fairy that he had to establish a good relationship with in order to seal. No matter how he thought about it, this was an extremely troublesome matter. It seems like there's no need to talk to you for the time being. Wu Yan waved his hand and tapped the wireless earpiece in his ear. There's no other way. I can only let Kotori and the others talk to you. Come with me first. Come with you. Temptress Meijio was startled at first, then she violently struggled. Who wants to go with you? I'm already sick of breathing the same air as you. I will never go with you. Then I'm sorry. Wu Yan glanced at Temptress Meijio indifferently. My impression of you isn't much better. Although I'm not as extreme as you to the point where I can't breathe the same air as you, I won't be gentle with you either. Wu Yan raised his hand and a dense mana surged and condensed in his palm. A black magic formation expanded from Wu Yan's palm without any warning. In a moment, it was as wide as Wu Yan's shoulder. The mana swirling around it was like bees that saw honey. It turned into streams of air and merged into the black magic formation, causing it to tremble. Buzz, 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 buzz. A buzzing sound reverberated from the magic formation under the influence of mana. Four pitch-black rings seemed to have been launched. Against the sound of breaking through the air, they soared into the sky with a trembling sound. They circled above the stage for a while, and then shot towards Temptress Magio's body. Amidst Temptress Magio's cries of alarm, four pitch-black rings seemed to have lost their shackles and shackles. They wrapped around Magio's limbs tightly, and emitted a faint black light. Pung! Almost at the same time when the four rings were wrapped around her, the army breaker singer, on the stage and the silver cylinders that covered the entire stage exploded and disappeared. Night Beauty Geo also felt that the spiritual power in her body could no longer be mobilized. Aware of this, Night Beauty Geo's pupils shrank and she screamed at Wu Yan. "What did you do to me?" Night Beauty Geo's shouts suddenly disappeared. Wu Yan, who was ready to accept the baptism of Night Beauty Geo's voice, was startled and looked at Night Beauty Geo. With this look, Night Beauty Geo's sluggish expression fell into his eyes. Ugh. In a daze, Temptress Magio opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something. However, just as she said a complete word, the rest of her words turned into a muffled whimper. Night Beauty Geo's sluggish expression changed. It became full of panic and despair. Her voice had disappeared. Realizing this, Night Beauty Geo seemed to have encountered the most terrifying thing in the world. Her whole body trembled, and she kept opening her mouth, trying to make a sound. In the end, what she made was always an incomplete whimper. That was also natural. Seducing Xiao Meijio's voice was obtained by relying on the power of the elf. And the pitch-black rings wrapped around her limbs had already imprisoned her spiritual power. Naturally, the voice she obtained from the elf's power could no longer be emitted. Thinking of this, Wu Yan waved his hand and removed the lock of discipline. Night Beauty Geo, who was free, had a sluggish face and directly lay on the ground. Then, she crawled toward Wu Yan with a panicked face. She did not care that the person in front of her was the man she hated the most and grabbed his clothes tightly. Give back to me." Night Beauty Geo was like a drowning person, using Wu Yan's clothes as a life-saving straw. Even if her hands were trembling, she still did not intend to let go. Her face was full of despair, fear, and terror. She begged at the top of her voice. "Give my voice back to me. Give back to me." Looking at Night Beauty Geo, who was kneeling in front of him and clutching his clothes tightly, her eyes were full of despair and begging. Wu Yan was silent. Night Beauty Geo was a person who had nothing other than singing. This was not belittling Night Beauty Geo, but a fact. Whether it was in school or sports, Night Beauty Geo's grades were at the bottom. She did not know how to cook or wash clothes. She did not even know how to take care of herself. Night Beauty Geo was such an existence. The only thing that could be recognized by others and stand out was her singing. Therefore, for Night Beauty Geo, singing was everything to her. It was also because of this only talent that Night Beauty Geo successfully debuted as a singer at the age of 95 with the stage name Xiao Dai Yuno. Men accounted for 90% of her fans. Originally, her path in the entertainment industry was quite smooth. It was not until she rejected the unspoken deal of a TV producer that everything changed. Scandal. A fabricated scandal. This sudden scandal caused Temptress Magio's reputation to plummet. The change in the attitude of the fans made her very painful, causing her to be mentally and physically exhausted. In the end, she even got psychogenic aphasia and lost her voice. From the beginning, Night Beauty Geo had nothing else to do besides singing. From the beginning, Night Beauty Geo had nothing else to do except for her voice. After losing the ability to sing and her voice, Night Beauty Geo no longer had any value. Therefore, for Night Beauty Geo, her voice was even more important than her life. Once such an important thing was lost, one could imagine how desperate it would be. It was also because of this experience that Night Beauty Geo, who turned into an elf, no longer trusted humans. Especially men, she hated them to the extreme. That was why she treated men as slaves. That was why she treated women as playthings. That was why she used the power of the elves to manipulate others and do whatever she wanted. In the end, Night Beauty Jo was just a victim, a pitiful person. Chapter 11:24. If she lost her voice, she would lose her value. This point of view had long been deeply ingrained in her heart. In addition, she had already gone through such a painful experience and lost her voice again. The despair and fear in her heart were even greater than before. When she thought that she might be betrayed by humans again, her pretty face turned pale and lost all color. Please give me back my voice. She wanted to say this sentence more than once, but she could not say it completely. She could only maintain her pale face and frightened eyes. She grabbed Wu Yan's clothes like a beggar, causing the entire stage to reverberate with intermittent, hoarse cries full of pleading and fear. Give me. Lowering his head, looking at the begging temptress in front of him, Wu Yan's anger toward her arrogance was involuntarily extinguished. All his emotions turned into a bitter smile. A pitiful person must have something hateful. Temptress Meijio really fully demonstrated the authenticity of this point of view. Squatting down, Wu Yan made eye contact with Temptress Meijio's frightened and pleading eyes. He did not have the mood to teach her a lesson. Even his tone could not help but soften. I don't have any malicious intentions towards you. I just came to find you because of some things. Hearing Wu Yan's words, Temptress Meijio did not feel relieved. Her face was still full of panic and pleading. For Temptress Meijio, Wu Yan's intention was not important. What was important was her voice. She only knew that the man in front of her had taken away her most important voice. The helpless Temptress Meijio could only do her best to plead. She begged Wu Yan to return her voice, because other than her voice, she had nothing else. Give me back. Hearing the pleading of Temptress Meijio, Wu Yan sighed and faced her. If you are willing to come with me, then I will remove the shackles on your body. I will return your voice to you. How about it? Hearing this, Temptress Meijio did not hesitate and did not resist like before. She nodded desperately, making Wu Yan feel pity for her. He couldn't help but reach out his hand. Wu Yan patted Night Tempter Meijio's head. As Night Tempter Meijio trembled and suppressed her fear, Wu Yan spoke gently. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you, and I won't take away your voice. You're not completely useless. Hearing this, Temptress Meijio was stunned for a moment. She suddenly raised her head and looked at Wu Yan. Her eyes were filled with disbelief as a storm raged in her heart. Apart from his voice, he was useless. If he lost his voice, he would no longer have any value. There was no more singing. No one will love me. Without any sound, no one would protect her. Without music, no one would believe in themselves. Shouldn't that be the case? However, what was this man talking about? What could he say to himself who had already lost his voice? Not completely useless. Is that so? She stared blankly at Wu Yan, who was touching her head. His face was no longer cold as before. Instead, he had a gentle smile on his face. Temptress Meijio was at a loss. Why did she have a voice? Why did he seem to dislike her when she could make everyone like her? But why? She who had lost her voice, who had lost her value. But why was he so gentle to her like this? Who exactly was this man? For the first time in her life, Temptress Meijio had the impulse to understand a man, Wu Yan, who did not know what was going on in Temptress Meijio's mind, looked at Temptress Meijio's dull look, and thought that he had caused her to hate men again. He could only smile helplessly and retract his hand. But when he retracted his hand halfway, it was immediately grabbed tightly by a pair of soft and boneless hands. Wu Yan was stunned. Not to mention Wu Yan, even Temptress Meijio herself was stunned. In her heart, an extremely surprised emotion rose. She actually took the initiative to grab a man's hand? Although she thought so, Temptress Meijio did not let go of Wu Yan's hand. Instead, she held it tighter and tighter. In her beautiful big eyes, there was a timid expression constantly fluctuating. She behaved like a helpless child, which was both lovable and helpless. However, Temptress Meijio, who lost her voice and everything, was indeed helpless at this moment. Therefore, she subconsciously wanted to rely on Wu Yan, who said, "You are not completely useless," to her when she lost her value. Even if the other party was the man she hated the most, Wu Yan scratched his cheek. He did not know what Temptress Meijio was doing. He simply held her hand and stood up from the ground. Captain. At this moment at the door, two voices accompanied by messy footsteps came from afar towards Wu Yan. When Wu Yan turned his head, Zhen Na and Yayuechenyu entered his sight. Zhen Na and Yayuechenyu jumped on the stage together and ran in front of Wu Yan. When they saw Temptress Meijio standing beside Wu Yan, they suddenly stopped and became vigilant. Captain. Zhen Na looked straight at Temptress Meijio and asked Wu Yan without turning her head, "Are you okay?" Wu Yan smiled and shook his head. "I'm fine, but you two came at the right time." Looking around at Temptress Meijio's fans who were frozen by his words, Wu Yan pursed his lips. The audience here has seen how Knight Meijio was tempted to use the power of the elves. Use the display device that can erase memories to erase them. Zhen Na and Yayuechenyu noticed the audience who were frozen on the spot. They were surprised. What happened to them? Well, they are temporarily frozen by me. They were controlled by Temptress Meijio before, but... Glancing at Temptress Meijio who didn't know what to do, Wu Yan said to them. Temptress Meijio's spirit power was sealed by me. They are awake now. What about her? Zhen Na frowned and looked at Temptress Meijio again. Temptress Meijio couldn't help but shrink her body. Now, Temptress Meijio not only lost her voice, she also lost her fighting ability. Facing Zhen Na and Yayuechenyu who were on guard against her, she didn't dare to be as arrogant as before. She can hate someone because of a small matter. She can also fall in love with someone because of a small matter. Without her power, she won't be at a disadvantage. Temptress Meijio's values are very similar to a child's. It's extreme but also very cute. It should be fine here. Wu Yan said helplessly. I will bring Temptress Meijio back to Fraxinus. We will talk about the rest later. Got it. Zhen Na and Yayuechenyu looked at each other and nodded. They started erasing the audience's memories. Wu Yan held Temptress Meijio's hand and walked towards the exit of the venue. At the same time, he restored Fraxinus's sound capturing system. Once he restored the system, a sharp scream pierced into Wu Yan's eardrums. Wu Yan almost got dizzy. Hey, can you hear me? Oniai-chan. I can't hear you. Wu Yan rubbed his ears with a bitter smile and complained. Don't shout so loud, my ears are about to burst. That kind of thing is fine. Kotori yelled rudely. What did you say to Seductress Meijio just now? Her favorability towards you skyrocketed. Ha. Wu Yan stopped in his tracks. Ha. Are you serious? Of course. Of course it's true. Kotori's voice was filled with confusion. It's only a little better than a normal person. It's far from favorability, but it's much better than before. How did you do it? Didn't Temptress Meijio hate men? Wu Yan tilted his head, and he looked at the timid Temptress Meijio. He didn't know what to do with her. He even had a dangerous thought in his mind. Could it be that the seductive Meijio no longer saw him as a man? Chapter 1125. In the sky above Tiangong City, Fraxinus. What do you want to explain? Spit it out now. Inside the command room, Kotori is sitting on the command desk with a stern expression. She's looking ahead with an unfriendly gaze. It's obvious that she's not in a good mood. Aha. Wu Yan looked at Kotori's unfriendly expression and smiled awkwardly. He looked around at the members of Ratatosker who are staring at him with an unnatural expression. This made Kotori even angrier. Ratatosker's mission is to talk to the elves and solve the problem of the space quake peacefully. That's what Ratatosker was founded for. Kotori pointed her lollipop at Wu Yan, and she scolded him without holding back. What are you doing? You're fighting with the fairies. What's the difference between you and AST? Wu Yan choked when he heard that, and he started mumbling again. When I met Kwang-san, didn't I also fight with him? At that time, you were playing happily too. You said. Ha. What did you just say? Kotori narrowed her eyes. A sinister smile appeared on her face. She looked dangerous. I didn't hear you clearly, can you speak louder? I said. This was something that couldn't be helped, right? Wu Yan grumbled. Did you expect me to just stand there and let them beat me up like that? What? Does it matter? Kotori didn't realize how unreasonable her words were. She pretended to be absent-minded and said matter-of-factly, "It's not like you can kill me. Hearing you say that really pisses me off." Wu Yan pursed his lips and his eyelids twitched. "Do I have to take the beating just because I can't kill you? Fortunately, you were fast enough at that time and took down Night Temptress Meijio. Otherwise, with Night Temptress Meijio's mental state at that time, it was very likely that her spiritual power would become unstable." Kotori glanced at Wu Yan. "At that time, thousands of people in the audience might die because of you. That should make you happy, right? Don't make it sound so serious. There's always a way, right?" Wu Yan's smile is a bit forced. "Isn't the end result good?" Good. Kotori looked at Wu Yan with a half-smile. Thousands of people were manipulated, the concert venue was damaged to a certain extent, and we even had to wipe the memories of the people who died. Spacequake hasn't happened yet. Tell me what's good about it. Why do I feel like you're picking on me?" Wu Yan smiled bitterly. "Didn't I successfully lure Xiao Meijio back?" Kotori's expression changed. Kotori's expression eased up a bit. She tilted her head and looked at the girl who was grabbing Wu Yan's clothes. Standing behind Wu Yan, seductress Miko, who appeared to be a bit timid, raised an eyebrow. "Is she really the seductress Meijio who attacked you and the audience at the concert without saying a word?" Kotori turned to Wu Yan. "Why do I feel like you're not as strong as you look on the screen? Instead, you look like you're being bullied. Did you do something you shouldn't have done to her? Am I that thirsty?" Wu Yan resisted the urge to drag Kotori down from the podium and give her a good beating. He glanced at the nervous Miku and he sighed. This girl is also a person with a story. She is very reliant on the power of the current fairy. It's normal for her to behave like this when I suddenly imprisoned her spiritual power. Story? Kotori gave Yakumo Miku a deep look. Yakumo Miku had a pained look in her eyes when she heard Wu Yan's words. Kotori pursed her lips when she saw Wu Yan's expression. "I won't ask about the story for now. The most important thing is to deal with Miko." Kotori looked at Wu Yan. "How do you plan to seal her spiritual energy?" "Sealing her spiritual power." Wu Yan turned around to look at Meijio. Meijio shook her head frantically and her eyes were filled with pleading. Wu Yan bitterly chuckled at this. According to the current situation, it's impossible for Xiao Meijio to willingly seal her spiritual power. It's impossible to seal her spiritual power for the time being. That's true. Kotori had a headache. What do we do? Do we just leave it like this? Is there no other way? Well, I do have a lot of ways to seal spiritual energy. Wu Yan shrugged helplessly when he saw Meijio's pale face. But if I seal her spiritual energy without her consent, I'll be no different from AST as you said. Wu Yan looked up and met Kotori's eyes. Moreover, tempting Night Meijio's reliance on the power of the sprites is too heavy. If I really forcefully seal her spiritual power, it is very likely that she will have thoughts of suicide in her heart. I can't do that. Suicidal thoughts. Kotori's face turned serious. Is it that serious? Wu Yan shrugged. He handed the information about Miko and Yukino that Shina, Yatsuki and Yukino collected for him to Murasame Rain. Murasame Rain understood and handed it to Kotori. As Kotori flipped through the documents in her hand, her expression became more and more serious. The atmosphere in the command room became heavier and heavier. When Kotori put down the documents in her hand and revealed a helpless expression, everyone looked at each other in dismay. Mikoto seemed to have guessed what the document in Kotori's hand contained. She clenched her teeth and started whistling faster. To the temptress Meijio, her past was an extremely painful experience. Because she rejected the hidden rules of the deal, the ugly producer fabricated a scandal. Because of a scandal, she was betrayed by her fans who loved her so much she lost her voice because of her disappointment in humans and despair. All of this, to a young girl, was too cruel. What's more, she was just a young girl who was good for nothing other than singing. To Meijio, The power of the elves was not so much a power as it was a means to support her survival. Under such circumstances, how could Knight Temptress Magio give up her fairy power? The problem is, if a fairy's mood is unstable, her spiritual power will be unstable as well. She might cause a space quake and bring disaster to this world. No one would be willing to let such a huge ticking time bomb run around. Didn't Coterie and the others choose to seal their spiritual energy? Sealing the spiritual energy of an elf who absolutely could not lose her elf power. Ratatoskr was faced with such a contradictory problem. I didn't think things would get this troublesome. Coterie frowned and unconsciously bit the lollipop in her mouth. I only sealed her spiritual power, I didn't seal it. Miko still has her own spiritual power, she just can't use it. Wu Yan pointed at Miko's clothes. That's why Miko's spiritual power is still intact. I can't make up my mind. Can't we cure Miko's illness? Coterie asked Wu Yan. If we cure her psychogenic voice loss, the problem will be solved, right? Yes. You said it's psychogenic. Wu Yan shook his head. No one can cure her other than herself. Suddenly, everyone in the command room fell into a state of silence, including Temptress Magio, who lowered her head. Her expression could not be seen. Looking at the distressed looks on everyone's face, Wu Yan patted his cheeks and pulled himself together. Let's put the matter of sealing Miko's spiritual power aside for now. Temptress Miko's eyes lit up. Wu Yan looked at Coterie. Coterie, can you give me some time? Yes. Coterie hesitated and nodded helplessly. Please, Oniai-chan. Chapter 1126. The blue sky gradually faded and was replaced by a blood-red sunset and dusk. Colorful clouds were floating in the sky, and the sunlight from the setting sun shone down on the streets, reflecting the faces of the pedestrians. Although it was already dusk and night was about to fall, the streets were still full of pedestrians. They were either housewives who had just bought the ingredients for dinner, or students who were walking towards the residential area with a bag in their hands. It was quite lively. However, the night has been faintly visible and the sky is gradually dimming. It is believed that soon, the people on the streets should be replaced by a group of night owls wandering in the night of Heavenly Palace City. It didn't take long for the pedestrians on the streets to become sparse. Similarly, it didn't take long for the eyes of the few pedestrians on the streets to be taken away by a man and a woman who were holding hands. To be more precise, it should be said that it was taken away by the woman who was holding hands. Her eyes were full of amazement. Wearing a gorgeous dress of light, the yellow and white color of the dress emitted a faint light under the light of the setting sun. It was very dazzling. The long violet hair fluttered up and down with the owner walking up and down, giving the illusion that every strand of hair could be seen clearly. It was quite eye-catching. Of course, what was more eye-catching was the girl's beautiful face that was suffocating and the hot body that was so full that few people in the world could compare with her. Such a girl who had the appearance and the body. Even the clothes of the girl were so dazzling. How could the girl not be eye-catching? Some passing students even had their eyes wide open. Hearts almost jumped out of their eyes, including some female students. Fortunately, the true identity and appearance of the girl have never been made public. Otherwise, if people knew that the super popular idol, Temptress Beauty Gio, was in front of them and was holding hands with a strange man, then there would be a huge riot on the scene. And tomorrow there should be a lot of paparazzi and news reporters to carry out a huge operation to dig up the male lead of the scandal. In fact, not to mention others. Even Temptress Beauty Gio herself was shocked by her current situation. Her bright silver eyes stared at her hand that was held by Wu Yan. Temptress Magio's mood was very complicated. Obviously, she hated men the most. Just being close to a man would make her want to vomit, let alone being touched by a man. But it was this kind of him. Now, instead, she let a man hold her hand. Yet there were no signs of disgust. Was this really him? Her gaze still didn't leave the hands that were held together. Tempting Magio was a little dazed. She also knew that she was very weak after losing her elven powers. He was so weak that he couldn't help but look for a human who had disappointed him to rely on. But was this kind of weakness enough to make her want to rely on the man she hated the most? No. That's not it. because of psychological factors, because of those ugly men in the past, Xiao Meijio lost her voice, the voice that was more important than her life. That was why she hated men the most. He was so disgusted that he wanted to vomit just by looking at him. If possible, Xiao Meijio even wanted to use the elven power she obtained to kill all the men in the world. She hated men to such an extent. In addition to her previous betrayal, would Xiao Meijio still be helpless and rely on a man because of the loss of her power? The answer was of course no. And if this man was the man who took away the elven power that she regarded as her second life, then it would be even more impossible. But the truth was not like this. Temptress Meijio tried to think about why she wanted to rely on this man in front of her. Because she wanted to ask him to return her voice? Perhaps this was part of the reason, but it was definitely not the whole reason. Temptress Meijio actually knew the reason. Because she was curious about how this man hated her who had a voice, but treated her who had lost her voice gently, because of the throbbing of the man in front of her when she lost her voice, and said, "You're not nothing." But aren't all men lowly, dirty and ugly creatures? Those men who used to line up, hold up signs and shout, "I like you the most. I love you. I can die for you," and so on, didn't they also betray her in the end? Compared to her words, these people would rather believe those unknown scandals. What right did they have for her to trust them? What right did they have for her to rely on them? Humans are just creatures who only know how to say nice things, but their hearts are incomparably dark creatures. But this man seemed to have said that he wasn't human. Xiao Meijio didn't know if he was persuading her or lying to her, but the confusion in her eyes didn't disappear. Instead, the confusion in her eyes grew stronger. Even Xiao Meijio herself didn't know what she was feeling right now. She could only obediently let Wu Yan hold her hand and slowly walk forward until they arrived at a school marked Dragon Gut Temple Women's Academy. Stopping, Wu Yan turned around and looked at Xiao Meijio. Xiao Meijio immediately turned her head away, so Wu Yan couldn't see her current expression. Wu Yan shrugged. He reached out and pointed at Xiao Meijio's body. The black rings wrapped around Xiao Meijio's limbs undulated and burst open. Xiao Meijio could clearly feel that the spirit energy in her body that couldn't be used anymore was starting to become active again. It gathered towards her throat as usual, proving that her voice has recovered. But Xiao Meijio didn't feel happy at all when she felt her spirit energy recovering. She lowered her head and remained silent. "That's all I have to say." Wu Yan clapped his hands. He glanced at Temptress Mikoto and he grinned. "Remember to control yourself. Don't let the space quake happen. Otherwise, even if Ratatosker doesn't seal your spirit energy, it won't be able to watch you run around." Hearing this, the Temptress Meijio finally raised her head. Looking at the man in front of her who she used to hate so much, her intoxicating sweet voice echoed. "Why?" Tempting Knight Meijio asked this question with an unknown emotion. "That Ratatosker seems to want to seal my spirit energy, right? You also have a way to seal my spirit energy, right? Why didn't you seal my spirit energy in the end and let me go instead? Do you need a reason?" Wu Yan raised an eyebrow. He looked at Temptress Meijio with an odd look. "If you have a conscience, no matter who it is, after hearing about your deeds, they wouldn't want to seal your spirit energy, right? Have a conscience." Xiao Meijio couldn't help but laugh. Humans are just a group of hypocrites. How can they have a conscience? Xiao Meijio's eyes dimmed. Xiao Meijio's beautiful voice was full of depression. "If I really have a conscience, then I wouldn't have become like that." Hearing this, Wu Yan closed his eyes. "Don't tell me you think that all humans are like the producer who slandered you and the fans who talk to themselves. Isn't that so?" Xiao Meijio raised her head hard. Her eyes full of sadness and pain were exposed to Wu Yan's vision. "So many people said, 'I will always support you, and I will always believe in you.' But in the end, when I really needed someone to support me, who supported me and who believed in me? No, not a single one." Xiao Meijio's expression was distorted by pain. "There are so many people, but no one believed in me. Isn't that enough to explain everything?" "Is that so?" Wu Yan nodded slowly. Then he looked around and picked up a piece of paper from the ground. His fingers spurted out magical power, and wrote something on the paper. Then he stuffed it into Xiao Meijio's hand. "This." Xiao Meijio looked at the paper in her hand, and was slightly startled. Phone number? This is my phone number. Wu Yan smiled and nodded. If one day you need someone to support you, if one day you need someone to believe in you, if one day you lose your spiritual power again, if one day you want to sing again, then call this phone number. When the time comes, no matter where it is, I will definitely rush over. You. Xiao Meijio's hand holding the paper trembled violently. Then she laughed out loud. What's the point of doing this? Do you think I will believe you? Instead of waiting for someone to believe in you and wait for someone to support you, it's better to act on your own and find someone who is worthy of your trust. Wu Yan stared at Xiao Meijio's eyes. Although I don't know if I am worthy of your trust and whether I can gain your trust, I admit that I will not ignore a cute girl's request for help. Turning around, Wu Yan waved his hand and said with a smile, if possible, I hope that one day when you want to sing with your own voice, you can call this phone number. Compared to that fake voice, to be honest, I would like to hear your own voice. Leaving those words behind, Wu Yan turned around and walked away without looking back. Xiao Meijio kept looking at Wu Yan's back until he disappeared from her sight. Then she lowered her head. Who would believe the words of men like you? When he said this, Xiao Meijio's hand was already tightly clutching the paper. Chapter 11:27. As expected of my brother. Kotori's cheerful voice came from the other side of the earpiece. Wu Yan, who was heading home, found it a bit strange. It's not the first time I heard you say that, but why are you praising me all of a sudden? Huh? Kotori was surprised to hear Wu Yan's words. Isn't it obvious? It's because of your strategy on seduction, Meijio. Strategy on seduction, Meijio? Wu Yan blinked, he asked in confusion. What strategy? When did I try to seduce Xiao Meijio? As soon as he said this, the music in the earpiece immediately stopped. It was a long time before it started again. As expected of my brother. What are you talking about? Wu Yan shook his head, not sure whether to laugh or cry. I don't know what's going on. Isn't it praiseworthy for you to start a strategy without knowing what's going on? Kotori said with a half-smile. Started a strategy without knowing what's going on? Wu Yan scratched his cheek. Are you talking about me leaving my phone number with seduction Meijio? Yes. That's it, Kotori said with certainty. Let me tell you, because of what you did, seduction Meijio's favorability towards you has increased by more than half. More than half. Wu Yan paused for a bit before he started getting curious. What's more than half favorability? Kotori muttered something in deep thought before she spoke. It's probably someone you care about. What the hell? Wu Yan pursed his lips in disdain. Only to the extent that I care about people. I thought you admired me so much because of how much progress I have made. Have you forgotten what kind of fairy seduction Meijio is? Kotori scoffed. She's an existence that hates men and is extremely disappointed in all humans. Based on our current information, there's almost no one who can attract Yukio Meio's attention. You're the first. Oh. Wu Yan smirked. He puffed out his chest. That is indeed something to be admired. Don't get too cocky. Kotori poured cold water on him. If it's only at this level, there's no way to tempt Xiao Meijio to willingly seal her spiritual power. Ugh, you're right. Wu Yan rubbed his nose and sighed. But is it really possible to seduce Meijio into sealing her powers willingly? Well, it's up to you, Kotori said in a low voice. The only way now is to get Meijio out of her disappointment in humans and the world and cure her voice loss. This method is feasible. That's easy for you to say. Wu Yan tapped on his headset. If you were in Meijio's shoes, would you forgive her? Would you forgive those who betrayed you so easily? Well. So, it depends on what you do. Kotori snickered and teased. Since you can change Temptress Meijio's opinion of you, then add fuel to the fire and take her down completely. You can do whatever you want, right? Well. You're making me feel like I'm doing something evil. Wu Yan's mouth twitched. I just want to seal Meijio's powers. Seduce her as well. Kotori laughed eerily. Don't tell me you don't have such thoughts about seducing Meijio. I'll really despise you. Ah. Wu Yan laughed dryly and his face fell. All right, I admit that it's a little. Kotori's decisive voice suddenly sounded in his earpiece. I despise you. Wu Yan almost tripped and fell to the ground. Then. They looked like siblings, but they were actually lovers. Through the headset, they started a pointless war of words. They only stopped when Wu Yan arrived at Itsuka's house. Wu Yan pushed the door open and walked into the house. He shouted, I'm back, as he walked towards the living room. Originally, Wu Yan wanted to go back to his room, but when he saw the corner of the hall, he stopped in his tracks and walked into the hall with a puzzled look on his face. In the living room, Kurumi, Toka, Yoshino, and Shiori were sitting around the table. They looked excited. On the table, there were several boxes that looked like they were sent by mail. Under the actions of 4 young girls of different sizes, they were taken apart one by one. Wu Yan walked over with a strange expression. What are you doing? Kurumi, Toka, Yoshino, and Shiori stopped what they were doing and smiled at Wu Yan. You're back? Yeah. Wu Yan nodded. He sat between Kurumi and Toka and looked at the items in the boxes. He was stunned. This is. Wu Yan took out the item from the box and laid it out in front of him. He was a bit surprised by what he saw. Kimono? Kimono. Kotori's confused voice came from the headset. Why is there a kimono? Why is there a kimono? Wu Yan repeated Kotori's words to Shiori. Shiori giggled in response. These kimonos are for the Chinese Valentine's Day festival in a few days. Chinese Valentine's Day festival? Wu Yan ignored Kotori's voice and looked at Shiori. The festival will be held in a few days? It's July 7th in a few days. Chinese Valentine's Day, isn't it? Shiori rolled her eyes at Wu Yan. She didn't like the fact that he forgot about such an important date like the Qixi festival. The Chinese Valentine's Day festival is held annually. Everyone in Heavenly Palace City knows about it. Shido, haven't you attended it before? Yeah. I've never participated in this. Wu Yan admitted without hesitation. After all, I didn't live in Heavenly Palace City before. I haven't either. Toka picked up a kimono and said excitedly. Shiori said there will be a lot of delicious food at the festival. Shido. Toka turned around and looked at Wu Yan. She was holding a kimono but she was drooling. Let's go. Chinese Valentine's Day Festival. I want to go too. Yoshino raised her hand with a blush on her face. Her beautiful eyes were full of anticipation. I want to see fireworks. Both of you want to go? Wu Yan thought for a moment and looked at Kurumi, who was smiling. Kurumi, do you want to go? Era, isn't it good? Kurumi tilted her head and touched her lips with a finger. She smiled. Chinese Valentine's Day is a day that lovers can't miss. I want to go to the festival with hubby-sama. I see. Wu Yan nodded. All right then, let's go together. Hearing this, Kurumi, Shixiang, and Shiori all laughed out loud. Shiori was the only one who was about to laugh when the phone in her pocket rang in the hall. Sorry. Shiori looked at everyone apologetically and picked up the phone. Who is this? After Shiori's voice fell, the phone was silent. After an unknown amount of time, a cold and emotionless voice came out from the other side. It's me. Shiori was stunned for a moment and exclaimed. Origami. The entire hall fell into silence. Everyone's gaze fell on Shiori, making her feel even more pressured. She wiped the sweat on her forehead and forced a smile. What's the matter? Origami. Chinese Valentine's Day Festival. Toka Origami used her usual straightforward and emotionless voice and said to Shiori, I want to invite you to go with me. What? Shiori immediately remembered the last time she went shopping with Origami. A wave of dizziness suddenly enveloped her. Before Shiori could refuse, Origami spoke again. I'll let you know when the time is set. Origami hung up the phone as if she didn't want to give Shiori a chance to regret her decision. Hearing the busy tone from the phone, Shiori lowered her hand like a corpse and looked at Wu Yan and Co for help. Ahem. Wu Yan coughed and stood up. Since Shiori has an appointment, we'll go by ourselves. Yes. Kurumi, Toka, and Yoshino stood up and followed Wu Yin out of the hall. At the scene, only Shirji, who seemed to have lost her soul, remained in a daze for a long time. Chapter 1128. Heavenly Palace City, Itsuka's house. Ah, I'm full. With a look of infinite satisfaction on her face, 10 incense lay on the table and twisted her body in a happy manner. Oh, Shido's cooking is still so good. Yoshino rubbed Yoshino's small head and nodded in satisfaction. Although Yoshino was still a little timid, he was much better than before. At the very least, Yoshino could easily express his emotions with his actions like now. Although I think so too. Shiori sighed as she rubbed her stomach. But losing to a boy in cooking, it's a bit complicated. Shiori-san, not everyone can eat House-sama's cooking. Kurumi held a cup of black tea and drank elegantly. House-sama is very lazy. Don't you think it's tempting that he's willing to take the time to cook for us? Hearing Kurumi's words, Shiori's little face immediately turned red. Obviously, Kurumi had hit the nail on the head. Shiori's expression was stiff. She looked at Shiori, who was lying on the side with a happy face, and then looked at Kurumi, who was elegantly drinking tea. She didn't know why, but she looked at Shiori as if she hated iron for not becoming steel. As for Kotori, she wanted to say something but she gave up when she remembered she had to pretend to be a good girl in front of Shiori. Alright, since you're all full, let's go find something to do. Wu Yin shook his head in exasperation and chased the girls away from the table. Clean up the tableware, get ready to bathe. Yes, Toka, Yoshino, and Kotori leisurely dragged their words and walked out of the hall with Kurumi's light laughter. Only Shiori was left behind. Let me help you. Shido. That would be great. This is a wolf who slacks off whenever he can. Wait. Everyone. Kurumi stopped Kotori, Yoshino, and Toka who were about to return to their rooms. He licked his lips and a mysterious smile hung on his face. There's something I need to discuss with everyone. Hearing this, the three girls stopped and looked at Kwang-san in confusion. Discuss? Kotori was surprised. You actually took the initiative to discuss something with us. That's strange. What's the matter? Kurumi. Toka stepped forward enthusiastically. If there's anything you need help with, I'll be sure to help. Me too. Yoshino nodded weakly. If possible, I'll be sure to help. I really have to thank everyone for this. Kwang-san's eyes curved into beautiful crescents as she smiled. But it's not that I need your help with anything, there's just something I need to decide in advance. Kurumi looked around at the three girls who were full of doubt, then casually opened her mouth to speak. The arrangements for tomorrow's Chishi Festival. The Chishi Festival. Kotori and the other two repeated the story in unison, and the confusion on their faces only increased instead of lessening. Don't you three have any ideas? Kurumi's eyes widened a little, as if she had seen something unbelievable. Then he laughed out loud again. Chishi is a festival for lovers. Don't you want to monopolize Owen-sama and spend a beautiful night with Owen-sama? The air at the scene suddenly froze. Monopolize Shido. Toka started to think. Spend time with Owen-sama. Kotori's eyes were filled with hesitation. We had a wonderful night. Yoshino's face turned completely red. Seeing Kotori's reaction, Kurumi's delicate face revealed a triumphant smile. It's Chishi after all. We're usually together and will always be together in the future. Today is special. I also want to be alone with my lord husband and spend the Chinese Valentine's Day together. Kwang-san pointed at her face with her finger. So let's discuss who will monopolize Owen-sama tomorrow. Shirdao has already agreed to accompany me to buy octopus yaki. 10 incense immediately declared arrogantly. Is that so? Kurumi's smile didn't change as she replied to Toka. Then Owen-sama will be monopolized after we buy octopus yaki, right? Toka choked. Big brother is not very familiar with the roads in Heavenly Palace City. Kotori explained with an unnatural expression. I have to show Owen-sama the way. Kotori-chan, don't worry. Kurumi's smile didn't change. I've lived in Heavenly Palace City for a long time. I'm familiar with the roads. Kotori choked. Aye. Yoshino's face turned redder and redder. She became redder and redder. In the end, she simply pulled her hat over her head and didn't even say a word. Yoshino gave up. Kotori narrowed her eyes and looked at Kurumi when she saw Toka and Yoshino being knocked down by Kurumi. Do you want to monopolize that guy? Era, I do want to monopolize Owen-sama. Kurumi smiled wickedly. Kotori was about to retort, but she changed the topic. But that's a bit overbearing. I don't want Owen-sama to be unhappy. Speaking up to here, Kurumi finally revealed her purpose. How about we have a showdown here? A showdown? Toka paused. Then, he clenched his fist with high fighting spirit. Fine. I will not admit defeat. Wait. How are we going to do that? Kotori frowned. Let's be clear, it's not a good idea to use fairy power in this world. Even if we control our Reiki and don't cause a space-time quake, AST will send out their psychic waves. Plus, Owen-sama doesn't want us to fight. Kotori calmly analyzed and glanced at Kurumi. So you have to think about it. Don't worry, I won't mess around in a way that Lord Husband doesn't like. Kwang-san smiled unhurriedly. Then she lowered her head and pondered. Alright, stop putting on an act. Kotori pursed her lips and waved her hand as if she was tired of it. Since you're the one who suggested it, you must have a plan already, right? Just say it. As expected of Lord Husband's younger sister. Then I'll be frank. Kurong-san had a coquettish smile on her face, as she playfully blinked her right eye that was exposed. The showdown is simple. Whoever seduces Owen-sama will get to spend 3 hours alone with Owen-sama during the Chishi festival. What do you think? How about seduce? Kotori and the other two exchanged glances. Their reactions were different from each other. Kotori was disdainful. Is this your first time meeting Owen-sama? Kotori mocked. Her words were merciless. As long as it's a cute girl, she can seduce him with just a flick of her finger. He'll pounce on her like he's in heat. There's no need for a showdown like this. Kotori-chan, are you worried I'll play tricks on you? The corners of Kwang-san's mouth slowly rose. If that's what Kotori-chan is worried about, I can let you go first. Kotori opened her mouth but nothing came out. She snorted and turned her head away. I won't take advantage of you. We'll decide the order by rock, paper, scissors. Toka was confused. Nana. Toka looked at Kotori and Kurumi and asked, "What's seduction?" Kotori's expression froze. Kurumi's smile disappeared and she sighed. It's something that makes Owen-sama think he can do whatever he wants. So that's how it is. Ten Fragrance suddenly realized something and pounded her palm. For a moment, all the girls present helplessly shrugged their shoulders. They all felt helpless towards Ten Fragrance's natural ability. Yoshino didn't know what to do. I have to join too? She looked like she was about to cry. She shook her head anxiously. But don't worry. At this time, Yoshino, who was in Yoshino's hands, giggled. Yoshino, I'll be your backup. Let's go take down Wu Yen Kuren. Yoshino. Yoshino sighed in relief. She looked at Yoshino gratefully. Seeing this, Kwang-sen laughed. Then it's decided. Chapter 11:29. Phew. While washing the dishes, Wu Yan's pupils started to dilate. In this state, Wu Yan sighed. Cooking is a different matter. Washing the dishes and whatnot is really boring. Shido, you're just trying to slack off. Shirori rolled her eyes at Wu Yan while washing the dishes. Shido, you're supposed to be washing dishes today. Seeing how good your cooking is, I came to help you. If you keep complaining, I'm going to leave. Yes. Wu Yan stretched his arms and legs and continued to wash the dishes. Shido. At the entrance of the hall, Toka opened the door with a bang. She rushed towards Wu Yan with an imposing manner, scaring Wu Yan and Shirori so much that they almost dropped the plates in their hands. Before the two of them could react, Ten Fragrance, who had stormed into the kitchen, said something that made the atmosphere drop to a freezing point. Today, you can do whatever you want to me. Do whatever you want. Wu Yan and Shirori managed to stabilize the plates with great difficulty, but the plates fell to the ground with a crisp sound. The two didn't even look at the broken plates as their expressions kept changing. In the end, they entered a state of complete shock with their mouths agape. Gulp. Wu Yan subconsciously glanced at Toka's voluptuous body, and he recalled what she said. He couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Then she felt a cold and disdainful gaze shooting straight at her body. Sherdao. Shirji squinted her eyes and suddenly laughed. Her laughter made people's hair stand on end. Don't tell me you taught Toka something she doesn't need? No. No. Wu Yan shook his head like a broken drum. A drop of sweat dripped down his forehead. I taught her everything. I didn't do anything. Is that so? Shirji looked at Wu Yan suspiciously. After a while she turned to Toka and smiled gently. Toka, you can't do that. Even if you're boyfriend and girlfriend. But if you say that, Shido will do something that angers both humans and gods. So don't say that again. Hearing Shiori's words, Toka immediately cried out in dissatisfaction. But Shido and I. Okay. 10 spice sauce. Shirori had a kind smile on her face. He put his hand on 10 Fragrance's shoulder with an unquestionable aura. She pushed her out of the kitchen. I know you want to get closer to Shido, but impure things are forbidden. I won't let Shido pollute the rare spiritual oasis in our house. But. Shirori pushed Toka out of the kitchen as she continued to call out to her. When she came back, she looked at Wu Yan with a dangerous gaze. If you dare to do anything impure to Toka, you'll be judged by the Itsuka family. Wu Yan, who still hasn't recovered from his stupor, nodded like an idiot. Whoa. Toka sobbed and returned to Kotori, Kurumi, and Yoshino sighed with a dejected look. Failed. Saying this unwillingly, Juxiang fiercely glared at Kwang-san. Damn you, Kurumi. Didn't you say that letting Sherdao do whatever he wanted was a temptation? Why can't I do it? Are you lying to me? Kurumi was speechless. She rubbed her forehead like she had a headache. I was careless. I forgot Toka's personality isn't suitable for temptation. In short, Toka failed. Kotori smiled and stopped Toka, who was about to vent. She raised her voice as if she wasn't going to give Toka a chance to speak. Who's next? Why, yes, it's me. Yono raised his hand in fear. Kotori and Kurumi smiled at him in return. But their smiles are fake. They don't think Yoshino will succeed. Do your best. Kurumi and Kotori both said this to Yanai. Yanai's shoulders trembled, and he looked away. Yanai didn't know if it was out of kindness, or if it was because they were taking pleasure in his misfortune. Don't worry, Yoshino. Yoshino used her unique sharp voice to cheer Yoshino up with a dance. Yoshino will help you. Yoshino is here. Everything will be fine. Hearing Shino comforting him as usual, Shino immediately mustered up a bit of courage, nodded his little head and walked into the main hall. Shido, did you really not instill any strange thoughts into Toka's head? In the kitchen, Shirori abandoned her task of washing the dishes and cornered a sweaty Wu Yan in a corner with an unfriendly look on her face. That's obviously different from the usual Toka, right? Shido, Toka is very innocent. You can't teach her bad things. It really has nothing to do with me. Wu Yan was about to cry. I've been washing the dishes with you all this time. When 10 Fragrances suddenly ran over and said this, I was also shocked. Really? Shirori still didn't believe Wu Yan's words. She stared at Wu Yan's eyes in an attempt to see if there's anything there. Of course, she didn't find anything, so she sighed helplessly. Forget it, let's just leave it at that for now. Shirori lowered her head and muttered. Seriously, I'll have to go look for 10 spice sauce later and correct her thinking. Ahaha. Wu Yan laughed dryly. The door to the hall was opened again. A shy little face appeared outside the door. There was a slight blush on her cheeks. She was so cute. Sorry for disturbing you. Wu Yan and Shirori, who were about to continue washing the dishes, turned around. They saw a blushing Yono peeking her head out from behind the door. The two of them flinched for a bit. Shiori's eyes lit up with love while Wu Yan felt a bit dazed by this scene. Toka? Wu Yan rubbed the plate in his hand and laughed awkwardly. Finally, he was released from the effects of Mo Kill. Haven't you taken a bath yet? It's time to take a bath. I. Toka's cheeks were dyed red. She lowered her head and slowly walked out of the door. Seeing Toka's strange expression, Wu Yan put down the cutlery in his hand and squatted down in front of Toka. What's wrong? Looking at Wu Yan's smiling face so close to hers, Yoshino stood there in a daze. She blushed and couldn't say a word. You're so annoying, Shirdaokuan. Seeing the bad situation, Toka covered her mouth with her small hand and laughed. Didn't you just say it's time to take a bath? Yes. Wu Yan looked at Toka strangely. Is there a problem? I came to see you when you're taking a bath. Is there anything else? Toka waved her hand happily. Of course, I'm here to invite you to take a bath together. Huh. Wu Yan was stunned. He raised his head and looked at Toka's face. What he saw was steam coming out of Toka's head. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. That's it. Okay, wait for me. No need. A voice that seemed to have reached the limit of patience interrupted Wu Yan's words. Then Toka found her body floating in the air. Shirji rubbed her face with a cute expression as she cried out happily. Let me accompany Toka to take a bath. Toka was surprised. She didn't know what to do with this development. Shiori thought that Toka acquiesced. She excitedly hugged Toka and waved her hand at Wu Yan. That's it, Shirdaokuan. You have to wash the dishes yourself. I'm going to take a bath with the cute Toka. After saying that, Shiori brought Toka, who was crying out in panic, to the bathroom. Because Toka was crying out in alarm, Toka couldn't speak. Otherwise, Shiori would see through her excuse of using ventriloquism instead of mouth to talk. Shiori would definitely faint if she knew that a doll could talk. Left with no choice, Toka could only pretend to be a doll and watch as Toka was dragged into the bathroom together with Toka. Wu Yan's lips twitched as he watched Shiori disappear from his sight with the 4 familiars in her arms. He scratched his head in confusion. Why does it feel weird? Chapter 1130. See Sister Shiori. What's wrong? Yoshino. Can you please put me down? Era, is Yoshino shy? And no, it's not like that. Wow. She's blushing. She's so cute. Shiori's adrenaline seemed to have been stimulated as she walked into the bathroom with Yoshino in her arms. Kotori, Kurumi, and Toka poked their heads out and looked at each other. Era. Kurumi shrugged. Yoshino is out too. In a way, Sister is a powerful enemy. Kotori smiled bitterly, but she regained her composure. Luckily, Sister is being held back by Yoshino. She helped us solve a big problem. Well, we'll remember Yoshino. Kurumi patted the dust off her knees and stood up. Next. It's my turn. Kotori stood up with a radiant look on her face. She reached for the ribbon on her hair, as if she had been prepared for this. Seducing that guy is a piece of cake. Why does it feel so weird? After washing the rest of the utensils, he frowned as he filtered them with clean water. Although 10 fragrances was usually a laughingstock due to its high natural attributes, 10 fragrances had always been a laughingstock. Occasionally, in order to overcome their temperament, they would deliberately do some bold things. However, compared to their usual behavior, the two of them seem to be a little more uncoordinated. It's like they're doing it on purpose. What's going on? Is this Kotori's idea again? While Wu Yan was deep in thought, the sound of the door opening echoed in the living room. It attracted Wu Yan's attention. He turned his head and looked in the direction of the main hall, jumping and skipping. Wu Yan saw a happy Kotori. He was stunned and astonished. Kotori? Kotori didn't notice Wu Yan until now. She turned around and her eyes lit up when she saw Wu Yan. Then, she's extremely cute. An innocent and romantic smile appeared on Kotori's face. Oh. Oniai-chan noticed. When he heard Kotori's innocent and sweet voice, for a moment, Wu Yan thought Kotori had a screw loose in her head, or she's trying to play a prank on him. He soon found out the reason. The ribbon on Qinli's hair had turned from black to white. In other words, The current coterie was the sweet and cute coterie in her younger sister mode. Wu Yan looked at coterie with curiosity. How long has it been since he last saw coterie in sister mode? Ever since his relationship with coterie became ambiguous, coterie in sister mode hasn't appeared in front of him. Seeing coterie in her younger sister mode, Wu Yan couldn't help but look at her a few more times. Coterie looked at him suspiciously. What's wrong? Oniai-chan. Wu Yan's legs turned to jelly when she called him Oniai-chan. He turned his head away awkwardly and pretended to cough. Wu Yan said to coterie. And nothing. I just wanted to ask you, do you think Toka and Yoshino are acting weird? Weird. Weird. Coterie tilted her head cutely. Her big round eyes sparkled like a squirrel's. Is that so? I didn't notice anything. I see. Wu Yan scratched his face and sighed. Forget it, I have nothing to lose, so I won't pursue the matter. Oniai-chan, are you upset that Yoshino was taken away by your sister? Coterie blinked her eyes and blushed. She started fidgeting with her hands. In that case, I don't mind bathing with Oniai-chan. Wu Yan turned around abruptly. He looked at coterie, who was bashful and blushing. His heart started beating faster. Bathing with sister mode coterie? That's fine. Wu Yan's heart started to heat up as he looked at coterie. Coterie made a victory sign in her heart and blushed shyly. Do I really have to bathe with Oniai-chan? I'm so shy. Just as Wu Yan was about to nod in agreement, he remembered something. But didn't Shiori bathe with Yoshino? Coterie's expression stiffened. She cried out in her heart that she had miscalculated, but soon after, she laughed again. It's okay, we can wait until your sister is done bathing. Oh. Wu Yan smiled. In that case. Halfway through his sentence, Wu Yan paused. Something doesn't seem right. Is it possible for coterie to invite me to take a bath together? Even if it was the naive and romantic little sister mode, let alone inviting him to take a bath, she would probably blush and scream out loud after being kissed by him. Something is wrong. Could it be that coterie is trying to trick me again for the sake of training the elves? Wu Yan's fervent gaze turned into vigilance. He put on a friendly face and he told coterie. Okay, let's do this. Well, I really want to bathe with you, but I'll pass today. It's coterie's turn to be shocked. She was rejected. She was rejected by the Oniai-chan, who used to push her down whenever they were alone. How? How is this possible? Why? Coterie asked. She looked up at Wu Yan with a pitiful expression. Oniai-chan, do you hate bathing with coterie? Wu Yan's heart wavered when he saw coterie on the verge of tears. However, he was more certain. There's no way coterie would pretend to be in sister mode just to bathe with him. There must be something going on. How could I hate coterie? Wu Yan rubbed coterie's head and he continued in a serious tone. But Oniai-chan has something to do today, coterie. Let's wait until next time. Next time? Coterie shouted anxiously. It'll be too late next time. Wu Yan raised an eyebrow and a bright smile appeared on his face. Coterie covered her mouth when she realized what she just said. He didn't know what coterie is plotting, but he is sure that there is something fishy going on here. Wu Yan refused even more firmly. Anyway, thank you for your invitation. Next time, Big Brother will accompany you to take a bath. Wu Yan rubbed coterie's head. He didn't want to give coterie a chance to regret her decision. He walked out of the kitchen and into the living room before heading back to his room. Wait! Coterie shouted and chased after him. Wait! Oniai-chan. Era, Coterie-chan, you can't do this. Coterie had only taken a few steps when Kurumi appeared behind her and pulled her back. Coterie saw the smile on Kurumi's face. You're out of the game. Ugh. Coterie's expression changed and she collapsed on the floor as if she lost all her strength. How can this be? That's a perverted Oniai-chan. It's my turn now. Kurumi looked down at Coterie and tilted her head with a smile. Oniai-chan will be mine tomorrow during the Chishi festival. It's not like that. Coterie jumped up from the ground and puffed up her cheeks. You might fail too. If you fail, Oniai-chan will have to share with everyone. Era. Thanks for your concern. Kurumi grinned. She turned around and walked towards Wu Yan's room. Sigh. What a pity. Lying on his bed, Wu Yan sighed in grief. It would be great if I could do it with Kotori in her sister mode. Era Oniai-chan, you don't have to worry. Suddenly, a familiar voice and tone came from the room. Wu Yan reflexively looked at the source of the voice, and what he saw made him flabbergasted. Kurumi, who was completely naked, walked up to Wu Yan with a blush on her cheeks. She maintained a graceful smile as she walked in front of Wu Yan. She reached out and caressed Wu Yan's chest with a seductive smile. Do you need me to comfort you? The fire in Wu Yan's heart finally exploded. In the hallway, Kotori and Toka looked at each other when they heard the moaning and panting coming from Wu Yan's room. They lowered their heads in dejection. Chapter 1131. The main street of Tiangong City, the commercial street. This was a commercial street that was more lively and bustling than before. No, it should be a very lively commercial street. Today is the 7th of July, the annual Chinese Valentine's Day festival. Although the sky had just turned dark, the merchants who had smelled the scent of money would not let go of such a typical day. In order to cater to this wonderful business opportunity, they ruthlessly made a large sum of money. As soon as the sky turned dark, many people had already set off bursts of excitement on the commercial street. There are open-air shops and stalls on both sides of the street, preparing to welcome the arrival of customers. Not only do these shops and stalls specialize in octopus, fried noodles, and other indispensable snacks during the festival, masks, balloons, and other products are also displayed in a dazzling array. They are just waiting for customers to come and buy them all. It didn't take long for consumers to arrive one after another. The entire shopping street was packed to the brim. Some of the smaller people and children were mixed in the crowd. Not even their shadows could be seen. The people who are excited by the festival are shopping everywhere. They visit the stalls one by one. The prices of the products here are obviously the same as usual. Some of them are even higher than usual. However, due to the festive atmosphere, people still go up and visit the stalls. After all, the festival only happens once a year, right? The couples, in particular, snuggled up to each other. Not only did they look intimate, but they were also more invested in the festival than others. They rarely thought about spending money, which made the shop owners very happy. Of course, the men who are responsible for paying the bill for their girlfriends are bleeding in their hearts. In any case, today is the Chinese Valentine's Day festival. It's bound to be lively. Wow! Looking at the crowded commercial street, Xiang is surprised. This is the first time Toka saw something like this. She couldn't help but gasp in surprise. She grabbed Wu Yan's hand in excitement. Dao. Look. There are so many people. There are indeed a lot of people. Even Wu Yan is a little dazed. It's not that Wu Yan hasn't seen more people than this before, but it's a different story when they are all crowded in the same commercial street. Even the festival on Itagami Island in the Blood Frenzy world. Nor was there as many people as the Chishi festival. In addition, there were girls in all kinds of kimonos walking around in the crowd. It almost dazzled Wu Yan's eyes. Just a casual mention. The girls were also wearing kimonos. Kotori's kimono was pink, Kurumi's was black, and Toka's was purple. Ce was blue, and Shirji was white with spots. Apart from Kotori, the other four also used hairpins to tie up their long hair. Together with their exquisite and beautiful faces, they were breathtakingly beautiful. Now that the sky has just turned dark, there aren't many people. Shirori chuckled softly and said to Shirori, whose eyes were filled with light, "When it's close to the fireworks, there will be a lot of people. Everyone, please keep an eye on each other and don't get separated. Woo." Just as Shirori finished her words, Toka closed her eyes, twitched her nose, and ran out cheering. "Wow. It smells so good." "Suka-chan," Shirori exclaimed and quickly followed after her, making Wu Yan bitterly smile. "Everyone, follow me, don't get separated. Compared to that, you should be more worried about your wallet." Kotori glanced at Wu Yan after Shirori left, and said without hesitation, "With Toka's appetite, I'm worried you won't be able to wash the dishes." Wu Yan's bitter smile deepened when he heard this. Since Toka, Yoshino, and Kurumi were elves, Ratatosker's food expenses had always come from Ratatosker. However, because of Shiori, Ratatosker couldn't pay too much for the food expenses. After all, Shiori is responsible for all the expenses of Toka's family. Kurumi and the others also have to pay Shiori for their food expenses. In other words, Shiori is the living expenses sent by Toka and the others' families. Living expenses, even if it's a lot, how much can it be? It's already a miracle that it can fill Toka's stomach. That's why they can't spend too much money on the festival. However, looking at Toka's excited expression, she probably won't stop because of the financial deficit. If Wu Yan doesn't fork out the money, who else can help her? Toka is also Wu Yan's girlfriend. Unless Wu Yan doesn't let Toka enjoy herself to the fullest, he must pay for all of Toka's food expenses. Since Toka has already paid for all of Toka's food, can the other girls be left out? The answer is no. Thinking up to this point, Wu Yan couldn't help but touch his wallet. He's worried that he might not have enough money. In this world, Wu Yan isn't a teacher, he's a student. Where can he get so much cash? But at this point, there's no point in dwelling on it. Wu Yan could only sigh and let out a long sigh to get rid of the depression in his heart. If I can't do it, I'll go sell a few more gold coins. Then you better think about how you're going to explain how you got the money from selling gold coins. Kotori gloated at Wu Yan. As long as I don't let her find out, it'll be fine. Who do you think gave me this? Wu Yan grumbled. He grabbed Yoshino's hand as if he's escaping from something. Whatever, Yoshino. Is there anything you want to do? Ah. Yoshino panicked, her face turned red. After a while, she weakly pointed at a stall. Takoyaki. Do you want to eat takoyaki? Wu Yan glanced at the stall Yoshino pointed at, and turned his attention to Kotori and Kurumi. What about you two? I'm a little hungry too. Kotori nodded. She looked at Toka, who was running around the stalls with food in her hands, and Shiori, who was following her around to prevent her from getting lost. She sighed. If we follow Toka, we won't be hungry. Wu Yan touched his pocket. Kurumi, who's been quietly standing behind Wu Yan, tugged at Wu Yan's clothes and pointed in a direction. House-sama over there. What's wrong? Wu Yan, Kotori, and Yoshino looked in the direction Kurumi pointed. Their expressions changed. In front of Wu Yan, there's a girl who's wearing a white kimono with a purple belt around her waist. She has shoulder-length white hair and is looking at them. She's looking at Kotori. Toka Origami. Kotori's eyes narrowed as she met Toka Origami's gaze. She didn't back down. Kotori, who had retrieved the memories she lost when she turned into an elf 5 years ago, knew that she wasn't the one who killed Kenichi Origami's parents. Kotori doesn't need to show her weak side in front of Toka Origami. She won't explain herself either. Kotori only needs to have a clear conscience. Itsuka Kotori. Toka Origami said Kotori's name with clenched fists. It seems Toka Origami still doesn't believe Wu Yan's explanation. She's still hostile to Kotori. However, she didn't charge at them, which means she didn't deny Wu Yan's explanation. Maybe she just can't let it go. What's wrong? Toka Origami Carrier Chow. Kotori raised her chin expressionlessly. You want to kill me again? This time, I won't be merciful. That's exactly what I want. Toka Origami said coldly and glanced at Wu Yan. I want to say that, but I don't want to kill Shiori's sister before I find proof that you're the one who killed my parents. Kotori raised an eyebrow and sneered. You don't really think you can kill me, do you? Toka Origami's gaze turned cold, but her tone was calm. Maybe not before, but now, I don't think you have any fairy power. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere became tense. Chapter 1132. Kotori and Tabichi Origami stared at each other in the crowd. Their eyes flickered with a sharp glint, causing the atmosphere to become tense. Shido. Oniai-san. Sensing the tense atmosphere, Yoshino shrunk back in fear and leaned on Wu Yan. Yoshino kept stroking her head to comfort her. If this had happened in the original work, the flustered Yoshino would have been able to reverse the flow of the sealed spiritual power and cause it to go berserk. As for Kwang-san, She had been standing to the side and watching all of this happen with a smile. She didn't intend to interfere or stop it. Only her wine-red eyes revealed an eager expression. It was as if she wanted to see the world in chaos, which made people not dare to compliment her. Kuromi looked at Wu Yan, who didn't say anything. She felt a bit surprised when she saw Wu Yan quietly watching the situation unfold. Era, hubby isn't going to stop them? Kwang Sen licked her lips and smiled seductively. If this continues, they might end up fighting. Wu Yan looked at Kotori and then at Tabichi Origami. He sighed. I've sealed Kotori's spiritual power. Without my permission, she's just an ordinary person. Kenichi Origami doesn't have any display device on her. She's also an ordinary person. What's there to be afraid of when two ordinary girls fight? Kotori and Tabichi Origami's eyes twitched at the same time. Era, I almost forgot. Kurumi seemed to be surprised as she covered her mouth. But soon, the corners of his mouth cracked into a rather bloody arc. If that's the case, there's no need to stop them, right? Why don't we just let them fight? Kotori and Tabichi Origami's mouths twitched as well. In no way. See, you said in a cowardly manner. Shiorine-sen is here. If they fight, Shiorine-sen will be angry. Kotori and Tabichi Origami couldn't stay calm anymore. Kotori waved her hand and pretended to be magnanimous. There are so many people here, it's not good to be seen or affected, let's just forget about it. No. Wu Yan complained. You're just worried about ruining your cute little sister's image. I should be the one saying that. Kotori Origami calmly shifted her gaze away from Kotori. You're different from the elves who brought disaster to this world. AST is protecting the world. We can't let innocent people get involved in the battle. Is it appropriate for you to say that? Wu Yan complained again. You're just worried about losing favorability with Shiori, right? Kotori and Tabichi Origami lowered their heads in silence. Then, they looked at Wu Yan in tacit agreement. Their eyes were so cold that they could freeze a person to death. Wu Yan laughed dryly in the midst of his ridicule. She awkwardly shifted her gaze away. I'll go find Shiori. Leaving these words behind, Yue Origami walked away without looking back. Kotori flinched and got angry. Who would let a crazy woman like you bother my sister? After that, Kotori wanted to chase after him, but before she could take a few steps, her collar was grabbed by a hand and pulled back. What are you doing? Kotori got even angrier. Just as she was about to scold him, the laughter of the person who was grabbing her collar made her choke on the spot. Era, Kotori-chan, don't tell me you want to leave just like that? Kurumi grabbed Kotori's collar with one hand and squinted her eyes. Don't forget our promise. Damn it. Kotori fiercely glared at Kurumi. She broke free from the hand that was grabbing her collar, walked to Yoshino, and held her hand. Yoshino, come with me to find my sister. Yanan nodded obediently and allowed Kotori to take her away. The two of them ignored Wu Yan, and they disappeared in a puff of smoke under Wu Yan's astonished gaze. What the hell is going on? Wu Yan's mouth twitched when he realized what happened. He looked at Kurumi, who was smiling. They just left us like that? Well. It can't be helped, it can't be helped. Kurumi didn't feel a headache, her smile got brighter and brighter. It seems the Chishi festival is coming. I guess I'll have to accompany out Sasama. I guess so. Wu Yan scratched his head and looked around at the crowd. He made sure Kotori and the others weren't around and bitterly smiled. Seriously, they just told us not to get separated, but they just left us like that. What kind of people are they? So, Kurumi hugged Wu Yan's arm with an intoxicating smile. Let's enjoy the ceremony. Well, I don't mind. Wu Yan looked at the crowd hesitantly. But we still have to pay for them. No need to worry. Kwang San's expression didn't change as she smiled. When Kotori left, she took out Sasama's wallet with her. Ha! Wu Yan widened his eyes and he quickly checked his pockets. Of course it's empty. That damned Kotori! Wu Yan yelled. How am I supposed to walk around the festival if she took my wallet with her? Walk and chat. I also have some cash on me. Kurumi blinked her wine-red eyes. There was a hint of mischievousness in them. It's not much, but it should be enough for 2 people. Sorry, Kurumi. Wu Yan shook his head. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Since it's the festival, we can't let the girls pay for it. Shiori isn't here anyway. Let's go sell some gold coins. Kurumi's smile widened when she heard Wu Yan's words. She tightened her grip on Wu Yan's hand and pressed her soft bosom against his. Then I'll accept Aotsusama's kindness. Seeing the dazzling smile on Kurumi's beautiful face and feeling the softness of her hand, Wu Yan couldn't help but smile back. However, he's a bit confused about what to do. Kurumi didn't look any different from before. Wu Yan, who knows Kurumi very well, noticed something amiss with her expression. He felt that the smile on Kurumi's face was forced. Only now did it seem to come from the bottom of her heart. But there was only one thing plus. She suddenly appeared in his room last night to seduce him, and that so-called promise she made with Kotori. Wu Yan's intuition told him that Kurumi was hiding something in her heart. Of course, considering Kurumi's personality, it's possible that she's just teasing him. But for some reason, Wu Yan felt like he had to pay attention to that smile on her face. His wine-red eyes met Kurumi's exposed eyes of the same color. Wu Yan looked at Kurumi without saying a word. Kurumi smiled from start to finish. She didn't try to hide her smile as she looked into Wu Yan's eyes. For a moment, it was as if a high wall was built around the two of them. Inside the wall was their world. No one could disturb them. After a while, Wu Yan chuckled. All right. Let's go for a stroll. Kurumi's eyes lit up. She hugged Wu Yan's hand tightly and leaned into Wu Yan's embrace. Yes. Among the crowd, a lot of guys looked at Kurumi with admiration. Wu Yan felt a bit awkward. Well, aren't we a bit too close? Is that so? Kurumi grinned at Wu Yan, and she leaned closer to him. What's wrong with that? Aotsusama belongs to me now. It's not that I don't like it. Wu Yan scratched his face and compromised. Then let's do it. If we get any closer, we won't be able to walk. Then let's go. Kurumi nodded in satisfaction. She followed Wu Yan, and they blended into the crowd. They crossed the street and the sea of people as they walked into the distance. Their shadows lengthened under the illumination of the surrounding lights and disappeared under the feet of the crowd. They merged with the shadows of everyone present and could no longer be distinguished from each other. Chapter 1133. Along with the shouts of the merchants in the stalls and the laughter of the people on the street, the clamor rose to the sky, reverberating in every corner of the commercial street. Although it was getting closer to midnight, the enthusiasm of the people present did not lessen. Instead, it seemed to be getting more and more intense. Walking with Kurumi in the crowd, Wu Yan couldn't help but laugh when he saw the adoring gazes of the men around him. Wu Yan didn't even think about it before he blurted it out. Kurumi is really beautiful. The sudden praise seemed to startle Kurumi. When she noticed the gazes around her, Kurumi couldn't help but smile. Hearing you say that, I'm really happy. She didn't forget to hug Wu Yan's hand harder and giggled. If Lord Husband is jealous, then I will be even happier. Jealous? Wu Yan wanted to deny it out of reflex, but when he saw Kurumi's grinning face, he turned his head away and he mumbled to himself. Yes. A little. Kurumi placed her finger on her lips. Her cute appearance made Wu Yan's heart skip a beat. Many of the boys around her forgot that they were still walking. They bumped into each other, causing some of them to fall on their faces. Kurumi turned a blind eye to everything around her. She tilted her head and pointed at Wu Yan's lips with her finger. Don't worry, I only have feelings for hubby. From the beginning to the end. Wu Yan's footsteps paused. He turned around and looked into Kurumi's eyes. Then what about Chuju, Mikoto, and Kotori? Kurumi's eyes flickered. With an unfathomable smile on his face, he said this. Hubby, do you want to hear a lie? Or do you want to hear the truth? This question. Wu Yan shook his head with a smile. His eyes turned serious. Of course, I want to hear what's in your heart. The smile on Kwang San's face didn't change, but the light in her eyes was a little strange. She looked straight ahead, and was silent for a while before she spoke. I'll say it again. From the beginning to the end, I only have feelings for hubby. Wu Yan lowered his head and remained silent. In fact, Wu Yan more or less guessed this situation. She's different from Toka and Yoshino, who are pure and kind elves, and Kotori, who is artificial. Before meeting Wu Yan, Kurumi's life could only be described as dark and gloomy. Wu Yan didn't know what kind of life Kurumi had from the first time she came to the realm to the time she met him. But one thing's for sure, that kind of life isn't worth remembering. She loved animals so much that she couldn't bear to see them being abused. She hated them so much that she could kill more than 10,000 humans without batting an eyelid. They were known as the evilest elves in the world, but in order to kill the first elves and erase the existence of elves in this world, they spent almost their entire lives on it. Even if they really did it, they could ignore the fact that their own existence would disappear from this world. What kind of life could make Kurong-san change like this and make such a sorrowful wish? Wu Yan doesn't understand, and he doesn't want to understand. Because the current Kwang-san had changed. Unfortunately, this change is only directed at him. There's nothing he can do about it. If Kurumi was so easily touched, she wouldn't have let her past self die in the hands of Shina's. She wouldn't be alone. She's been walking this path for so long. If he hadn't been lucky enough to touch the deepest part of Kurumi's heart during the short period of time when her heart was at its weakest when he defeated her, then he would have died right now. Kurumi is probably still wandering in the life of killing, and being killed for her own wish. She's sinking deeper and deeper. Under such circumstances, it's not easy for Kurumi to accept the other girls. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's impossible. But even so, I hope you can get along well with them. Wu Yan lifted his chin, and he looked forward with Kurumi. The words that came out of his heart echoed in Kurumi's ears along with his uncontrollable emotions. After all, you are the most important people in my life. Kurumi's smile froze and then gradually disappeared. She didn't say anything. Kurumi knows that Wu Yan knows her well. If it was Wu Yan, he would be able to guess her true meaning from her words. But he still said something like, I hope you can get along well with them. Well, that's it. He didn't want me to open my heart to the girls around me, nor did he want me to have feelings for them. He just wanted me to live a good life with them. The man I love only wants me to live a good life. That's the true meaning of his words. Although he looked unreliable on the surface and was usually frivolous, this man was using the gentleness hidden in the depths of his heart to care for her, but he didn't force himself on her. Hope? Kwang-san repeatedly pondered over this sentence in her heart and then smiled. Be a little more positive. Hearing that, Wu Yan smiled too. That's enough. They smiled at each other and didn't say anything. They stayed close to each other, mingling in the crowd and strolling around the Chishi festival. From time to time, they could see Kurumi's innocent and romantic expression, and licking her lips while looking at the snacks. Wherever she went, people would turn to look at her. Standing in a remote open space, Wu Yan and Kurumi raised their heads, looking at the colorful fireworks in the sky. The corners of their mouths were raised. Especially Kwang-san. She seemed to be in a good mood. Her eyes were filled with satisfaction, but there was also a trace of regret in them. It could be seen that Kwang-san was very satisfied with this trip to the festival. But because she was so satisfied, she had some regrets. The fireworks started to bloom in the sky. It was getting closer to dawn. The lively festival was about to end. The brightly colored fireworks blossomed amidst the explosions. The colors of the night sky were reflected on Kwang-san's beautiful face. At this moment, she looked exceptionally bright and moving. There was a kind of silent beauty to her. When the fireworks were about to end, Kurumi spoke like she was sleep-talking. To be honest, I'm a little confused right now. Wu Yan looked at Kurumi and didn't say anything. He quietly waited for her to continue. I got a piece of information recently. Kurumi didn't seem to notice Wu Yan's gaze as she continued talking to herself. Since the first elf appeared 30 years ago, the second elf who appeared seemed to know the identity and whereabouts of the first elf. If it was someone else who knew Kwang-san, they would have been scared after hearing Kwang-san's words. No matter how one listened to it, It sounded like Kurumi didn't give up on pursuing her sad wish. Wu Yan didn't react at all. Even Kurumi was surprised by his reaction. He slowly nodded and he spoke in a warm voice. Do you want to search? Kurumi lowered her head. Her eyes were a little dim. I don't know. That's why I'm confused. I see. Wu Yan pondered for a moment. Then he said something shocking. If that's the case, then let's search. Kurumi raised her head and looked at Wu Yan in shock. Only Wu Yan's gentle voice could be heard. If you're feeling lost, it means you haven't let it go yet. If that's the case, why don't you try taking action? Maybe you'll get an answer in the process. Wu Yan held Kurumi's hand, and he looked into her beautiful eyes. You only need to know that I hope you can always stay by my side. Don't disappear. Looking at Wu Yan's gentle smile and gentle eyes, Kurumi couldn't help but feel a little absent-minded. Then she laughed. Aren't you afraid that I'll cause trouble again? Don't go too far. The rest is none of my business. Wu Yan said in a capricious tone. He touched the sealing bracelet on Kurumi's wrist. If you really go too far, then I'll stop you. After all, once the sealing bracelet is put on, it can't be removed. Don't even think about escaping in your lifetime. How domineering. Kurumi's eyes flashed with strong ripples. She closed her eyes with a smile. But I like it very much. Chapter 1134. Early morning. Lying on the bed, Meijio looked out the window at the sky that was gradually brightening. It was a refreshing morning, and the birds were dancing in the air. This scene was filled with vitality, but it didn't bring Meijio any good mood. It even made her feel a little irritated. In the past, Meijio hated mornings, because she had to go to school when morning came. However, Meijio's grades weren't very good. It didn't matter if her grades were terrible. Other than her voice, Meijio didn't have any outstanding talents. Including her studies. How could Meijio like the school? Of course, with Meijio's current strength, it was easy for her to change her grades. Moreover, she could enjoy the feeling of being the center of attention in school. As an idol, she liked this feeling. Therefore, although she didn't like school, Meijio didn't hate it. However, recently, let alone school, she didn't even want to stay in her favorite stage and home. It wasn't that Meijio hated the stage and her home. Recently, her heart was in a mess and she couldn't calm down. It made her feel like she had lost interest in everything. She didn't even have much of an appetite for food. She was depressed all day long. This phenomenon started a few days ago and had been going on until now. To be more precise, it started when she parted with that man at the entrance of Dragon Gall Temple Women's Academy at dusk. It had been like this ever since. Meijio didn't know the exact reason. She only knew that her heart couldn't calm down. It had been completely stirred up into a muddy pool of water. It was so complicated that she couldn't understand it. It made her very frustrated. Meijio pulled up the blanket and covered her head tightly. She screamed in frustration. It's all that despicable man's fault. As expected, men are all dirty things. Whenever I meet that kind of creature, I can't breathe. That's why I'm so frustrated. Despicable, despicable, despicable. As though venting, Meijio's sweet and intoxicating voice reverberated in the blanket. It reached Meijio's ears. It made her even more frustrated. Sigh. I might as well not go to school. The moment she said that, Meijio flung the blanket away and crawled out of it. No, staying at home will only make me more frustrated. I might as well go to school, and let those cute toys play with me. After saying that, Meijio jumped off the bed and started to change her clothes. Heavenly Palace City, Longdan Temple Women's College. Big sister. Big sister. Yes, big sister. Wow. Elder sister. Meijio was wearing the student uniform of the Dragon Gall Temple Women's College, which was a sailor suit. She walked along the corridor leading to the classroom, and listened to the voices of support coming from all directions. Unknowingly, the corners of her lips curled up, and her irritable mood was alleviated by a lot. Sure enough, coming to school was the right choice. Meijio's heart was filled with joy as she thought of this. Although her mood wasn't that good, it was much better than before. Hence, she waved at the students around her, causing them to scream in unison. It didn't take long for Meijio to arrive at her classroom and sit down. Next to her, a few girls who looked like followers lined up behind her. If this was any other school, Meijio would most likely be treated as a snob and would be subjected to public opinion. However, this was a very common scene in the Dragon Gall Temple Women's College. The students behind Meijio were all her supporters. They even knew Meijio's true identity. It was unknown whether they were manipulated by Meijio or if they were her true supporters. Big sister. At this time, a female student behind Meijio stood up and said respectfully to Meijio, "Can I have a little of big sister's time?" "It doesn't matter." Meijio rested her chin on her hand and looked out the window. She said casually, "What is it?" "Today is the day that big sister ordered us to check the fans' letters." The female student seemed to have noticed Meijio's absent-mindedness, so she didn't waste any time and directly carried out a rather large box. "Big sister, do you want me to read it, or do you want to read it yourself?" "No need." Meijio waved her hand, her gaze still fixed outside the window. "I'm not in the mood to read the letters today, I'll leave them to you." The female student looked at Meijio in surprise. She didn't expect such an answer. Night Tempter Meijio was a singer who had debuted for half a year. Although it had only been half a year, in this half a year, Meijio had become a real popular idol. Even compared to those veteran idols, she was still better. Although her fans were only female, there were still a lot of them. Naturally, these fans would want to send letters to Meijio. It's understandable. Meijio didn't want to be bothered by fan mail every day, so she left all these fan mail to her subordinates. Then, she would take one day out every week to read these fan mail. She didn't stop once. This was the first time she said she wasn't in the mood to read the letters. How could people not be surprised? "Elder sister." At that moment, not knowing what Meijio was going to say, the female student was in a bit of a dilemma. "You really don't want to read it?" "I said I don't want to read it." If it was in the past, Meijio's tone would be natural and unhurried, and she would more or less be polite. However, under the influence of her irritation, the words that came out of Meijio's mouth weren't very polite, and it scared the female student. Seeing this, Meijio sighed and turned her head away in boredom. "Anyway, you can deal with the letters yourselves." "Yes." The female student could only agree. She took the box full of letters and left. Almost at the same time, another female student walked up to Meijio. "Big sister, there are some fans who hope that big sister can hold a concert." "Do you mean?" Meijio finally turned her head. The word concert caught her interest. "Many people want to hold a concert?" "Yes, big sister." Seeing Meijio looking at her, the female student seemed to be very excited. Even her spirit was lifted. "Big sister, didn't you cancel the concert a few days ago? That's why the fans want big sister to hold another concert." "A concert a few days ago? Cancelled?" Meijio was stunned. "A concert a few days ago? Was it the concert held when she met that man? Why would it be cancelled because of something? The first half of the concert went smoothly. Later on, because of a fight with that man, the concert was ruined and she was taken away by him." "Oh right, that man seemed to have asked someone to erase the fans' memories. Could it be because of this that the concert ended up being cancelled because of something?" Meijio thought of that man's smiling face when she parted with him. She finally calmed down a little, but she became restless again. "Forget it. Since that's the case, I'll hold another concert to change my mood." "Let's do it." Meijio raised her head. Her bright silver eyes glanced at the female student. "The concert will be held 3 days from now. You can go to the fan page and announce it. I'll take care of the rest." "Got it, big sister." Meijio nodded and stood up. She wanted to make arrangements for the concert. Just as she stood up, a piece of paper fell from her arms and onto the floor. Meijio frowned and bent down to pick up the paper on the ground. But when she saw the contents of the paper, her beautiful face froze. That was because there was a phone number written on the paper. If you need someone to support you, if you need someone to believe in you, if you lose your spiritual power again, if you want to sing again, call this number. In her mind, this sentence involuntarily rose, causing Meijio's hand that was holding the paper to tighten slightly. Her heart also began to beat faster. Meijio took out her phone from her pocket. Chapter 11:35. Good morning. The sound of footsteps could be heard coming from outside the hall. The footsteps were getting closer and closer, but the door was pushed open after a minute or two. Wu Yan and Kotori came out wearing the Raichon High School uniform. They entered the hall together with Kotori, who was also wearing the same uniform. Sister. With a sweet voice, Kotori, who was wearing a black ribbon, put on an innocent and romantic smile. Oniai-chan is up. Shiori smiled when she heard Kotori's cheerful voice. But when she saw Wu Yan's tired face and how he looked like he could die at any moment, her smile turned bitter. Kotori is always in charge of waking you up. Shido, can't you be more energetic in the morning? Every morning, Shiori would say the same thing in front of everyone. Wu Yan got used to it, so he replied back out of habit. Sleeping in is the happiest thing in the morning. Shiori, you don't understand. I don't want to understand either. Shiori glared at Wu Yan. Be careful, you won't be able to find a girlfriend if you get too lazy. Shiori forgot that Toka is Wu Yan's girlfriend and Kurumi is Wu Yan's fiancé. Wu Yan raised an eyebrow. He glanced at Toka and Kurumi, who were eating gracefully at the table. He also glanced at Kotori and smiled. Thank you for your concern. You. Shiori shook her head and gave up trying to persuade him. Forget it, let's eat breakfast, we're late for school. Yes, at the dining table, everyone's response reverberated throughout the entire hall, causing Shirji to be in a bad mood as she placed the breakfast in her hands on the dining table. Then he continued to prepare new portions. Can't help it. 10 spices had already eaten more than 70% of the breakfast. If they didn't prepare more, Shiori would probably not be able to eat anything herself, not to mention that it might not be enough for the others. But Shiori turned around. She went into the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Kurumi suddenly spoke. Itsuka-san, I have something to talk to you about. Shiori was stunned. She pointed at her own nose. Me? Kurumi nodded with a smile. Shiori tilted her head in confusion. Are you sure it's me? Kurumi blinked her eyes and looked at Shiori's incredulous expression. She couldn't help but laugh out loud. Allah, Wuhi classmate, is it something to be surprised about that I'm looking for you? No, it's not that. Shiori looked away awkwardly. It's the first time you came to me. Indeed, because of Kurumi's status as Shido's fiancé, Shiori, who supported her on 10 Fragrance's side, wasn't hostile to Kurumi, but she wasn't friendly either. Usually they didn't talk much, let alone Kurumi taking the initiative to look for her. That's why Shiori was so surprised. I just wanted to talk to you about something. Kurumi closed her eyes and she chuckled. Her words caught everyone's attention except for Wu Yan. For the next period of time, I may have to leave this house temporarily. Leave this house? Shiori exclaimed. Toka also stopped eating and looked at Kurumi with surprise. Kotori even spat out a mouthful of food and exclaimed, Why haven't I heard about such an important thing from you? Shiori frowned when she saw Kotori's strange reaction. Kotori was startled and immediately adjusted her posture. However, her red eyes were fixed on Kurumi. She was anxious and suspicious. Tokazaki-san, are you really going to leave? Shiori looked at Kurumi and asked. Can I ask why? It's nothing important, Tokazaki-san, don't worry. Kurumi tilted her head and pointed at her face. It's just that my family is a little worried and asked me to go back and take a look. Speaking up to here, Kwang-san's face was still filled with regret. My home is too far away, and it might take me a while to get back. I have to ask for leave from school, so I'm going to tell Tokazaki-san. Kotori opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but because Shiori was there, she could only shut her mouth. Her eyes were locked on Kurumi, and her expression was constantly changing. Shiori, on the other hand, felt that there was nothing wrong. After pondering for a moment, she nodded. Then I guess I have no choice. Thank you for taking care of me. Kurumi stood up and bowed to Shiori. Shiori didn't have much of a young lady's temperament, so she smiled awkwardly. In that case, let's prepare a big breakfast for Tokazaki-san. Allah. Kwang-san pursed her lips and smiled. Thank you for your hospitality, Tokazaki-san. You're welcome. Shirori waved her hand and went into the kitchen. What's going on? As soon as Shirori left, before Toka and Yoshino could react, Kotori shot an oppressive gaze at Kurumi. Leaving? Are you kidding me? I'm kidding. I'm not joking. Kurumi shook her head. She didn't avoid Kotori's gaze and looked straight at her. I do have something to do, so I need to leave for a while. Hearing Kurumi's words, Kotori's expression sank. Don't forget what Ratatosker did to you. Kotori's voice turned hostile. Because you are an elf, your situation is special. Ratatosker punished you by sending you into exile and monitoring you. If you do anything suspicious again, there is a high chance that you will be imprisoned for the rest of your life. Kurumi's expression didn't change in the slightest, but she didn't say anything. On the side, Toka and Yoshino were holding their breaths. Looking at the stalemate between Kurumi and Kotori, their eyes were full of anxiety and worry, but they were suppressed by the heavy atmosphere and didn't dare to speak. They could only stare there, not knowing what to do. Wu Yen looked at Kotori and he opened his mouth. Kotori, I allowed this to happen. Kotori looked at Wu Yen and frowned. Why? Because there are some things that Kurumi has to do herself. Wu Yen shook his head. Kotori, let Kurumi leave for a while. Kurumi is being monitored by Ratatosker. Kotori said. I don't have the final say in Ratatosker. No matter what, Kurumi has killed more than 10,000 humans, so to be honest, this isn't a wise choice. Something bad might happen. Let's talk about it when the time comes. Wu Yen answered and he met Kotori's gaze. Kotori, don't you trust Kurumi? Kotori's frown deepened. She glanced at Kurumi who was staring at her and sighed. It's not that I don't trust Kurumi. It's just that Kurumi is a dangerous person. If you want her to leave, you won't seal her power, right? How can you make others feel at ease? Even if I believe Kurumi, it's not like you don't know the side effects of her angel. Era, you don't have to worry about that. Kurumi's mouth curved into an evil grin. In order for me to use the carving emperor without any side effects, Lord Husband has gifted me a lot of time last night. Kwang-san licked her lips as if she was recalling something. If I don't use the bullet of 11 and the bullet of 12, even if I keep using the carving emperor, I can still use it for a few years. I don't need to hunt other people to make up for the time. Therefore, during this period of time, I won't touch a single hair of those ordinary people. This time, Kotori was in a dilemma. Kotori looked at Kurumi who was grinning from ear to ear. Then, she looked at Wu Yen who nodded at her. She lowered her head and she started thinking. Chapter 1136. Time quietly flowed by in a state of relative silence. Wu Yen, Kurumi, Toka, and Toka are all looking at Kotori, waiting for her decision. Time is ticking and Shirori is humming in the kitchen, but Kotori still hasn't made a decision. It's natural. Just like Kotori said, Kurumi is an evil elf who killed more than 10,000 humans. She's a dangerous existence in the eyes of those who know her. Right now, Kurumi's spiritual force was sealed, and she was being monitored by Ratatosker. If Kurumi was allowed to leave after regaining control of her elven powers, Ratatosker's treatment of her might change. When that happens, even Kotori won't be able to do anything. Kotori wasn't the one who created Ratatosker, and she's not the one in charge. If the higher-ups decide to punish Kurumi, what can Kotori do? She can either watch from the sidelines or interfere. One thing is for sure, if Kurumi ends up in jail, Wu Yen wouldn't just sit by and watch her do nothing. Kotori doesn't want to see Wu Yen and the person behind Ratatosker fight each other. Wu Yen is the most important person in Kotori's life. He's the one behind Ratatosker. In a way, Kotori can't afford to betray him. What will happen if they start fighting each other? Kotori can't imagine it. The best decision is to keep Kurumi alive and maintain the status quo. However, looking at the smile on Kurumi's face and the gleam in her eyes, how could Kotori not know that Kurumi would run away if she tried to stop her? At that time, once the crime of absconding for fear of punishment was placed, things would really take a turn for the worst. But she can't let Kurumi go. If something goes wrong, the consequences will be worse. She's not a human being. Kotori's face was full of distress, and her eyes flickered. Clearly, she was in a difficult position. Perhaps because she couldn't stand the heavy silence, 10 Incense suddenly spoke. I don't know what's going on. Toka's handsome face met Kotori's. A resolute expression appeared on his face. But if it's me, if there's something I have to do but I can't do it, it'll be hard. Kotori was stunned. I think so too. Toka glanced at Kotori. She mustered up her courage. If you don't do it well, your mind will be messed up. Kwang-san was slightly surprised when she heard the words of 10 Incense and 4 Ginseng, but the smile on her face had already widened a little. Wu Yan chuckled and he shrugged at Kotori. That's right. So Kotori let Kurumi go. You guys. Kotori rubbed her forehead with a bitter smile. Her hesitant look was gone. She stared at Kurumi and said, let me ask you, what are you going to do? Kurumi raised her eyebrows and pretended to ponder. She tilted her head and replied with a smile. This is a secret. Kotori glared at Kurumi and snorted. Let's change the question. You won't hurt others, right? This question really stumped me. Kwang Sanjia's red eyes flashed with suppressed bloody light. The corner of her mouth hooked up into an extremely dangerous arc. Well, at least I won't cause trouble for others, but if I'm in a bad mood, I'll leave a permanent mark on those who make me unhappy. How can I let you go like this? Kotori wanted to slap the table, but that would attract Shiori's attention. She suppressed her anger and glared at Wu Yan. Is this your decision? This is Kurumi's decision. Wu Yan answered without hesitation. I'm just saying that I support her. The bloodlust in Kurumi's eyes quickly melted away, replaced by an unprecedented gentleness. Kotori couldn't bear to watch anymore, and covered her forehead. She couldn't bear to watch any longer, so she turned her head away in despair. Do whatever you want. I won't help you if something happens. That's more than enough. Kurumi's delicate face relaxed a little. It doesn't matter if Kotori agrees or not because Kurumi has already decided to look for the second elf, even if Kotori doesn't agree. She has Wu Yan's support, right? For Kwang-san, this was already enough. As for whether she'll ask the second elf about the original elf's whereabouts or something else, she'll have to wait and see. After all, even Kurumi herself doesn't know what to do. She can only do as Wu Yan said. She'll try first. Following Kotori's agreement, the heavy atmosphere in the room dissipated, allowing Toka and Yoshino to heave a sigh of relief and smile. Toka leaned forward and asked Kurumi. Then Kurumi, when are you leaving? Well, Kurumi thought for a bit. I'll go to the school to say goodbye to the teachers and then I'll leave. So soon? Toka wrinkled her nose. When are you coming back? I don't know. Kurumi shook her head and glanced at Wu Yan with a smile. Maybe I'll be back soon. Maybe I'll wait until Out-Susama leaves this world. But no matter what, I'll be back. That's good. 10 Incense clapped her hands and greeted Kurumi. Hurry up and eat. Shiori said that you'll have the strength to do things when you're full. Yes. Kurumi chuckled and responded with a crisp voice. She sat down and began to enjoy her breakfast. What a troublemaker. Kotori sighed. She was still a little annoyed. What a troublemaker. Looks like I'll be busy from now on. Not only do I have to report to Ratatosker's members, but I also have to prepare for your psychic wave. Wu Yan scratched his cheek and asked Kotori. Do you want to report this to your superiors? Yes. Of course. Kotori said snappily. Even though it'll be troublesome, it's still better than hiding it and causing trouble. We still have to apply for a display device from the higher-ups. If something happens at this juncture, we'll have no choice but to snatch the display device from AST and DM. Wu Yan smiled awkwardly and shrugged at Kurumi, Toka, and Yoshino. The 3 elven girls giggled. At that moment, a light melody came from Wu Yan's pocket along with the vibration of something. Phone. Wu Yan blanked out for a bit before taking out his phone from his pocket. Looking at the unfamiliar number on the display, he picked it up in confusion. Hello. For a split second, Wu Yan heard sounds of panic and chaos coming from the other side of the phone. Then a somewhat stiff and nervous voice came from the other side of the phone. It's me. Wu Yan furrowed his brows when he heard this. Then he finally recalled the face of the owner of this beautiful voice in his mind, and he exclaimed in surprise. Seducing Meijio? The air froze. The four girls looked at Wu Yan at the same time. Toka and Yoshino looked at him suspiciously, Kurumi smiled and Kotori looked at him inquisitively. Wu Yan didn't have the time to think about this. He's still in a state of shock that Meijio would call him. You actually called me. Didn't you ask me to call you? On the other side of the phone, Meijio sounded a bit nervous. She's completely different from her previous arrogant self when she attacked him. Wu Yan was confused, but he still asked her with a smile. Then why are you calling me? Meijio went silent for a while before speaking again. Didn't you want to hear me sing? The smile on Wu Yan's face slowly receded and turned into a serious expression. Do you want to use your own voice? Meijio opened her mouth and her voice trembled. She didn't want to use her own voice to sing. I won't go. Wu Yan refused. I don't want to listen to a song sung by that fake voice at all. Wu Yan hung up the phone without giving Meijio a chance to respond. Hearing the busy tone from the phone, Meijio's bright silver eyes gradually dimmed. She laughed at herself. What a self-righteous man. Without this voice, who would listen to me sing? Chapter 1137. One or two will only cause me trouble. Walking alone in the dark corridor, Kotori grumbled to herself with a bitter smile on her face. Kotori has changed out of her school uniform and replaced it with the crimson military uniform she wore in Ratatosker. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that even though Kotori was wearing a dark red military uniform, she didn't drape her coat over her shoulders as usual. Instead, she was dressed very formally, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a formal attire. On top of that, the precious pearl that was always in his mouth was gone as well. Compared to her usual frivolous appearance, she looks a lot more formal. Kotori's appearance made one think of an unruly little princess with an erratic personality forcing herself to be polite in order to attend an important banquet. Right now, Kotori was giving off such an atmosphere. Of course, if you ignore the impatient and helpless expression on Kotori's face from time to time. Kotori's footsteps and mutterings could be heard clearly in the silent corridor. She could even hear her heartbeat. Kotori couldn't help but feel a little nervous when the three voices intertwined. This unprecedented nervousness wasn't because of the sound, but rather because of Kotori's current location. Ratatosker's headquarters. That's where Kotori's superior works. And now, Kotori was going to meet her direct superior. There are two things. The application for the display device, and the report on Kurumi's incident. Because of these two reasons, Kotori immediately applied for leave from school. She rushed here as fast as she can to solve the problem in one go. Kotori wasn't just complaining. She was truly annoyed. She applied for a large number of display devices for no reason, including the personal combat display device, the CR unit. How can her superior just give it to her without asking for the reason? After all, Ratatosker only has a small number of members, and almost none of them are qualified to equip the CR unit. Why would they apply for a large number of display devices for no reason, without asking for the reason? There was no way Yasgate Electronics would make a display just because Kotori said so. Kotori had to give him a reasonable reason to obtain these devices. And Kurong-san's matter was also a troublesome matter. In order to prevent the person most important to her from opposing her benefactor, Kotori has to try her best to convince her superior to prevent the worst from happening. Plus, she had a chance to seduce Meijio. However, she was mercilessly rejected by her brother. If Shiori wasn't there, she would have been furious. Kotori wanted to give Wu Yan a good round of cannons. Even though Kotori's spiritual power is still in Wu Yan's hands. Seriously. Nothing can stop me from worrying. Kotori rubbed her forehead and adjusted her state of mind. She walked to the end of the corridor and stopped in front of a door. Kotori took a deep breath and hesitated. Then she knocked on the door unhurriedly. Kotori. Reporting for duty. His voice was not loud, but it echoed in the corridor. It was only after 4 or 5 seconds that it gradually calmed down. Almost at the same time, a voice sounded from the other side of the door. "Come in." Hearing this, Kotori took another deep breath, pushed open the door and walked in. It wasn't a spacious office behind the door, but an ordinary study room. The 4 walls of the study were filled with bookshelves filled with books. Behind a desk in the innermost part of the study, an old man in his 50s with white hair and a long beard was sitting on a swivel chair. He crossed his arms and supported his chin with the back of his hand. He gazed at Kotori, who walked into the room with a peaceful smile on his face like an amiable old man. As soon as Kotori saw the elderly man, her expression turned solemn, and her eyes revealed a look of respect. This old man is the founder of Ratatosker, Elliot Baldwin. Baldwin. Woodman. He's also Kotori's benefactor. Woodman-sama. Kotori stopped 2 to 3 meters away from the desk and bowed deeply. Seeing Kotori's respectful look, Woodman's smile widened, and he looked more and more peaceful. "Long time no see, Commander Wuha. I'm relieved to see you in such good spirits." "Thank you for your concern, Lord." Kotori nodded. She seemed to really respect Woodman. Woodman was gratified, but at the same time he felt a little helpless. "It's not time for the annual roundtable conference yet, right, Commander Wuha?" Woodman straightened his back when he saw Kotori standing in front of him. "The roundtable conference hasn't started yet, and you're already here. If I'm not mistaken, you're here to apply for the display device, right?" Kotori held her breath and nodded. "That's part of the reason. There's another thing I need to report." "Then let's talk about the display device." Woodman smiled and picked up an application form signed by Itsuka Kotori from the table. There was a lot of information written on it. If other people were to see the information recorded on it, they would definitely be shocked. That was because what was recorded on the application form were all display devices that had a wide range of uses and extraordinary performance. Other than the display devices for other purposes, just the display devices for personal combat, the CR units alone numbered in the tens of thousands. Furthermore, all of them were the latest and most powerful. When I first received this application form, even I was shocked. Woodman smiled bitterly. If all the display devices on this application form are really manufactured, then Yasgate Electronics Company might even go bankrupt. "I can't believe that this application form was personally submitted by you, Commander 5 River." Woodman paused for a moment before he added in a playful tone. "Don't tell me this is a prank from you, Commander Wuha?" Even Kotori, who respected Woodman greatly, couldn't help but smile bitterly. If Woodman said it was a prank, one can only imagine how ridiculous the display device Kotori applied for is. These display devices would all be used to equip the base in the giant beast's forest. The CR unit would also be used by the 20,000 sisters. It was equivalent to creating an organization bigger than the AST. How could Woodman not be surprised, or even shocked? Kotori had already predicted the reaction she would get from submitting this application form. Woodman was probably the only one who saw this application form. If the rest of the higher-ups saw it, Kotori would be drowned in saliva by now. But it couldn't be helped. This batch of display devices had to be obtained. Therefore, even though Kotori knew her words might cause a huge commotion, she still replied seriously with a tense expression. "Commander Woodman, it's true." The smile on Woodman's face slowly disappeared. Looking at Kotori's serious expression, he frowned deeply. "Commander Wuha, you should know how unrealistic your request is, right?" Woodman looked at the application form in his hand and closed his eyes as if he couldn't bear to look at it. Even if Yasgate Electronics has the ability to create the display device above, the budget spent on it is definitely an extremely huge amount. If it is really implemented, Yasgate Electronics will definitely be emptied and will only exist in name. Woodman looked straight at Kotori. "Commander Wuha, do you understand how unreasonable this request is?" "Yes." "Yes." Under Woodman's gaze, Kotori didn't seem to notice anything. Her expression didn't even change, but she said something that made Woodman's expression change. "Therefore, I will be responsible for the cost of creating the display devices." Chapter 1138. Therefore, I will take full responsibility for the cost of the device. Woodman's expression changed when he heard Coteries' serious words. In this world, there were only two organizations that had the ability to create display devices: Asgate Electronics Company and DM. As the only two organizations in the world that have the technology to create the device, they might not be the richest in the world, but they are definitely one of the wealthiest organizations. Under such circumstances, Asgate Electronics would face the danger of losing all of its funds to manufacture the display device Coterie requested. It wasn't hard to imagine how much funds Coterie needed to manufacture the display device. However, Coterie said she will take full responsibility for the cost. Apart from her identity as the commander of Ratatoskr, Coterie is just a little girl from an ordinary family. Can she afford such a huge amount of money? The answer is no. Woodman, who knows Coterie's family well, can't help but think that Coterie is pranking him. But because Woodman knew Coterie well, he knew Coterie wasn't joking. Woodman's eyes gradually narrowed. His pupils constricted into the shape of needles as he spoke in a deep voice. Commander Five Rivers, are you serious? The heavy atmosphere in the silent study room continued to rise. Coterie closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, they were filled with determination. Woodman, who had witnessed this scene, fell silent. Following Woodman's silence, the entire study suddenly fell into an indescribable, stifling silence. If someone were to stay here, perhaps, if anyone was in the study room, they would have a hard time maintaining their breathing under the heavy atmosphere. After a long time, Woodman raised his head and looked at Coterie. May I ask, where do you plan to get the money? Coterie lowered her head and pondered for a moment before answering. This fund was entrusted to me by my brother. He asked me to use it at this time. That's right, the money Coterie wanted to use to create the device was given to her by Wu Yen himself. Wu Yen predicted that in the end, the matter of requesting the display device from the higher-ups of Ratatoskr would escalate to a financial issue. After all, the quality and quantity of the display devices they needed were simply too high, too many. Even the Asgate Electronics Company might not be able to afford it. Moreover, Coterie didn't apply for the device for Ratatoskr. It was a personal request. Therefore, Asgate Electronics wouldn't spend such a huge amount of money to create a display device for Coterie's request. The display device wasn't something that could be given away casually. If they didn't use it well, it might become the source of a disaster. Even with Coterie's trust, the higher-ups were willing to give away the device. However, if they didn't solve the basic problem of funding, they wouldn't be able to negotiate. Therefore, the next morning after returning to the date world, Wu Yen gave Coterie a space ring filled with gold coins. The value of gold in this world was very high. Wu Yen can casually take out any one of these gold coins and exchange it for a large sum of money. If he were to take out all the gold coins in the ring of gold, then the sum of all the wealth in the world wouldn't even amount to 1/10,000th of the gold coins in the ring of gold. Wu Yen only needed to take out a drop in the ocean of gold from the ring of gold, and he could use it to create these devices. This would make the base in the giant beast forest more secure, and the 20,000 Misaka sisters more powerful. Why wouldn't he do it? If it wasn't for the gold coins, Coterie wouldn't have dared to submit the application. Upon hearing Coterie's words, Woodman was taken aback. Shortly after, he recalled something. He suddenly thought of something and his expression turned serious. You must be referring to the mysterious person who isn't an elf or a magician but has power comparable to an elf, right? Coterie nodded slowly. Woodman fell into deep thought. Woodman had already noticed Wu Yen when he first arrived in this world with the spacequake. Both AST and DM thought Wu Yen is a spirit, but Coterie's connection made it clear to Woodman that Wu Yen isn't a spirit. Of course, Woodman didn't know Wu Yan's true identity. Coterie didn't report the fact that Wu Yen is a vampire to the higher-ups. Before becoming Wu Yan's summon, Coterie didn't even know where Wu Yen came from. How could she report that? Thus, in the eyes of Woodman and the other Ratatoskr members, Wu Yen is shrouded in mystery. There's nothing about him that isn't a mystery. Now this enigmatic existence took out a large amount of money to create a large number of display devices. Fifth River Commander. Woodman looked at Coterie with a meaningful gaze. Don't tell me the display devices you applied for is what your brother needs? Coterie narrowed her eyes for a moment before she relaxed and answered truthfully. Yes, Lord Woodman. Just as you guessed, it was my brother who requested the display devices. Woodman pursed his lips, and a look of dissatisfaction appeared in his eyes. Fifth River Commander, the display devices aren't something that can be given away. If someone uses them for evil purposes, do you know what will happen to this world that's already facing a disaster? Lord Woodman, I understand your concern. Coterie looked up with a bitter smile. But I think that your concerns are unnecessary. Woodman's interest was piqued by Coterie's words. Oh, why? The reason is simple. Coterie took a deep breath. Her red eyes flashed. If my brother wants to destroy this world, no one can stop him. He doesn't need the display devices at all. Woodman's expression changed drastically as overwhelming waves surged in his heart. Even his hands were clenched into fists. His shrewd eyes rippled with waves that were difficult to suppress. No one can stop it. Woodman closed his eyes as if he didn't want others to see him lose his composure. The corner of his mouth curled up into a smile. But that smile seemed forced no matter how one looked at it. Looks like the real danger in this world isn't the elves but this mysterious existence. Seeing how Woodman was trying his best to suppress something, Coterie felt a little apologetic, but that was the truth. If Wu Yin really wants to destroy this world, all he needs to do is release a vassal beast and have it run around the world. Then the world will enter the Stone Age. The only way to deal with familiars was to use mana to neutralize them. However, in this world, mana wasn't real mana. It was just a form of energy that powered the display device. It couldn't deal with familiars at all. Coterie was only speaking the truth. All right. The application for the display devices is approved. Woodman looked at Coterie and said in a deep voice, but I hope that existence will always be on our side. Coterie finally let out a sigh of relief and respectfully agreed. Don't worry, my brother has unimaginable power, but he doesn't have much ambition. As long as there are no accidents, he won't do anything. That's good. Woodman nodded with a kind smile on his face. I will be in charge of the display devices. Make them as soon as possible. Of course, you'll have to fork out the funds yourselves. Asgate Electronics can't afford it. Yes. Coterie bowed and hesitated for a moment. One more thing. Tokisaki Kurumi has left the Itsuka family. Tokisaki Kurumi left. Woodman furrowed his brows and said with uncertainty. Is it your brother's idea again? Yes. A little. This. Woodman smiled bitterly. He's pretty much certain that the most dangerous existence in this world is Wu Yen. They have a way to deal with the elves, but they don't have a way to deal with Wu Yen. Chapter 1139. In Heavenly Palace City, there is a building that is far taller than all the other buildings. This building is the branch office of DM in Heavenly Palace City. Because Heavenly Palace City is the place where space tremors happen the most frequently in recent years. It is also the place where elves appear the most frequently. Therefore, DM has already set up a branch office in Heavenly Palace City in order to effectively capture or kill elves. As the only two organizations in the world that can create display devices, DM is the same as AST. They advocate killing elves to bring peace to the world. Or rather, it is precisely because DM advocates killing elves that AST has the same goal. After all, whether it is AST or the military police of other countries, the display devices are all provided by DM. Although in terms of technology, DEM was a bit weaker than Yaskit Electronics Company. In terms of reputation, DEM surpassed Yaskit Electronics Company by quite a bit. At least, on the surface, almost everyone who knows about the existence of display devices knows about DM. However, there are not many people who know about the existence of Asgate Electronics. Of course, DM and Asgate Electronics both know about each other's existence. Just like how there are good people and bad people in every world, in this world, these two organizations that have the ability to create display devices are also arch enemies. Asgate Electronics Company advocated peaceful means of communication. In order to save elves, the threat of space tremors to the world will be eliminated without a trace. DM advocates using force to suppress and destroy elves to bring peace to the world. How can two organizations with completely opposite natures not become archenemies? Of course, this is only on the surface. In all large organizations, there are people with evil intentions. DM said that they plan to destroy elves and bring peace to the world, but there are also people who have evil intentions towards elves. In this branch office building, there is such a person. It is a person wearing a suit. He was a tall man with a head full of dull grayish golden hair, and a pair of sharp eyes that seemed to have been carved out of his face with a small knife. The man looks to be at most 35 years old, but he gives people a feeling that he has experienced the vicissitudes of life and is very experienced. From time to time, the corner of his mouth would curl up into a smile like a wild wolf staring at its prey. It is full of danger. It was also a little nauseating. Isaac Le Bellum Wilcote, the executive director of the DEM company, in essence, the upper management. This was because the DM was the main organization that provided the military with the display device. As long as he gave the order, the military strength of many countries would drop to the point where they would be left far behind by other countries. In this branch company, or even in this country, Wilcott was in existence that could cover the sky with one hand. Even if DEM is just a company. Holding a glass full of red wine in his hand, Westcott looked at the scenery of Heavenly Palace City outside the window and sighed quietly. Isn't it said that there are many elves in Heavenly Palace City? Why was it so peaceful? After that, Westcott stretched out his hand toward Heavenly Palace City outside the window and then clenched it tightly. How great would it be if the DM company mastered the technology of freely summoning Spacequake? This way, no matter how many sprites there are, they would be able to find them. If an ordinary person heard this, they would definitely run away and blacklist Wilcott, never to see him again. In order to find a sprite, he didn't hesitate to summon Spacequake. I'm afraid Wilcott doesn't care about the lives of the residents of Heavenly Palace City. Wilcott retracted his hand as if it was the most normal thing in the world. He sighed again and shook the glass full of red wine. At this moment, a tall and beautiful woman dressed like a secretary pushed open the door of the room and walked towards Wilcott. Irene? As if he already knew who came, Wilcott smiled without turning his head. It's rare to see someone come to me at this time. I'm always here. The beautiful woman called Irene was holding a folder in her hand, and there was no expression on her pretty face. If you want to find me, just give me a shout. Is that so? Westcott narrowed his eyes. It was hard to tell if he was happy or disdainful when he smirked. If you're looking for me at this time, there must be something good, right? I don't know if it's a good thing or not. She opened the folder in her hand and took out a document. However, there is one thing that I need to report to you. Report? Westcott chuckled and shook his head. If it's something annoying, let's talk about it tomorrow. It should be something you're interested in. Irene glanced at Wilcott and put the document on the glass table in front of him. There was a photo on the document. It was a photo of a boy and two girls in high school uniforms walking forward, talking and laughing. The boy in the middle had black hair and red eyes. He looked like he was in his 20s. The woman walking on the left had long purple hair that reached her waist and a pair of dreamy crystal-like eyes. As for the woman on the right, her long black hair was tied into two ponytails in front of her. Her bangs were long enough to cover one of her eyes. Seeing the three of them, Westcott, who had been uninterested, felt his heart skip a beat. His sharp gaze landed on the photo, which shone brightly. Wilcott had never seen the three of them before, but he saw them in the video of the battle between AST and the elves. Red Devil, Princess, Nightmare. Westcott uttered the names one by one. Every time he uttered a name, his heart would beat violently, and his body would even tremble. Obviously, he had already entered a state of extreme excitement. Seeing Westcott suppressing his excitement, Irene closed her eyes and slowly spoke. That young man's name is Itsuka Shido, the purple-haired girl is Otoka Toka, and the black-haired girl is Shikisaki Kurumi. They seem to be living together and studying at a school called Lichon High. Due to the fact that the three of them look shockingly similar to the Red Devil, Princess, and Nightmare, the intelligence personnel collected some information about them. When Irene reached this point, she frowned. However, from the information, they seemed to be ordinary students. There was no reaction from the elves. The system determined them to be ordinary people. Ordinary people? Wolcott's eyes widened. He covered his face and laughed out loud. 3 ordinary people who have the same appearance as the 3 elves? Coincidentally, they're all in the same place? Do you believe it? Indeed. If that's the case, it's too much of a coincidence. Irene nodded expressionlessly. However, the information doesn't show any differences in their backgrounds. We can't conclude they're elves. Oh. Well, Scott picked up the photo on the table and stared at the 3 people in it. The corner of his lips curled up slightly. You mean we can't conclude they're not elves? Yes. Elaine paused and nodded, causing a dangerous smile to appear on Will Scott's face. Isn't this interesting? Will Scott looked at Irene and handed her the photo. Looks like we need to investigate this. Irene, I'll leave it to you. Are you sure? Irene frowned again. Her face was filled with uncertainty. If the investigation is correct, our opponents will be 3 elves. Westcott's brow rose, his gaze toward Irene becoming more and more interested. Don't you have the confidence to deal with 3 elves? Irene. Irene's expression turned serious. There's no elf in this world that I can't defeat. Westcott laughed delightfully when he heard the words. Then I'll leave it to you. Mira? Messi, the world's strongest magician. You're tuning in to the Lee May's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.